Hi, I'm Abba Shapiro, and I'd like to welcome you to Adobe Premiere Pro Essential Training. In this course, I'll take you through the entire process, creating a complete video program using Adobe's most advanced video editing software, Premiere Pro.
And I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen.
I'll not only show you editing basics, but you'll see how to use Premiere's robust trimming tools to make precise cuts. You'll also see how to use the audio mixing tool to create a perfectly balanced soundtrack.
To learn how to make an amazing gluten-free...
I'll show you some of the best practices when importing pictures, graphics, and Photoshop files. And then I'll show you how to adjust and animate both video clips and photographs to bring your program to life. We'll be covering all these basics, plus plenty of other advanced techniques, such as creating the perfect chroma key using the Ultra Keyer, and smoothing out shaky footage with the Warp Stabilizer. Now let's get started with Adobe Premiere Pro Essential Training. If you're a premium member of the lynda.com library, you have access to the exercise files used throughout this course. These files can be found on the Exercise Files tab on the main course page. Now, I've placed the downloaded exercise folder on my desktop so it's easier for me to access and show you where files are. You can place this exercise folder wherever it's appropriate on your system. Now, once you open the exercise files folder, you'll see there's a lot of folders contained inside. Two main folders are the media folder and the projects folder. The projects folder contain projects that you can launch for each of the chapters where appropriate. And the media will refer to all the media that you will use when following along with the course. Now, to launch any of these files, you can simply select them and open them by double-clicking, and that will not only launch the application, but that specific project. I'm going to show you a couple of things that may occur depending on the system that you're using when you launch these projects. In some cases, you may get a dialog box that may warn you when the project was last saved, there was an accelerated graphics card available. And if you don't have an accelerated graphics card, it will inform you that it will use software and the CPU to process all your real-time effects. Let me close this project and open another project to show you another situation you may encounter. Another situation you may encounter may look like this. In this case, the graphics card, or lack thereof, matches the system where this project was created. However, the project does not know where the media is located. And more likely, you're going to encounter this scenario. Now, Premiere Pro allows you to reconnect the media very easily. All you need to do is click on Locate. You'll get a new dialog box, and I want you to locate your exercise files folder that you downloaded from lynda.com and simply press Search. Premiere Pro will search that folder and its subfolders, and when it finds the missing clip, it will highlight it. You can select it and say OK. Premiere will then link up all associated missing media that is found within that folder. Now, if you don't have access to these exercise files, you can follow along from scratch with your own assets. In this chapter, we're going to very quickly look at most of the steps you need to do to create a basic video. It's for those folks out there that are just eager to just start editing. So what we're going to do is very quickly cover everything, and in the later chapters, I'll go into a lot more detail on each of these actions. The first thing I want to do is play for you the video that we're going to create. I'm going to simply go back to the head of the show and press the space bar.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisford, Executive Editor of Delight Gluten-Free Magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen. My friend Ave.
So as you see, the things that we're going to cover are basic editing. We're going to put in some graphics. We're going to put in a title and some transitions as well as music, and then at the end, we're going to export the video. The first thing I want to talk about before we go into importing footage is just the layout. There's 4 primary windows. In the lower left-hand corner is your project bin that has all the footage that you'll use. The upper left-hand corner is your source files, or where you're going to mark your in and out points. The upper right-hand side is your final show, and the bottom right-hand corner is your timeline, or the sequence of events that you're going to cut together. Now that you have a sense of the interface and what the movie will look like when it's done, let's start our whirlwind tour of editing video in Premiere Pro. The first step when you start cutting together any video is bringing your media into your project. Now, in this case, I've already created the project and created a timeline. Now, if you're just following along and watching, that's okay. If you're working with your own media, you'll learn how to do all of these tasks in the following chapters as we really dig in deep. So to import media, go ahead and click on the panel that says Media Browser, and we're going to dig down and find the footage that you downloaded with the project files. Now, I've put all the media on the desktop, so I'll have to dig down and find that. In this drop-down window, I can simply go to my home directory and then find my desktop. There's the folder that says Exercise Files, the media, and then you'll see a folder called Chapter 1 Media. If I step into this folder, there's my graphics, music, and video. Now, I've already organized them, and the nice thing about this, I can simply select all of them by drawing a box around them, right-clicking, and say Import. Now, there's a lot of different ways that you're going to be bringing media in, whether it's already on your computer, or it could be on some sort of a video card, or even on tape, and again, we'll explore that later on. If you step over back into the project pane, you'll see that all of these folders have been imported, and if I click on the little triangles, I can see the contents, and that's what we'll be working with. Once you have all your media imported into your project, it's time to actually take a look at it and decide what part of each clip that you want to put into your show. To load a clip from the lower left-hand corner of the project area into the source area in the upper left-hand corner, you can simply double-click on any of the footage and then move your mouse up and simply skim through it by dragging the playhead left or right. You can also hit the space bar to play your video. Now, this is our opening graphic, and we're probably going to take that whole thing, and we'll look at bringing that in a little later, but I'm going to go down and actually select a part of one of my video sources that I want to import. I'm going to go down to the video folder, click on this little triangle here to show the contents of the bin, and we're going to simply open up Camera 1 by double-clicking on it. Now, if I hit the space bar to play this, I see there's a little bit of extra media at the beginning while we're waiting for Vanessa to start speaking.
In 3, 2, 1, and action.
Welcome to
So that's the point that I want to bring my video into my timeline. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. And I want to point out that once you bring a clip into the timeline, you can still refine your edit, and we're going to be doing that a little bit later. Now I'm going to go ahead and mark it as an in point. Now I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut of I for in, but if you like to press buttons, you can simply go over here and press Mark In. If you want to know what any of these buttons do, simply float your mouse on top of them, and Premiere Pro will show you what that button does. Let me go ahead and play a little bit more of this video and mark a point where I want to cut to my next shot.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delight Gluten-Free Magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen.
So she's about to turn. I think that's a good place to make a cut, and I'm going to press the O key to mark the out point. Now, we're not looking at the entire clip on this timeline here. We're only looking at a little part of it. And if I want to, I can simply stretch out the work area, which gives me more of a 10,000-foot view of my clip, and I can see both my in point and my out point. If I stretch this all the way to the end, that's the first 4 minutes that we recorded, and there's the first clip that I'm going to bring into my timeline. And as we continue to edit, we'll simply open up the clip that we want, find the best place to start, the best place to stop, and mark in and out points, and do it over and over again. Once you have selected your in and your out point for your first clip, you're ready to bring it into your timeline. Now, there's a lot of different ways you can bring clips into a timeline. You can drag them, you can use keyboard shortcuts, you can press buttons. For now, because we're going to edit kind of quickly, we're going to just mark in and out points and drag them into our timeline. So I have my in and out point marked. I'm going to simply click and drag and bring this clip into the timeline. Now we can go back and play the out point in our timeline.
Like Gluten-Free Magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen.
So she's just about to turn, and let's go to camera 3, which is a close-up of Vanessa. I'm going to look for the part of the clip where she turns her head and introduces me, and mark an in and an out point, and bring that into my timeline also.
And then let it rise, and then...
So there's the point where she's turning her head. Now remember, I'm going to refine this a little bit later, so if not quite matching the action, don't worry. I'll mark an in point by pressing the I key again.
My friend Adobe is here today to learn how to make an amazing gluten-free main dish.
So that's a good enough chunk of time, about 3 or 4 seconds. I'm going to simply press O to mark an out point, and now I'm going to bring it down into my timeline. You'll notice when I bring it to the timeline that there's a function called snapping, so the clips will snap right to each other. If for some reason they're not snapping on your computer, simply go over here to the magnet and click on it, or press the S key. Now let's see how that edit looks.
So excited to welcome you to our test kitchen. My friend Adobe is here today.
I was pretty lucky on that. That's pretty spot on the match. The only difference is the audio doesn't match from one camera to the other. And we'll look at fixing that in a subsequent movie. Let's go ahead and bring in a third clip, and then we'll bring in the title.
To learn how to make an amazing gluten-free main dish.
So she's looking back at the camera. It's time to cut back to that main shot. Once again, we'll double-click to load camera 1, the wide shot, into our source panel. And as you see, we still have the old in and out points marked, which is good because I know that she's going to come back to camera about right here. There she is looking at the camera. I'll mark an in point, and as soon as I press the I key, you'll notice that the original in and out points disappear. I can press the space bar to play and watch her until she finishes her line.
Main dish. So we're making one of my favorite things right now, and this is a honey barbecue chicken pizza.
I'll simply press O to mark an out point, and once again, drag the clip to the timeline. This time, I think we might not have as good of a cut.
Free main dish.
So we have a little bit of repeating action there, and we'll learn to refine that edit in a later movie. Now, if I want to bring a clip in front of, say, another clip, or in this case, at the very beginning of my timeline, I can do that also by dragging and dropping. Let's go ahead and load our opening graphic called Opening 1280 MP4 into our source monitor. We're going to take the entire clip, so I'm not even going to mark an in and an out point, and I'm going to drag it down to my timeline. Now, if I let go at this point, it's going to do an overwrite edit and actually replace the clip that's on the timeline. But I don't want to overwrite the clip. I want to insert it. And if you notice in the lower left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see that Premiere Pro actually will give you some tips on using modifier keys to change the way the editing works. You see it says Command, and that's going to change it from an insert to an overwrite. Now, if you're on a Windows machine, you don't have a Command key, but the tip will tell you what key you need to use. I'm going to hold down the modifier key, and you'll notice that underneath my cursor, the icon changes from pointing down to pointing to the right, and now when I let go of my mouse, it will insert the opening clip and push everything down the timeline to allow it to fit. Now, as I'm editing, I always go back and play from the previous clip to the next clip to see how the timing is.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats.
Getting the clips on the timeline in the right order is only the first step. The next step is refining your edit and making sure when you cut from shot to shot, everything works smoothly. Now that we have a few clips on our timeline, let's take a look at the edit between shots 3 and shot 4.
Amazing gluten-free main dish.
Now, as you can see, she repeats herself from the close-up and in the wide shot. So I need to either trim off the end of the first clip or trim off the beginning of the second clip. Now, the audio doesn't match, but we'll explore refining audio in a later chapter. And also, you may not be cutting a scene that was shot with 3 cameras, but the techniques are pretty much the same of marking in points and out points and then doing a fine trim in your timeline. The first thing I'm going to do is zoom in on my timeline, and I can do that by pressing the plus key. Just so that I don't have to stare so closely at my monitor, I can actually finesse it without having to use minute actions. Now I'm going to go ahead and play it one more time and make a decision where I want that edit to happen.
Gluten-free main dish.
I like the fact that she's turning to the camera, so I want to just trim off the end of shot number 3. And I can simply go down and place my cursor over the end of that clip, and you'll notice that the cursor changes, and now I have a red roll edit tool, and that allows me just to grab the end of the clip and drag it to the left, and I can shorten it. So I'm going to pull it to the left right to where she turns towards the camera, because cutting on action is always the best point to make an edit. And then I'm going to go over to the next edit and just see what her head's doing. And there it is. She's about to turn. And I think that's going to be perfect. I have a huge gap here, and I can simply grab the clip and slide it over to the left and let it snap closed. Now remember, if your clips don't snap, make sure you turn on snapping by hitting the S key. Let's see how the action looks and not worry too much about the audio.
Today to make an amazing gluten-free.
We're pretty close there, and I think if the audio matched, it would be a perfect edit. Now, if it wasn't quite right, I can always undo that by hitting Command-Z, or on a Windows machine, Control-Z. Or if I was getting closer, I might want to zoom in a little bit more, use the up or down arrow keys to get to my edit point, and do the same steps to refine my edit. Now, we'll learn a lot more refining techniques later on in this course, but for now, this should give you a good idea of how to start fine-tuning your edit. Now, up until this point, it's pretty much the proper order. You import clips, you mark the in and out points, you bring them into your timeline, and you finesse your timeline. In the next movies, I'm going to be doing a variety of steps that might happen in a variety of order. So don't worry if you put transitions in, or you put graphics in, or you work with the audio at different points during your edit. The bottom line is just understanding how to do them. So what we're going to do here is we're going to put a transition from the opening graphic to the opening shot. Now, if I play this, it's relatively smooth by just watching it.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free.
But I want to smooth it out even a little bit more, so we're going to put a dissolve in. Now, the dissolve is the default transition, and we'll learn how to change that later on in the course, but I can do that by simply floating my mouse over the edit point, right-clicking, and choosing the option of Apply Default Transitions. In this case, it's going to simply put a cross dissolve in, and I'll go ahead, press the space bar, and see how it looks.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats.
Now that seemed to work very nicely. If you want to put a different type of transition in, you can find them in the Effects tab that's located right in the same area as your project bin. There is a folder here called Video Transitions, and if I click on the triangle and open that up, you can see the variety of transitions that you have available to you. So if you really didn't want to use the dissolve, maybe you wanted to do some sort of a wipe transition. I can simply select any of these transitions and drop it directly on the timeline. Now, if I had a transition there already, it would replace it, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and delete the transition that I put on by simply making sure I have my selection tool. I'm going to go here, and I want to select the transition, but I'm not quite zoomed in enough to really be able to grab the transition. You see that my cursor has changed to that ripple edit tool. I'm going to press the plus key a few more times. Then I can use the up and down arrow key to find my transition. And now it'll be easier for me to select the transition instead of doing a ripple or a roll type edit. Once it's selected, I can press the delete key, and remove that transition from my timeline. Now let's go ahead and grab the barn doors wipe and drop it directly onto my clip and see how that looks.
Welcome to Delight Gluten.
As you can see, it's very simple to drag and drop a transition into your timeline. If I really didn't like the barn door wipe, I could just grab any other transition, drag it right on top of the one that's already there, and swap them out.
Welcome to Delight Gluten.
I like that a little bit better, and we'll explore how you can modify transitions later on in this course. Now let's take a look at how you can put a title in your program. In this case, we're going to identify the host when she says her name. And to do this, we're going to use two separate elements. We're going to use a prepared graphic with the bars, which is simply a Photoshop document or a TIFF document. And we're also going to use a pre-built title. If you go over to your project folder, you'll see that inside the graphics folder is an item labeled lower third DGF for Delight Gluten Free. If I double-click to load that into my source monitor, I'll see two lines on top of a black background. Now, that black background is actually transparent. So when this graphic was built, they said there is no background. I can just lay it on top and I'll see whatever is below on a lower track. To bring this clip into your timeline, once again, simply grab it and drag it. And instead of putting it onto track 1, you're going to put it onto track 2. And when I let go of my mouse, and I'll move my playhead over a little bit, we can see those lines, and we can see through the graphic to the host introducing herself. Once we've done that, we want to finesse our lower third so it comes on right when she says her name, and it will fade off when she's done.
Gluten-free eats. I'm Vanessa.
So that's pretty good. She's saying, I'm Vanessa. And since we're going to ultimately fade up, I actually want to start a little bit early.
I'm Vanessa Weisberg, executive editor of Delight Gluten Free magazine, and I'm so...
And by the time she says, and, I want to be out. So I'm going to grab the end of that clip and drag it over to the left and let it snap to where my playhead was parked. Now I'm going to do the same thing with the next line, and this is actually a title graphic. And if you scroll down, you'll see there's a folder called Titles. Now, if you've been following along and creating your own timeline, you'll need to open up the project file 01_07, so you'll have the pre-built title that I created. Later on in this course, we'll learn how to create titles from scratch, but for now, I just want you to get a feel for how you would build this. I'm going to go ahead and double-click it. Now, the reason I did this is I want you to see that if you double-click on a title, it actually opens it up in its own separate window where you can modify it. In our case, it's perfect, so I'm going to go ahead and close that window. Now, instead of double-clicking it to load it into the source monitor, I'm going to simply grab it and drag it and drop it into the source monitor, and I can see exactly what it looks like. Now, if I wanted to, I could have grabbed it directly from the project pane and dragged it into my timeline, but let's keep following the same paradigm. It already is positioned properly and everything is typed out, so I can simply grab it, drag it, and now put it on the third video track, and I'll line it up with the very beginning of the lower third and let go. Now to make sure they're the same length, I'm going to zoom in by pressing the plus key. If you overshoot and need to zoom out a little bit, you can press the minus key, and I'll drag the edge so they both end exactly at the same time. Now, these will perfectly line up because I've kind of pre-baked them for you. But one more thing that you may want to do is fade in and fade out the titles. And as we learned in an earlier movie, you can simply right-click and apply your default transitions. So I'm going to put a fade out on both of those layers. I'm going to stretch this out a little bit so I can see the beginning of my clip and do the same thing so they will fade on as she says her name. Now let's take a look at the completed lower third.
Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisberg, executive editor of Delight Gluten Free magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to...
I think that timing and the fade in and fade out looks pretty good, and I'm ready to put more titles into my show. Now, to flesh out our movie and add a little bit of excitement, I'm going to add some music to the beginning and let it flow into the opening shot. and then fade it down so we can actually hear the host and myself speak. If you look over in the project pane, there's a folder called Music, and once again, I can either double-click it or drag it into the source monitor, or I can actually even right-click it, and there's an option towards the very bottom of the drop-down menu that says Open in Source Monitor. And as you can see, this is the waveform of the audio file that I'm going to go ahead and bring into my show. Let's briefly take a listen to the opening of the song. I think that's nice. It sets the mood that we're going to be making some sort of an Italian dish. I'm ready to bring it into my timeline. I can simply grab the audio waveform here and drag that down and drop that onto track 2. Now, if you notice, if I just dragged it and let go anywhere, it might not be at the beginning of my show. So I need to make sure that I drag it all the way to the left. Let's listen to how this sounds while watching the video. Well, I love the music, but it definitely has to be lowered when Vanessa starts speaking, and I may want to raise the volume of her voice up a little bit higher. This is very easy to do in Premiere Pro. What I want to do is open up the audio tracks a little bit, or make them taller so I can see the audio waveform. To do this, I can place my cursor directly over where it says A1, and I'm simply using my scroll wheel, and I'm making the track taller, and now I can actually see the waveform for Vanessa. And then I'm going to scroll down a little bit so I can see audio track 2, which is on music, and do the same thing. If I wanted to, I could hold down the Shift key, and that would expand all of the tracks at the same time. To see this a little better, let me adjust my window so we see more of our timeline and less of the video. Now, depending on the resolution of your computer screen, you probably can see both the audio tracks and the video at the same time without having to change your layout. So as you can see, I now have my music and I have my voice. And if I want to change the levels here, all I have to do is hover my mouse between the left and right channel, and I can actually make them louder or softer by simply dragging my cursor up or down. I'm going to go ahead and bring the audio down to where it says about minus 19 or 20 dB. dB stands for decibels, and if I go ahead and play that and look at my meters, oh, that's a little bit too soft. I want to bring that up a little bit just so that the meters on the far right hit about minus 12. Now, you can simply guess, or you can actually do that while the music is playing. I'll do the same thing to Vanessa's voice because I want her to be a little bit louder, and I will do that while I'm playing. I'm going to place my cursor on top of that middle line, press the space bar.
Delay Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delay Gluten-Free Magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test.
So her voice is a little bit louder, and the music is good at the beginning, but when she starts to talk, I'm going to have to put in what's called a keyframe or break the audio so it dips down underneath her voice. I'm going to go ahead and press the backslash key. That will allow me to see my entire timeline. And what I want to do is put what's called a keyframe right at this point and break the line. Now, if I continue to scroll a little bit more to widen this out, you'll see as I scroll down, in addition to seeing the audio waveforms, I also get two little arrows and a button that allows me to add or remove my keyframes. So what I want to do is simply slide the playhead over here when we start fading in, and I want the music to start dipping under right when we start seeing Vanessa, and I'm going to go over here to press this button. Now, if the button is grayed out, make sure that clip is selected, click on the little diamond, add a keyframe, and then move the playhead over a little bit, and you can click that button again, and now you have two keyframes. If I want to lower my audio, you definitely need two keyframes to create that ramp or that break. If you only have one keyframe, you'll bring the volume down for the entire clip. I'll simply move my mouse over, lower this dramatically, I guess about minus 30, minus 35 dB. and simply hit the play button and see how it sounds.
Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delight.
Well, I think that's a little bit too soft and probably a little too dramatic, so let me go ahead and make it a little bit louder and see how it sounds next to her voice.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delight Gluten-Free magazine.
Now I want to sneak the audio out, so I'm going to bring it down to an absolute volume of 0, and I can do that by once again putting in a keyframe, moving forward a little bit, putting in another keyframe, and dragging that all the way to the bottom to where it says -infinity dB, and you'll see the music fades out.
I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delight Gluten-Free magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen.
If that seems a little bit too abrupt, I can simply drag that over to the right, and it will fade out slowly.
Executive Editor of Delight Gluten-Free magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen. My friend Adobe.
Now, let me scroll over and adjust the height of the line a little bit and the location so we can see on track 1 that the volume has gotten unusually loud because from that angle we just had a camera mic on. Now, ultimately, I would actually replace that audio with clean audio from camera 1, but for now, I just want to reduce the volume level so it doesn't leap out when I'm working on my rough cut. Again, to do that, I would simply grab the line over here and pull it down and take a listen.
Welcome you to our test kitchen. My friend Adobe.
So that's pretty loud. Let me bring it down a little bit more. If you can't quite grab it, go ahead, press the plus key to zoom in, and we'll bring that down to about 13 and see what the edit sounds like.
My friend Adobe is here today to make an amazing...
So that actually kind of smooths it out a little bit, and I want this audio here to match with this audio here, so I'll simply visually grab that and bring that up so I can kind of see where it is. Hit playback.
My friend Adobe is here today to make an amazing...
And we'll learn how to finesse that audio so that it matches later on in the course. As you can see, adding music to a program is pretty simple. It's just dragging it to an unused track, adjusting the volume, and fading it out when necessary. Once you've finished your program, you're ready to export it so you can deliver it via the web, or to a disk, or to tape. To export any finished video, make sure that your timeline is selected. Simply go up to the File menu, press Export Media, and you'll be presented with a dialog box from Adobe Media Encoder. Now, you can export your video exactly to match your sequence, same frame size, same frame rate, same codec, by simply clicking Match Sequence Settings, or you could re-encode it for a variety of different devices or locations. First thing you would do is choose what format. So in this case, we're going to choose H.264 because we're going to the web. And then you're presented with a dialog box, and you can target the specific device that you'll want to play your movie on. In this case, let's go ahead and choose an iPad or an iPhone version 4 or newer. Once you have that done, go to the lower left side, make sure that you've switched from sequence in to out to the entire sequence if you want to export your entire movie, and simply press the export key. If you want to export multiple movies at the same time, instead of pressing export, you could actually hit the Q key so you could queue them up and get back to work in Premiere Pro. Before you can start editing, you're going to have to launch the application. So let's take a look at what happens the first time you launch Premiere Pro. I'm going to go ahead and launch it from my dock because I'm on a Macintosh. On a Windows machine, you may launch it from your taskbar or in either system directly from your Applications folder. Now, when you launch Premiere Pro, the first screen you'll be greeted with is this welcome screen. And if you've been playing around with Premiere prior to watching this course, you may have some projects listed under Recent Items. If this is absolutely the first time you launch the application, that will be blank. Now, in the upper left-hand corner, there is an option for syncing your settings to the Creative Cloud. If you've already synced your settings or you've already logged in, your name will be here, but the first time you launch, it's going to ask you to put your email address and your password that you use when you subscribe to the cloud. Once you do that, it will log you in, and many of the custom settings that you create within Premiere will have a duplicate on the cloud, allowing you to launch Premiere from almost anywhere in the world that you have internet and work with Premiere just like you would be working with your desktop or laptop at your home or office. Now, if somebody else is logged in already, you can just go to Use Settings from a different account and then log in with your user and password. Now, of course, you can open previous projects from within Premiere with the Open Projects folder, or you can just double-click on any projects that already exist in your hard drive. We're going to create a new project, and when you do that, you're greeted with the following New Project screen. And there's really only a few things you need to know about this before you can hop in and start editing. The first thing is give your project a title. You can't have 2,500 projects all named Untitled in your computer, or else you're going to get confused. We're learning how to cook a gluten-free pizza in this project, so I'm going to name that Delight Gluten-Free Pizza, and by default, Premiere likes to store your project files inside your Documents folder. But you can change that. I'm going to actually store them in a Projects folder on my desktop. I'll simply hit Browse, go to my desktop, choose that Projects folder, and you'll notice that now it's updated, and that's where my project will reside. The next choice you may need to make is, do you just want to use the CPU and the RAM in your machine to give you real-time playback, or perhaps you might have a video card that allows you to accelerate playback for less rendering. Depending on what type of video card you have in your machine, you may never need to render with Premiere Pro. Let me go ahead and choose my video card, and if I choose a video card that hasn't been certified by Adobe, I can still try to use it anyway. And the reason a card might not be certified is perhaps it's too new and they haven't had a chance to test it, or it's so old that it's not worth their time to see how well it works. Basically, I always turn this on, and if the card you have can make things play back faster and in real time, all the better. These other choices can be changed anytime during the editing process, but I do want to point out that next to General, you have your scratch disks. Again, by default, Premiere likes to store things with the project file. So all of these are going to be stored in that folder that I just targeted, which is great because it's going to help me clean house when I'm done. If for some reason my workflow demands I save, for instance, my media to an external media drive, I can target them individually by just clicking and choosing a custom location. Let's go ahead and press OK and launch the Premiere Pro interface. Before we start editing, I do want to point out that in the lower left-hand corner of the screen is where you would access your sync settings. And these are the same sync settings that we were greeted with in the opening dialog box, so if you didn't change them then, you can change them now. And if you want to manage how Premiere Pro handles your sync settings and what it actually syncs, you can go in and choose whether you want to have your settings, your layouts, and your shortcuts all synced to the cloud so you can access them, or only some of those elements. And of course, if you're sharing your machine, you may want Premiere to automatically clear your settings when you quit the application. Let me go ahead and press the OK button and close that dialog box, and now you know what you're going to be greeted with when you launch Premiere Pro. In this movie, we're going to take a quick tour of the interface. Now, there's two things I want to point out. First, your screen may look a little bit different than mine because I'm recording this at a lower screen resolution than probably you have. So you may see more audio tracks, and the icons may be a little bit smaller, and you can see more of them, for instance, in the lower left-hand side. Another reason things may look a little bit different is if you've been playing around with Adobe Premiere and using it to edit a show, you may have changed the screen layout. Well, I can't change the resolution of my screen and still have you be able to understand and view it, but we can put us all in the same starting point. And to do that, you're going to go up to Window, Workspace, Editing should be checked, and then you're going to go ahead and reset your current workspace to the default for editing. And on the Macintosh, It's Option Shift 0. Simply say yes to this dialog box, and your screen will reset to the default layout. Now, I was already at the default layout, so there was no change in my screen, but yours might have updated. Now, let's go ahead and take a tour of the interface. In the upper left-hand corner is the source monitor, and that's where you're going to be placing clips and deciding what part of the clip goes into your show, and marking in and out points. Going around clockwise is the program monitor on the right side. This is where your final show will appear. So if you do any kind of graphics or color correction or effects, you'll see them on top of your clips. Directly below that is the timeline, and you can have one or more sequences in this area. Now, a timeline and a sequence, I'll be using those terms almost interchangeably. It's basically a graphical view of your show from beginning to end. Now, I'm going to go ahead and with this window selected, press the / key, and it will actually allow me to view my entire timeline. So here I basically see a graphical representation, the beginning, middle, and end of my program. We'll go into a lot more detail about this in later lessons. Finishing out the 4 main windows is in the lower left is your project file. And this is where you access all of the media that you'll use to cut together your program. There are also 2 smaller windows that you're going to take advantage of. On the far right side are audio meters. If I go ahead and play the program, and I'll do this by simply pressing the spacebar, you'll see the audio levels rise and fall based upon the volume of the speaker and the music.
And I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen.
In between the timeline and the project panes is a really thin window that has your toolbar. Now, these are all the different tools that you can use when cutting your show. Now, if you've used a word processor, you're already familiar with tools that when you click on them allow you to do different things in a program. In this case, it's everything from selecting a clip to cutting a clip to moving a clip around your timeline. Again, we'll look at each of these buttons in more detail as we need them throughout the course. Now, you may have noticed that in each of these 4 primary panes, there are some additional tabs, such as a media browser, info about your clips, an effects drop-down pane, and if I go up to the upper level, you can see effects controls, an audio clip mixer, and so on. What's more important to notice is this thin bar. If you're working on a lower resolution screen and everything is kind of squeezed together, you may run out of space for all of these tabs. If you grab this bar and you slide it right or left, you can actually see all of the tabs that would normally be in that pane. Now, we're going to explore most of these throughout the course, so I'm not going to go into what each one of these tabs do. Finally, switching back to the source window, as well as you can see in the program window, there is a series of buttons below your video. These buttons are much like the buttons you would find on your DVD player or even your streaming box. You can hit play, fast forward, rewind, jump to the beginning of the show, the end of the show, as well as additional editing tools such as marking in and out points. And now you should have an overall sense for the default interface for Premiere Pro. One thing I really like about Premiere Pro's interface is the ability to customize it to the way that I like to work. I can very easily adjust the size of the windows and move the individual tabs to different panels. Let's take a look at how that would work. If I place my cursor between any 2 windows or any 2 panes, I can simply slide them up or down. So if I needed more real estate in my timeline because I had lots and lots of layers or lots and lots of tracks, it's very easy for me to adjust that by just clicking and dragging. I can also do the same thing between windows left and right. Let me go ahead and move this down a little bit. And as you can see, if I needed more or less space, I can simply move these around and adjust it to exactly the size that I want. If I was working on audio and I wanted my meters to be really big, I simply would stretch them out. This is really good if you're doing any kind of 5:1 surround sound or multiple track editing. Now, in addition to being able to resize each of the individual panes, I can also not only just select these tabs, but I can relocate them. So for instance, if I'm used to having all of my media that's in my project pane in the upper left-hand corner of my screen, I can simply grab it and drag it and drop it into that area. I want you to note that depending on where you let go, you're going to get a different result. I can drag it to the middle, and if you notice, you'll see a purple highlight dead center, or I could actually drag it to each of the edges. Now, if I drag it to the middle and let go, what happens is that tab now gets moved into the panel in the upper left-hand corner. And in an earlier video, we learned that this slider allows us to see all of the tabs in the panel in case you have more tabs than the panel will reveal. Now, what would happen if I grabbed it and dragged it and put it into one of the corners? Let me go ahead, click on this, bring it back to where it was originally, and you'll notice that when I dragged it back, it didn't immediately jump to the left side where it was before. It actually went to the very end of that pane. Well, I can rearrange any of these tabs simply by dragging them left and right and position them exactly where I need them to be. Now, if I took and dragged it into the upper left-hand corner, but instead of dropping it in the middle, I dropped it either on the top or, say, the left side, I'll get a different result. By dropping it onto one of these flaps, I actually create a new pane, so now I have two adjacent elements, and that might be an easier way for me to work. So when you drop something in the center, it adds that tab to the pane, and if you drop it on any of the flaps, it will create a new pane. Now, if I did that by accident, I could simply grab it, drag it over, and drop it on here, and we can get the result that we anticipated. Not only does this work with your 4 primary panels, you can do this with both the audio panel as well as the tool panel. So for instance, if I grab the tool panel and drag it all the way to the top and see that thin little flap, when I let go, I now have a wonderfully large space where I can easily find my tools. Now, of course, that's not what I would really do. I would actually grab this and resize it, so now all my tools are in the top part of my user interface. A lot like some of the word processing programs you might already be using. Now, I'm working on a single screen, but this becomes very valuable if you have a dual screen or dual monitor setup. You can set up your interface exactly how you like it. Now, once you've created the perfect interface for your needs, simply go over to Window, Workspace, and select New Workspace. Give it the name that you want, and press OK. I'm going to go ahead and cancel this so that for the rest of the course, your drop-down menu will match mine. In addition to creating new workspaces, as you can see, there are 7 preset workspaces that are already defined for basic editing needs. Some of these are audio or color correction, working with effects, or even working with metadata. Primarily, you're going to be using the editing workspace, and if you like to go back in time, you could use the 5.5 layout. I would only do that if you're going out to play Pong at the video arcade. So let's go ahead and reset to the default workspace for editing. The keyboard shortcut for this on a Mac would be Option-Shift-0, and on a Windows machine, it would be Alt-Shift-0. You'll see a dialog box that asks, do you really want to reset your windows so you don't actually do this by mistake? We'll click Yes and return to our default setup. The good thing about Premiere Pro is there's 5 or 6 ways to do everything. The bad thing about Premiere Pro is there's 5 or 6 ways to do everything, and that can be a little bit confusing. In this video, I'm going to show you examples of the different ways you can drive Adobe Premiere Pro. The first thing we're going to do is bring a new clip into our source monitor, and we'll go down to the project folder, and I want you to take a look at something. I can look at the clips and folders in my project panel, either as icons or in a more traditional view, such as a list. And to do that, I'm going to simply click on this List View button. So the first way to drive is clicking on buttons. And you'll see there's buttons all over the screen, whether they're at the bottom of your project panel or at the bottom of your source or your program panel, such as play, rewind, go to your endpoint. And one thing I love about the buttons is that when I hover my mouse over any of them, I'll get a tooltip that tells me exactly what that button does. It also tells me a keyboard shortcut. But first, let's go ahead and select a clip that we want to bring into our source monitor. Now, as you see, I have a small amount of space because of my screen real estate. And one of the coolest things I found in Premiere Pro is that if I press the tilde key, it will actually enlarge whatever window my mouse is hovering over to full screen. And this is awesome if I want to just quickly find something and then shrink it back down again. Now let's say I want to grab one of my graphics at the very bottom of the screen. I can simply click on the triangle, and that will open up, and I'm going to use the scroll wheel on my mouse to take a look at the contents. Now if I press the tilde key again, it shrinks back down to its original location. In addition to using the scroll wheel on your mouse, you could grab the slider to the right side of any panel to find the specific item that you're looking for. Let's go ahead and grab the wide shot from camera 1. I'm going to simply grab pizza 01-A-WS.MOV, and just for your reference, that's how I've labeled my shots and cameras, pizza being the show, 01 being the scene, A being the camera, and then I had a note to myself, WS, because that's a wide shot. Now I can grab and simply drag it to the upper left-hand window and let go, and the clip will now appear in that window. Now once I'm in that window and I want to play the clip, so if I wanted to scrub through the clip, I can simply grab the yellow playhead indicator and move it left or right to find the part of the scene that I want to work with. If I wanted to just play the clip, I could simply hit the play button like I would on a DVD player.
Absolutely. It's a great task for kids. This show is so...
Or I could press the space bar to start and stop playback. Now, in addition to being able to drag things around, there's other ways to drive Premiere Pro. As you noticed, when I wanted to play, I could hit the space bar. Well, there's a lot of keys on the keyboard that are actually shortcuts for a lot of the actions that you would do with the mouse. For instance, if I wanted to play backwards, I could hit the J key. Or if I wanted to fast forward, I could double tap the L key and race through my clip. Now, we'll look at a lot of keyboard shortcuts as we go through this course, but I wanted you to be aware that if you'd like to use keyboard shortcuts, you can use them in Premiere Pro. You can also use what's called contextual menus, and you get to those by simply right-clicking on specific areas of your screen. So for instance, if I right-clicked on a clip in my project panel, I would get a drop-down window of all the things I could do with that clip. If I right-click in a different area of the interface, I would get a slightly different drop-down window. So if you get a little bit lost and you're not exactly sure how to do something, try right-clicking or control-clicking if you don't have a two-button mouse to see what options might be available to do to that item in the drop-down window. And speaking of drop-down windows, you'll also notice there's an area on the upper right-hand corner of many of the panes which also have drop-down windows. Now these aren't right-clicking, this is just clicking on the icon. And again, this will allow you to modify the pane, change the contents of what you're viewing in that window, or add overlays to help you with your edit. You'll find a similar menu at the bottom of the source and program monitors, where you'll see a small wrench. By clicking on the wrench, you'll bring up the same drop-down window that we saw in the upper right-hand corner. And of course, you can always go to any of your main menus at the top of the screen to perform many of the actions that you would do with a keyboard shortcut or by dragging. If an element is grayed out, that means you can't perform that action in the window or pane that you're in or with the clip that you have selected. And to quickly review some of the different ways you can drive Premiere Pro, you can double-click. In this case, we've loaded a clip that starts off that's black. I can simply click and drag. I could right-click to open it up or use a keyboard shortcut. And when I'm ready to edit, I can simply either drag it from the left window to the right window, drag it down to the timeline and place it exactly where I want it to go, or I can even use a keyboard shortcut or button such as period and comma to do insert and overwrite edits. What's important to remember is the flexibility of being able to edit the way that you want, whether it's clicking and dragging, keyboard shortcuts, or drop-down menus. As long as you get the job done and the program finished, it's a success. Now, a big question is, how can I make Premiere Pro run better on my machine? Well, understanding how Premiere Pro uses the resources in your machine will give you a head start. The first thing you might have heard is something called the Mercury Playback Engine. And that sounds very confusing. It's like, is that a physical object? And the truth is no. The Mercury Playback Engine is actually a combination of several items in your computer. It's a combination of how Premiere Pro uses the RAM that you have, the processor or processors that are in your system, as well as the video card. Now, let's take a look at the system I'm working on. Now, we're on a Mac, so I can find out the details about my system under About This Mac. You can find out similar information on your PC. And the first thing I want to look at is memory. Now, this system has 8 gigabytes of memory. That's okay, but the more memory you have, the more memory Premiere will take advantage of. And that's one essential part of the Mercury Playback Engine. It loves memory, and unlike older software, which usually had an upper limit of using only 4 gigabytes of RAM, the more RAM you throw at it, the more RAM it will use. So you can put an 8, 16, 32, 64, even up to 192 gigabytes of RAM, and it will leverage that. Now, personally, I think investing in 192 gigabytes of RAM might be a little excessive, but I like to use 12 or 16 gigabytes of RAM, and some machines come direct from the factory with 32 gigabytes of RAM installed. In this case, more is better. The next thing to keep in mind are the processors. Now, you can have dual-core processors and quad-core processors and multiple of these processors. The more processors you have, and the faster these processors run, the more robust performance you'll get out of Premiere Pro. The third part of the equation is your video graphics card. Over time, these cards have gotten faster, and they have their own memory installed. You may hear the term GPU, or Graphics Processor Unit, to determine the speed of the card, and since each of these cards has memory, it may be 512 megabytes, or a gigabyte, or 2 gigabytes. The more RAM that the video card has, and the faster it is, the more real-time playback you're going to get from your machine. So how can you leverage this knowledge to make your current machine faster? Well, the first thing you can do is add more RAM. If you can swap out from, say, 8 to 16, you'll see a performance increase right there. You can also swap out the video card in many desktops and some laptops, and again, the faster the video card, the more responsive the application is going to be. Of course, a brand new computer is always going to be faster, but these are some ways that you can get some more mileage out of your current systems. In this video, we're going to look at adjusting some basic user preferences. Not a lot, just to give you an idea of where you would find your preferences to change, and a couple of things I think you should change to make your life a little easier. Now, on a Macintosh, you'll find your preferences located directly under the words Premiere Pro in the drop-down menu. And if you're on a Windows machine, it would be located under the Edit menu at the very bottom of the list. Let me go ahead and open up the preferences, and it really doesn't matter which one I click on, as it opens up one universal window that has all of these elements in it. But we're going to go ahead and just change a few things and give you an idea how it works. So the first thing I might change is the duration of my video transitions. By default, it's 30 frames. And for most video, 30 frames equals 1 second. Now, there are some cameras that shoot 24 frames a second, and there are many parts of the world where the standard is 25 frames per second. So in the US, I might change this to 15 if I want half-second dissolves and half-second transitions. And in Europe or Australia or most places around the world, I may change it to 12 if I want a half-second video transition. I'm going to go ahead and change this to 15 since I'm working in the US with 30 frames per second video. Now, with audio, it's a little bit different. We're not dealing with frames, we're actually dealing with real time, because that's how Adobe thinks with sound, because it's dealing with audio by the sample level. So if I want a half a second dissolve, I'll simply type in 0.5. Now, don't worry, you can always change this while you're editing, and even once you've edited a transition into your program, you can still change its duration after the fact. Another thing I'd like to point out is under Appearance, there's an option to make the screen lighter or darker. Now, if you make it lighter, it is going to be easier to see, but realize if you're sitting in front of this screen for 6, 8, 10 hours at a time, a brighter screen is going to cause greater eye fatigue. So as a general rule of thumb, I like to keep it at its default setting, and sometimes even a little bit darker. Now I can truly focus on the images in the program as opposed to the program's interface. One last change that I want to show you within the preferences is under autosave. By default, Premiere Pro will save a version of your show every 15 minutes with up to 20 versions saved. Now, if you're new to editing or you edit quickly and you forget to save, I like to change this time from 15 minutes down to 5. And you can increase the maximum number of projects, but 20 is a good number because that's going to let you go back in time about 100 minutes or 2 hours. Just make sure you have automatically saved projects checked, because with this unchecked and a system crash, you'll lose everything. But don't worry, it is checked by default. Now, I'm not going to go into all the other preferences at this time. We'll learn about them in context when we need them. Let's go ahead and press OK to accept these preference changes. There's one other preference I wanted to talk about, but I need to show you how it currently works so you can decide what will work best for you. And that's when, for instance, you're inside your project pane and you double-click on one of these folders, which we also call bins. Now, if I just do a standard double-click, it will open up a new window for the contents of that folder. And to me, this is pretty messy. I really wanted to keep my screen neat. So what they've done is they've allowed you to use some modifier keys. And let me go ahead and close this. And if I hold down the Command key when I double-click, you'll notice that it will open up that folder, but it will attach it very neatly in the same window that it came from. If I close it to click on the X, you'll notice something has happened. I've lost my project pane, because what's happened is it's substituted the new folder for the old folder. This will probably happen to you at some time or another, and I wanted to do this intentionally because if you lose one of these panes, don't panic. You can always go to this drop-down menu that says Window, find the missing element you're looking for, and select it. And I can slide it from the right side where it opens up back to where it belongs. If you look closely, we're still looking inside the folder that I had double-clicked on. And if I want to step back into the actual master project, I can simply click on this small up arrow inside the folder, and it will take me up a level. Now, the reason I went to this depth is that I personally don't like these floating windows that pop up. And you can change a preference so that every time you double-click, you don't need to hold down a modifier key, and it will keep your screen nice and clean. Let's return back to our preferences now that we understand how it works normally. Go ahead and select General. Now, if you're on a Windows machine, remember, it's at the bottom of the Edit menu command. And you'll notice here where it says Bins, I'll refer to these as folders occasionally because they look like a folder. These are the default options. So instead of opening a new window, when I double-click, I want to just have it open in either Place or open a new tab. What I like is to open a new tab. That way I always have my main project window available to me, and as I click on each of these folders, it opens them up individually, and I can simply slide back and forth. Let's select Open New Tab as the default, hit OK, and take a look at how it now works. So there, we've opened up this folder, but if I scroll back, I still have my main project bin. So those were some basic preference changes and a little bit of how the system thinks and works. As we continue through the course, you'll learn a lot more preferences that can enhance your workflow and make your editing faster. By now, you should have a basic understanding of how Adobe Premiere Pro thinks and works. Let's go ahead and create a new project, a new sequence, and set it up to edit. So as we saw in an earlier video, to create a new project, I can double-click on New Project. We see the same dialog box that we saw before. Let's go ahead and we'll give it the name New Project. Now, I wouldn't normally name your show New Project because you'll always have then a new project and a newest project, and it's kind of like scripts. You have your final, real final, and then real final 2.0. So just go ahead, give it a name just so you can practice. And remember, you want to select the location where it's going to reside or where it's going to end up. Now, we created a folder on our desktop for projects. If you haven't done this, the default location would have been in your Documents folder. So I like where it's going. Everything is fine. I'm going to hit OK just as we did before. Now, this is where the rubber meets the road. If you've used previous versions of Premiere Pro or some other editing systems, a lot of times when you create a project, it will always create a single sequence to get you started. Premiere Pro now will open up the project file, and then you create the sequence that you need. Now, just like we learned in an earlier video, there's lots of ways to do everything, and there's lots of ways to create a new sequence. One of the ways is simply going to the File menu, going up under New, and choosing Sequence. And as you can see, you can do this with the keyboard shortcut also. There are other ways to create a new sequence, and you'll learn those as we go through the rest of the course. Now, this window may be a little bit daunting at first, and if you're a little bit afraid of it, you can actually hit Cancel. And you're thinking, well, why did I just go through this step? Well, I wanted you to see this screen, and a lot of times you know exactly the format that the timeline needs to be, such as, is it standard definition, such as DV or DV widescreen? Or maybe it's a high definition flavor, such as DVC Pro HD, or maybe a flavor of XDCAM. If you already know what format it needs to be, you can go ahead and select whichever format you're going to want to edit in and say OK. But suppose you don't know the exact flavor of video that you'll be using. This is where it gets really nice. I can simply hit Cancel, and then once I bring in a piece of video, I can use that piece of video and say, make a sequence based on the size of the video, the frame rate, and even the codec. I'll talk about importing media in a later video, but for now, let me go ahead and bring in one single clip. I'm going to do this by right-clicking and selecting Import, and then I get a dialog box. Now, I'm already inside the folder that's on my desktop. If you're in a different location, go ahead and click on Desktop to navigate to this level. Click on Exercise Files to open that up. And inside there's a folder called Media. The exercise files have two additional folders in the Media folder that we will use later. But for now, it's okay just to focus on the Chapter 1 Media folder. I'm going to go ahead and bring in Camera 1 Wide Shot because the bulk of my footage uses this frame size and codec. Simply double-click on it or select it and press the Import, and it will now appear in your project pane. This is where it gets really fun. I simply want to make a sequence that matches this footage. Let me go ahead and double-click it so you can see the shot. So there it is, and I have no timeline in the lower right-hand corner, as evidenced by the fact that Adobe is actually telling me, timeline, no sequences. So now I want to take this clip. I can right-click on it and go to the drop-down menu and create a new sequence from the clip, or I can simply grab any clip that I want and drop it on this little piece of paper down here, and it will automatically create a brand new sequence based upon frame size, frame rates, and codecs. And now I don't have to worry that my footage doesn't match my sequence. You'll also notice that it has named the sequence after the shot. So you may want to go back in and change it to whatever the shot was called, to whatever you want to call your sequence. For simplicity's sake, I will call this timeline. Now you'll notice there is a yellow line directly above the clip. If you're coming from other editing software, you might think that this is a warning that there's a sequence mismatch. In the case of Premiere Pro, this is not a danger sign. The yellow line is saying that it's going to have to do some processing on the fly, but you still will have real-time playback with no dropped frames. If you're on a faster system, or using video that is less compressed than the video that I'm using, you may not see a yellow line at all. And finally, if you want to confirm what the settings are for your sequence, you can go up to the drop-down menus on top, click on Sequence, and select Settings. Now, you'll notice this is grayed out. And this will probably happen to you a lot, and you'll go, why is it grayed out? Something must be broken. Nothing is broken. You need to make sure that you select the sequence first, because you could have multiple sequences available, each with its own settings. So I'm going to select my sequence, and now when I go to the drop-down menu, sequence settings is not grayed out. I can click on it, and I can see all the parameters of this sequence based upon my original footage. And now I'll click OK to close the window. As you see, you can create a sequence to specific parameters, or you can just base the sequence on any clip in your project file. Now keep in mind that it's only the first clip that you drop in that will allow you to match the sequence to that clip's settings. All subsequent clips will not affect the sequence settings. As a matter of fact, they'll automatically conform to whatever settings are there. Now, an important rule of thumb is that first clip should be primarily the format that you want to work in. So, for instance, if you have one old standard definition clip that you may want to start your show with, and you drop that in first, your entire timeline is going to be standard def. So, if you know you're going to be using a lot of high-def footage, make sure the first clip that you drop in the sequence is representative of all your footage, and you can always delete that later if you want to start your show with an old standard def shot. Now, when putting together a video, you'll use a variety of media. Let's take a look at some of the media that you'll be using and how it appears in Premiere Pro. Go to your project pane, and if you're in the icon view, make sure you switch over to the list view. Now, I'm going to make this full screen by pressing the tilde key in the upper left-hand corner. And this way you can see a real global big picture view of all the different things that you're going to see in your project pane and all the different types of media that you're going to work with. Now, if you're using the exercise files, you will notice that some of the media that I'm pointing out in this video is not in your exercise file folders. That's because this media was not used in the final production, and I wanted to make sure you had the smallest download possible. Now, don't worry, there's a version of everything that I'm pointing out in these folders, but some specific media you might see in this video you won't see in your exercises. Now, the primary type of media is going to be video, and that may be video that has audio attached. If you look at Camera 1 Charlie, you'll see several clips that have both a blue film strip and a green audio waveform. So this is an indication that this is a clip that has both video and audio associated with it. You'll also notice that it has a label that's blue, and that's a way you can quickly determine if it's video only or if it's video with sound. Because if you look further down the screen, where I have some of my animated graphics, those are light purple, and you don't see the green waveform icon attached to it. That's a video-only clip. Above that, you'll see a dark purple label and a slightly different icon. And you'll see this icon whenever you have a still image. That could be a JPEG, that could be a TIFF file, it could be a photo or a graphic. But any way you look at it, it's a still image. If we scroll further down, you'll see that we have some audio-only files. Underneath music, you'll see the Italian Waltz. That is just a green icon with a waveform with a teal label. If we look down a little bit further, you'll see a small stack and a green label. And if you look at the very top of the screen, you'll also see a small stack with a green label. These stacks are indications of some sort of a sequence. We've learned about basic sequences that you edit into. You can also have sequences that go into other sequences, and those are called nests, and that's what you see on top. And at the bottom where you see pizza_01, at the very end you'll see the word multi. That is actually what's called a multicam sequence, and it's a situation where you might have recorded several cameras at the same time, and you want to automatically be able to switch between them. Now, why all this is so important is that when you edit, you want to be able to quickly and visually determine what type of clip you might be grabbing. Because you might be going into a graphics bin, and if you didn't organize them by animated versus still, you could grab a still graphic when you're looking for the animated graphic, or vice versa. The last thing I want to show you is another way that you can determine the type of media that you're working with. If I right-click on any of the label names on the top of the project pane, I'll get a drop-down that says Metadata Display. Now, don't panic when you see how complex this is. We're going to make one simple change. We're going to go under where it says Premiere Pro Project Metadata, and we're going to turn on Media Type. I'll press OK, and now we have an entire category which actually says what type of media we're working with. Stills, video, folders, which are called bins in the video world. And by the way, take a look. The video without sound is called video, but the video that has audio is called a movie. One thing that you aren't seeing, that if the video is offline, which means the program can't find it, it will be notated there, and the icon to the left will have a line through it. Now, we've been looking at this in the list view, and this is the most efficient way to look at the type of media you have, as well as specific parameters about that media. But if we switch back to the icon view, you'll actually be able to see, in this case, the folders. And if I step into any one of the folders, for instance, the first video folder, which was Camera 1 Charlie, you can actually see a poster frame from the video clip. Let's go ahead and press the tilde key and return our screen back to its default layout. Understanding the different icons and colors that represent the different types of media that you're using will allow you to edit faster and more efficiently. Well, now that you have a good sense of Premiere Pro, let's take a look at importing media. Before I get started, I do want to emphasize one key thing, and that is when you import media into Premiere Pro, all you're really doing is creating a pointer or a shortcut to the original media wherever it resides, whether that's on your internal hard drive, an external hard drive, or a camera card. If you eject the external hard drive or erase the camera card and you open up Premiere Pro, it won't have anything to point at and your media will go offline. So it's good to understand that all you're creating is a shortcut. And if you're working with a camera card, you should always copy the media off first before you import it. Now, with that said, let's go ahead and bring some media into our project. Now, you can bring media in a variety of ways. You can use the import command, which is underneath the File menu. You can drag and drop from your desktop directly into the project pane, but the best way to bring media in is to use the media browser. And the reason the media browser is so useful because it allows you to actually see a poster frame or a sample of the footage that you're bringing in. Let's go ahead and step into the media browser. I'm going to press the tilde key to bring it full screen, and I'm going to dig down to my desktop. Now, my desktop has an extra file on it that you don't have. Whether you're a premium subscriber and you have the exercise files, or just following along, this is a special file that I created just so you can see how the media browser could work. Now, what I've done is I've created a folder called All Media, which contains a variety of sources, including still images, graphics, and video. Now, the beautiful thing about using the media browser is that I can see an image for each piece of my media. So, for instance, the barbecue pizza photograph, I can see that image, as well as all the magazine covers. Now, if I go down to any of the video clips and just move my mouse left or right, I can actually scrub through the clip, and Adobe calls this hover scrubbing. And this is a great way to find a specific clip because you can very quickly search through the entire piece of media. And in this case, we have a graphic where the first frame is actually white, but as I hover scrub through it, I can actually see it's my opening animation. Now, once I find the clip that I want to work with, I can simply right-click on it and select Import, and that will bring it directly into my project. If I stepped over to the project, you can see that the opening has been imported, and I'm looking at this in the list view, and if I wanted to, I could simply go down to the lower left-hand corner and switch to the icon view so I can scrub through it in my project pane. Now, I don't have to bring clips in one at a time from the media browser. I can select the specific ones I want by lassoing them, or holding down a modifier key, which is Command on a Mac, or Control on a PC, and select the exact ones that I want to import. If I want to bring them all in, I simply can select all, right-click, and import. Now these clips were all thrown into a single folder on my hard drive. But if you've already organized your media into distinct folders on your hard drive, such as B-roll, music, graphics, etc., and so on, Premiere Pro will really take advantage of that, and we'll explore that in an upcoming video. In an earlier video, we learned how to import media through the media browser when everything was just in one giant folder. But what about a situation where you've already done the advanced work and you've organized your media on your hard drive? Let's take a look at a workflow that will make things smoother and faster. I'm going to hide Premiere Pro using the drop-down menu so we can take a look at the files that are on our desktop. Now, if you're a premium subscriber to lynda.com, you have these exercise files and you can follow along, or you can use your own files, or you can just sit back and watch. Now, inside the exercise files folder are several folders. There's your media folder and your projects folder, and inside the media folder, I have 3 folders. If you're a premium subscriber, you'll have 4 folders because an additional folder was added after this was recorded. And one is called General Media. And if I double-click on that to look inside, I see that I have already organized all of my media into folders. I took each of the cameras and put them inside of a folder, the covers of the magazine for Delight Gluten-Free, both my animated and my still graphics, and so on. So since I've done all of this work, I want to be able to leverage this in Premiere Pro. I'm going to jump back into Premiere Pro by simply clicking on it in my dock, or if you're on a Windows machine, you can click on it in your taskbar, and now step into the media browser. Once I'm in the media browser, I'm going to press the tilde key so you can kind of see what's going on, and there you can see my general media folder and all the folders inside. Now, you need to be careful how you bring this in because all your hard work could disappear if you do it wrong. If I right-clicked on the general media folder and simply said import, it's going to bring in all my files. And once again, you see I have these Photoshop files. And if you're following along, just hit OK each time that pops up. We're going to look at that later in the graphics video. But I'm going to swing over to the project, and there is my general media folder, and inside, nothing is organized. Let me go select all and press delete. Stepping back over into the media browser, I'm going to select the group of folders inside the general media folder, select all, or if I wanted to, instead of selecting all of them, I could simply select the individual folders that I need to work with. Once these folders are selected, I can simply right-click and import them. Again, any Photoshop documents, I can just for now hit OK. And when I step back inside my project pane, there are all my files organized exactly the way they were on my computer. I really like bringing media in this way because it's much easier usually for me to organize everything beforehand into folders on my computer and then keep that organization later. It makes it fast and efficient, and if other people are using this media or if I'm using this media at a later date, I already have it organized. There's often times when you've already created a Premiere Pro project and you either want to bring in everything from that project or just grab some of the media that you referenced in that project. And Premiere Pro offers some really elegant solutions for either of these cases. If I'm in a project and I want to bring in, say, a timeline of an existing project and all the media, because I may be recreating a show that I did 6 months ago, or I might be doing, say, a weekly show and I want to use all the same elements, I can simply use the import command, Command-I on a Mac or Control-I on a PC, and I'll get this import dialog box. Now, if I select an existing project, and I'm going to go ahead and select the project from Chapter 1, which I know has some media, So let me go ahead and step back to my desktop, dig into my exercise files, into the project folder, and I'm going to go ahead and choose Chapter 1, and bring in Project 1. Now, by selecting this and clicking Import, I'll get another dialog box that will ask me, do I want to import the entire project, or perhaps I just want to import a single timeline and its associated media. I like this because I can grab everything or be really specific and say, oh yeah, I did 7 different timelines in that project, and I really only want to bring in timeline number 1. With this selected, I'll hit OK. It'll show me the timelines that are in that project. In this case, it's just 1. It's also going to show me the folders or the bins that I had organized my media in. I'm going to click on Timeline and press OK. Now, if we look inside our project folder, there's a new folder labeled after that project name, and I'll just click on the triangle to reveal the contents. Let's make that full screen by hitting the tilde key and pressing Icon View and stepping again inside the folder, and we can see all the elements that I used in that previous project. Now, what Premiere Pro is doing is creating new shortcuts or aliases to the existing media. So if the media in that old project is offline, or you've moved it and the links are broken, you're going to have broken links in the imported version. You can either relink it at this point, which we'll learn about in a later movie, or open up the original project and confirm everything is attached. Now, I like this, but I'm going to show you something I like even better. Let me go back and step into the main project pane and delete this media. Instead of using import, I'm going to use the media browser to find the footage I want in my existing projects. I'll click on Media Browser, and I'm going to go to my Exercise folder, and inside there is the Projects folder. Now, as you see, there are all of my projects. I'm going to go and open up the triangle for Chapter 1. I'll select the folder for Chapter 1, and I can actually see all of the projects that came with the exercise files. If you don't have the exercise files, you can try this with any project that you might have created. Now, if I select any of these projects, I'll see folders that contain my media as well as my timeline, and I can once again hit the triangle to disclose the folders on the left side of the project pane, or if I wanted to, I can double-click on any of the folder icons on the right side to reveal the contents. Let's take a look at the video folder. I'm going to simply double-click on it. There's all the footage that I used, and I can bring in just one clip that I might be looking for, or if I want to bring in all of those elements, I can step back up a level. So let me click on the O1 project, select Video, right-click, Import, and if we go back to our project, there are the clips already organized in a folder ready for me to use. The great thing about this is I don't have to reinvent the wheel. If I've done work in an existing project, I can either grab media, I can grab the entire folder, or I can even grab the existing timeline or timelines and bring them into my new project and get a running start on my new show. In this movie, we're going to talk about inputting media off of a camera card. And there's 2 types of camera cards. There's the easy and the not so easy. The easy ones are like some of the DSLR camera cards, which actually record the video inside of a wrapper, and you can simply copy it onto your hard drive and then import it just like any file that you would be importing into Premiere Pro, and we've already learned how to do that. And then there's the not so easy. Let me go ahead and hide Premiere Pro because I want to show you what one of these cards would look like when you copy it onto your hard drive. Now, if you're a premium subscriber to lynda.com, included with the exercise files is a folder called Card. And if I open this folder up, you can see that the contents of this card are a little bit confusing. Instead of having a bunch of movie files, there's a variety of folders, such as audio, clip, icon, proxy, video, voice, containing not only the media that you shot, but also a bunch of metadata. And sometimes, depending on how these manufacturers have designed this format, The video might be separated from the audio. You might have additional metadata stored in another folder with camera information or date and time information. So it's important to realize you need all of this, and it can get to be kind of confusing and kind of a pain to bring it in until you start using Premiere Pro. Now let's jump back into Premiere Pro, but before I do that, I can't emphasize this enough. Whenever you work with these cards, always copy the card onto your hard drive. Not just part of the card, not just the part of the card that might say video. A lot of inexperienced editors might just open up the card, dig inside, and find the folder labeled video and drag that to their desktop, and they may end up with video without sound, video that they can't even open, or missing metadata. And even worse, what some people do is they import directly off the card that's in their machine, then they eject the card, record over it without realizing that all they have are the pointers or the shortcuts to the media that was on the card, because you'll never get it back once you record over it. Always copy the entire card to your hard drive and then import. Stepping back into Premiere Pro, we're going to jump over to the project pane. If I do a traditional import, Command-I or Control-I, you'll see that if we try to bring in this card, and in this case it's a P2 card, I'm going to have some problems. I'm going to click on Import. It's going to start importing the files, and I get the generic error. Of all the errors you can have, the generic one is the most scary. I'll click OK, and if I stepped inside this folder, I have bits and pieces of separate audio and video, not what I want. Let me go ahead, step back up, delete this folder, and show you the best way to bring in media off of a camera card. I want you to switch over from the project pane to the media browser. And once we're in the media browser, I'm going to press the tilde key so it's full screen. And I'm going to use the shortcut to jump straight to my home directory so I can open up my desktop. Now inside the exercise folder is my media folder, and I can see this here in my drill down menu, and inside there is my card. Now this is the cool part. When I double click to open up the card, instead of seeing all of those files, the media browser will analyze what type of card it is and just show me the complete video clips. And I can actually hover scrub through these to make sure I bring in just the footage that I want. I don't have to import the whole card. I can import individual clips or multiple clips. And oftentimes I have a clip of 20 minutes of me recording the lens cap, or me looking at the GoPro camera, and all you see is my face, or my feet as I'm running along. There's a lot of footage I shoot that I don't want to bring in. So it's nice that I can isolate and just bring in the clips that I want. Now I want to point out one other area to the right, and that's this little eyeball. When I click on that, I'll get a drop-down menu, and you can see from this drop-down menu the variety of formats that Premiere Pro can import and work with without any kind of transcoding. As you notice, it did determine that it was a Panasonic P2 card, but you'll also see that I can click on File Directory. If I choose File Directory, I'm actually going to look at the card exactly the same way that we looked at it on the hard drive, with all those folders and all that confusion. Now, I can't see a reason that you would want to do this, but perhaps you use the same card to store some additional media or information, and you want to be able to open up the file structure to get to something. But in general, let Premiere Pro default to the format that it thinks is best and import it that way. Now you'll notice that P2 is grayed out, and that's because I'm already inside the card. I need to step back up a level, and you can see that File Directory and P2 are both now available. Switching over to that, I see my footage. I'm going to simply lasso it all, right-click, and hit Import. Switching back to my project file, I can work with this media immediately without any transcoding. I see exactly what I need, and I have all the metadata, and it's a perfect workflow that simplifies the complexity of working with camera cards. Now, there might be times that you need to migrate from another application or a legacy application into Premiere Pro. One example of that is Final Cut Pro 7. Now, all you need to do with your old Final Cut Pro project is export out an XML, extensible markup language, use the latest version that's available to you, and then open that XML or import that XML into an existing project. Now, we have a project here that has nothing in it, and I'm going to go up under File and Import, and in the same location as all my other project files, there is the XML that was exported out of Final Cut Pro. All I need to do is select it and click Import, and it's going to give me a warning box because there are things in Final Cut Pro that don't translate into Premiere. But the nice thing is I can read this report and actually see what the problems are so I can go back and check it. For instance, there might be one transition in Final Cut, but that may not exist in Premiere. Or Premiere might name a transition differently, so there's not necessarily a match. Let me go ahead and press OK, and we can see it will import a folder. And if we look in that folder, I'm going to make this full screen and switch from icon view to a list view. I can open that up, and I get a timeline as well as all of my media organized. And if for some reason it's not connected because the path might have gotten lost, I can reconnect it in Premiere Pro. But before we try reconnecting, let me go ahead and double-click on the translation result. And this is the report of what didn't match. So it tells me at what timeline or what clip, and I can look at that and determine if that's truly a problem or just a small issue that I can correct. When I'm ready to look at the project, I'll double-click on the timeline, and as you see, not only did all the cuts come through, but it did relink all the media that was available. I will make one caveat. When you export the XML from Final Cut, if in Final Cut the media is offline because the application doesn't know where the media is, it won't be able to hand that information off to Premiere. Thus, everything will be offline when you open up the imported sequence. In the previous videos, we learned a lot of ways to import your media. What I want to explore here is how you can organize media that you bring in after the fact. So the first thing we need to do is get some media into our project. So let's step into the media browser, and I'm going to press the tilde button to bring it full screen, and I'm going to dig back into the exercise folder to bring the media into our project. Now I can quickly jump to my home directory, and once inside my home directory, I'll go to the desktop, open up exercise files, and then the media folder. Now we're going to work with media from the general media folder, and if we step inside, we can see all the organized folders that we had originally. Well, I don't want to bring those in. I want to actually bring this in as a hodgepodge of stills and videos and movies and graphics. So to do that, I'm going to step up one level. Let me drag this over a little bit so you can see it better. And I'll click on the folder that says Media. And now under General Media, I'm going to just right-click, choose Import, and this will import all my files. Now, there are a couple of Photoshops within one of these folders, and we'll examine in a later video how to specifically work with Photoshop documents. But for right now, if you encounter any Photoshop documents, simply press OK and select the default. Once everything has been imported, I'm going to step back into the Project tab. Now let me step inside the General Media folder. I'm going to press Command before I double-click. That way I won't have a floating window. You can do the same thing on Windows by pressing the Control key. And I see all the footage that I brought in. And this is a variety of JPEGs and movie clips and graphics. And if I scroll down, you'll see there's additional graphics. And if you don't see all the images, go ahead and use this slider at the lower left-hand side just to make sure you see everything. Now I want to be able to put all of these clips into their own folders. Now, the first thing I want to do is, instead of looking at them in an icon view, is to go down to the lower left-hand corner and switch to a list view. This is really nice because I can sort my clips by a variety of methods. I could sort them by their name, either alphabetically or reverse alphabetically. I can sort them by the label type. So for instance, I can see all audio clips, which are green. I can see movie clips, which basically are video and audio clips combined. And if I scroll down, there are some video-only clips as well as some graphic clips. But sometimes it's kind of hard to see the blues to the purples to the light pinks. So I'm going to add one more element to my list. I'm going to add one more sorting piece of metadata. And to do that, all I need to do is right-click on any of the headers, and I'll get the option to click on the word metadata display. Now, once I'm in this window, I can simply open up Premiere Pro Project Metadata, and I'm going to add a check next to the word media type. I'll go ahead and press OK, and as we see, there's now a list that defines all the different media types that were represented here by the colors. So there's my movies, video-only clips, still images, and if I scroll to the top, you'll see that I have my audio files. So first of all, let's put both of our audio files into an audio folder. To make a new folder or a new bin, you can do it one of many ways. Right now, we'll just simply go up under File and New, and you see there's an option for a new bin. I like to use the keyboard shortcut here, so it's Command B on a Mac and Control B on a Windows machine. I now have a new bin. It's highlighted, ready for me to change the name, and I'm going to simply write in audio. Now I can select the other two clips, make sure audio is not selected, and simply drag and drop them into this bin. As you see, the bin is open, so I'm going to close it just to keep things organized. Now I'm going to make a new folder. I want a graphics folder of just my covers. So I'm going to scroll down, and I can see that I've labeled all my covers, and I just want to sort by them. I can go ahead and do this by clicking on the search box and typing the word cover in. And as you see, I only have the documents that have the word cover in them, and then all of my bins. I'm going to go ahead and create a new bin by hitting Command B. I'm going to change this to graphics, covers, and then grab those 4 covers and drop them directly into this folder. Now, if I want to see all of my other clips again, I can simply press the X. It removes that search parameter, and I can see all of my media once again. Now, I want to show you a really cool trick because sometimes you might have a lot of media and you're not really sure what it is based upon the name. Now, you could keep hopping back and forth between the icon view and the list view, but if you go over here to the flyout menu in the upper right-hand corner, you can go ahead and click on Thumbnails, and what you'll see is a poster frame for each one of your clips. If the poster frame isn't large enough for you to see on your screen, simply grab the slider, move it to the right, and now you'll see a larger image. And this is really useful because very quickly I can see, for instance, my lower thirds, my graphics, and what each one of these still images look like. So go ahead, create some new bins, organize your media, and remember, you can always make folders within folders to keep yourself really organized in preparing for your edit. In this video, we're going to explore relinking media. And you might need to do this for a couple of reasons. One, if your media has gone offline and you need to reconnect it, and that would happen if a drive isn't plugged in, or perhaps you've moved some media from one location on your hard drive to another location, and Premiere Pro doesn't know where it is. Another reason you may want to relink media is if you're using lower quality or lower resolution media and you want to reconnect it to the original high quality or high resolution media. Let's take a quick overview of this dialog window. First of all, it lists all the clips that are missing from your project. If we look in the lower left-hand corner, I can choose which properties I want Premiere Pro to use when trying to find the media. In this case, I'm going to be using all the defaults, so we're going to look for the file name as well as the file extension. Now, a file extension is something such as .mov or .mp4, or .wav, as you can see in this window. They're just different types of files. And the reason you may want to uncheck this is because perhaps you've recompressed your media and it went from an MOV file to an MP4 file, and you want to make sure that Premiere says that's okay. Now, if we move over to the right, there's a couple of other things that you should leave checked. Relink others automatically is probably the most important. By leaving this checked, when Premiere finds one missing file in a certain location, it will automatically relink any other files that are missing in that same location. If your original media has timecode, by choosing Align Timecode, it can use timecode to make sure that if the media has been managed or cut down, that you choose the right part of the clip to reconnect. And finally, Use Media Browser to locate files allows you to hover scrub and view files as you locate them. Now let's just quickly go through the bottom 4 buttons. If I click either Offline or Offline All, I'm telling Premiere Pro that I know this media is offline and don't bother me again. Offline would be for a single clip, and Offline All would be for all my media. Locate would step us into finding it, but for right now I'm going to hit Cancel, which allows me to open up the project, but the media will still continue to be offline. And the reason we're going to do that is because I want to show you how to reconnect an individual clip from inside your project before we reconnect all of the clips to our entire project. So if you're a premium subscriber following along with the exercise media, go ahead and press Cancel. And if you're using your own media and media is offline, you can also press Cancel. Now, as you see, when we step into the project, I have a big red box in the upper right-hand corner that tells me my media is offline. As a matter of fact, if I scroll through my timeline, I can see that all of the media throughout the project is offline. Now, if we step over to the left side of our screen, click on the disclosure triangle next to any of these folders, I see icons with question marks. That's a visual indication that this media is offline. To reconnect a single clip, I can simply right-click on it, and in the drop-down window, I have the option to link the media. As you see, when I choose that selection, I'm greeted with the same dialog box that we saw earlier on in the video. Now let's use the Locate button to find the missing shot labeled pizza_01_closeup_ABBA. I'll press Locate, and the dialog box changes. It tells me the last path where the video was known to be, and now I can start searching through and finding the right path to find this video. Now, one thing I love about Premiere Pro is the ability to search through folders within folders within folders. So for instance, if I clicked on Users, it would search through all of the user folders on my hard drive to find this media. As a matter of fact, if I wanted to, I could search the entire hard drive. Now, if you have a hard drive that's unusually large, that's multiple terabytes, or tens of terabytes big, it's going to take a long time to search through all of that media to find a single clip. So if you have an idea where the media is located, it's best to refine that location. So I'll select the Exercise Files folder, and I'll click on Search. Premiere Pro finds the media, and because I'm using the media browser to search for it, I can even hover scrub through it to verify that it's the right shot. Once I've done that, all I need to do is press OK, and the media is now back online. As you can see, I can double-click and load that clip into the viewer. Now, I can do the same thing for an entire folder of clips or multiple folders of clips. So for instance, if I wanted to connect all the media in camera 1 through camera 4, I can simply select them all, right-click, and once again go Link Media. Now, instead of seeing one clip, we see all the clips that reside in those 4 folders. I can once again press Locate. We'll search again in our Exercise folder. The first clip is found, and I'll press OK. Now, what's different than the last time is that it actually found all the clips in all the folders and connected that media. Now, if you notice, there is still some media offline because we only chose some of the folders. I want to point out one last great way that you can reconnect media. If instead of connecting all the media in all of your folders, you just want to connect the missing media in your working timeline, you can right-click on the timeline and choose to just connect the media in that timeline. Link media, same steps as before, locate, pick our location. We'll choose to search our desktop, click search. We found the first piece of missing media, and now we'll press OK. As you can see, all the media in my timeline is now connected. Now I'm going to return from where we started at the very beginning, which is what if all of your media is offline? To do this, I'm going to go ahead and close my project, but not save it. Now let's reopen 03-09, and we'll once again be greeted by the fact that all of our media is offline. Now, instead of pressing cancel, I'm going to locate all of my media, choose the location where I want to search. We'll choose the entire desktop and press search. As you see, it found the first clip. And this time, instead of pressing OK, I'm simply going to double-click directly on the icon, and it will reattach all of the missing media back into my project file. As you can see, if I press the backslash key and look at my entire timeline, all of my media is now online. Using the link media command, it's easy to reconnect media that's gone offline. Well, now you have your head wrapped around what Premiere Pro looks like and how to bring footage in. Let's look at some of the basics you need to know to start editing. The first thing I want to show you is what we're going to be cutting over the next several videos. And in our project pane, inside the sequence bin, I have something called Edited Sample. I'm going to simply double-click to open that up and just play you the first few seconds so you have a sense of the type of video that we're going to be creating.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisbord, Executive Editor of Delight Gluten-Free Magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen. My friend Ave is here today to learn how to make an amazing gluten-free main dish. So we're making one of my favorite things right now, and this is a honey barbecue.
So what we have here is a cooking show, and the budget was such that I wanted to eat the pizza since I paid for the product and put myself in the show. But what we're going to do is we're going to start off with a graphic. We're going to have several different angles of camera, and then we'll have some titles. Initially, we just want to put some of the video into our timeline. Now, I have created a default timeline for you to work with, but I want to just refresh you on how you can create a timeline if you skipped over those videos earlier. To create a new sequence, you can easily use the keyboard command, Command-N, or Control-N if you're on Windows. Now, when you do that, you get this giant window that's very confusing. And at first blush, you think, oh my gosh, I had to figure out everything exactly as I need to, and I can't even start editing. Well, the truth is, you can define things here, but if you don't want to, don't worry, because Premiere will do the work for you. So no matter what it says, just go ahead and hit OK to create any timeline, and in this case, it looks like we're going to create a standard definition 4:3 timeline, but I'm not panicked, because if I grab any of my primary clips and drop them into the timeline, I'll have a chance to reconform the timeline so it matches my video. The thing to remember is the first clip you drop in is how you're going to conform your timeline. So if you have some old standard definition footage or a strange size animation, don't put that in first. Put in a clip that you're going to be using in the show. And in our case, we're going to go to camera 1 Charlie and just go ahead and drop the first clip that I find directly into the timeline. Simply click, drag, and drop. You'll be greeted by this dialog box. And it's asking me if I want to keep my existing settings, which I know I don't because they're standard def, or change them. And most of the time, you'll want to change your sequence settings to match your clips. Once I do that, I'm ready to start editing. Now keep in mind that when you do this, it's really just to change the format. You can always delete or remove this clip later, but it's important to know that all the other clips that you drop into the timeline after this clip will conform to the settings of the timeline. I'm going to go ahead and just grab a couple more clips and throw them into the timeline just so you can see a basic timeline assembly. To zoom in and out of the timeline, I can hit the plus key and the minus key. So I'm hitting the minus key and I'm zooming back and seeing more of my timeline. If I hit plus, I'd be zooming in. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom back, just grab a couple of clips so you can see how it works. I drag them right where I want them. If I let go here, the clip will land there, but I'm going to drag it back and it will snap to the end of the first clip, and that way I won't have any kind of space or gap. And I can do the same thing with yet another clip and drop it into my timeline. You can see these are three completely different lengths of a clip, but the idea is basically the same. As we progress through the rest of this chapter and the rest of the course, you'll be able to put in the exact scenes you want and refine them so the edits are perfect. Now, dragging entire clips into your timeline is not very efficient. The ideal way to edit is to go through your footage and select in and out points and trim off the extra media that you don't need. You know, when people walk in front of the camera, when you videotape your foot, all those things. And you can do that very efficiently in Adobe Premiere Pro. What I'd like you to do, if you're a premium subscriber and you're following along with the exercise files, is simply scroll down, and I've created a special folder called Everything. Now, if you don't have the exercise files, you probably have a folder with a variety or a hodgepodge of footage in it, and you can follow along using that. I'm going to go ahead and double-click on this folder to open it up. Now, in an earlier video, we did change a basic preference that said when I double-click on something, it doesn't open up as a floating window, it opens up as an attached tab. As a reminder, you can make that change in your preference settings, and that's under Premiere Pro on a Macintosh and at the bottom of the Edit menu on a Windows machine. You would go to the Preferences, General, and this is the one that we changed, which is when you double-click, open in a new tab, versus the default, which was open in a new window. Now that I have this tab open, I'm going to press the tilde key so it's full screen so you can better see what I'm doing. I'm also going to grab this slider here and make the images bigger because it'll be easier to see them when I hover scrub through them. So if I run my mouse over any of these clips, they'll actually scrub and I can see what's happening. That middle shot of the pizza is a still picture, so of course there's no movement. What I'd like to do is mark the very beginning of the shot I want to take and the very end. And I can do this without having to load this clip into any other monitor, such as the source monitor. I can do it right here, and I can just go to clip by clip by clip and be very efficient in marking in and out points. Let me show you how that's done. Well, of course, I can use the hover scrub to find a spot and then click, but at this point, I really want to click on the clip and either use this slider or use a keyboard shortcut. Now, if I'm annoyed by the sound it makes when I'm scrubbing through the clip, I can hit Shift-S and temporarily turn that off. But in our case, I do want to hear what we're saying because I'm cutting to audio. So I turned it back on, and I'm going to just move over here to right where Vanessa's about to speak. I'm going to press the I key to mark an in point, and you'll notice that the yellow line will now adjust, marking that as the in point, and then I'll hit the space bar and let her speak a little bit and determine where I want to cut to a close-up.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delight Gluten-Free Magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen. My friend Ave is here today to learn how to make an amazing gluten-free main dish. So that's a good spot when she turns her head. I want it long enough that I can put actually a lower third with her name and her position on it, but I'm ready for that to be the out point. So now I'll hit the O key, which is conveniently located right next to the I key. So I for in, O for out.
And as I hit that O key, take a look in the bottom right-hand corner of that clip. It will go from 5:07:16 to 16:26. Now, what that's telling me is actually the duration between the in and the out point. So I've just marked this clip. It's about 16 seconds long, and I can go to the next clip that I want to mark an in and out point and do the same thing. I am going to teach you a very cool keyboard shortcut trick at this point. So let's go ahead and cut to a reaction shot of me talking to Vanessa. We'll go over here to Pizza 02B wide shot, and I'll get close. You know, we're setting up there, and before I open my mouth, which is a very rare point in time, I will click here, so now we're on the scrubber bar. Instead of grabbing the mouse, once I've actually clicked on the clip, I'm going to put my fingers on the J, K, and L keys. If I press J, it will play the clip backwards. If I press L, it will play the clip forwards.
Sure.
And so you see how dramatic that can be when I actually move my head. Now, if I want to go faster or slower, I can still use the same keys. If I double tap or triple tap the L key, it's going to fast forward the clip. And if I double, triple, or even 4 times tap the J key, it'll be fast rewind. So let me find the exact point where I start responding to Vanessa.
Well, no, we've already tasted it. Yeah, this is the close. I can start off with, well, that was delicious. Okay, Peter? That was delicious.
Okay, so I'm going to go backwards, J key. And just to do it pretty quickly, I'm going to mark an I. I'll hit the space bar to play.
That was delicious. That was one of the best pizzas I've had. And again, if I didn't know.
And then when I get to the point where I want the out to be, I can hit the O key. So very quickly, I can mark in points and out points on my clip directly in the preference pane, preparing me to start editing. Now, depending on the type of program you're cutting, sometimes you might have 100 different clips and you just really want to trim off the heads and the tails. This is a very efficient way of doing it. Marking in and out points in the preview pane can be very efficient, but sometimes you need finer tune control, or you may have really, really long clips, so it's not the most efficient way of marking in and out points. In that case, you should mark your in and out points by directly loading your clips from the project panel into the source panel. Let's go ahead and load that first clip that we marked just to see how that looks in the source panel, where it'll be quite big and we'll have some additional ways that we can navigate through it. I'm going to do this first by double-clicking it to load it into the source panel. And as you see, Adobe Premiere Pro remembered my in point and my out point that I had made earlier. Now, suppose I want to mark a different in or out point. Well, first off, I don't have to erase the ones that are there. If I move my playhead to a new location and mark an in point by pressing the I key, it will erase the old in and out points. A very efficient way, and it saves a lot of steps. Another nice thing about this is I can see the timeline much easier. And if I wanted to, I can even zoom in by grabbing these little handles at the bottom of the frame and pulling them in. Now I'm moving from, say, a 10,000-foot level to a 1,000-foot level view, and I can even come in closer to maybe where I'm at 100 feet. So when I'm grabbing this yellow slider, I can move by much finer increments. Let's go ahead and mark an in and out point here using the same J, K, and L technique that we learned earlier. Remember, J let us play backwards, L let us play forwards, and K was a stopping point. Now, we did learn how to fast forward and fast rewind through a clip, but what if you want to be able to go through a clip very slow, a frame at a time or a few frames at a time? Using the same keys, a little bit differently, can achieve that goal. If I hold down the K key and just tap on L, I can move forward one frame at a time. If I hold down the K key and hold down the L key at the same time, I'll go forward in slow motion.
It doesn't all fly out at you, and then you can.
And of course, The reverse works the same way. K and tapping J goes backwards a frame at a time, and holding down both J and K simultaneously rewinds in slow motion. And I can still press the I key to mark an in point,
and then you can turn it up as it starts.
And an O key to mark the out point. If you look over to the right of the screen, I can see the duration from my in point to my out point. So this is yet another way you can go through and mark the best part of a clip to bring into your timeline. Now, in the previous videos, we learned how to mark in and out points on a clip in both the project panel and the source panel. But in each case, we only marked one in and out point on a certain range of that clip. Well, there's a lot of times that is efficient if you have a lot of clips and you just needed to trim the head and tails off them. But there's other times where you're working with just a few very long clips and you really want to mark in and out points throughout parts of that clip. For instance, in this cooking show, or maybe you're at a sporting event, or even at a concert. So the solution is to create something called a subclip, where you can mark an in and out point and then save that range as its own clip. Let me show you how easy and efficiently you can do that. So I want to have an in and out point for Vanessa's opening read to camera. So let's go ahead and find that quickly. So there she's starting to talk. I'm going to press I for in, and I'll go just a little bit later and O for out. Now, right before I press the O button, I want you to take a quick look here. Before it said 11 seconds, and then I marked an in point, so that cut the head off. Now I'm going to press O and mark an out point, and you're going to see it drop from 9.5 minutes to something much, much shorter. So now I've refined it to about 38 seconds in length of what I really need while she talks and I pretend to talk on the phone. So to take this in and out point and make it into a subclip is pretty easy. I'm going to change a few things in my lower left-hand pane just so you can more easily see the effect of making a subclip. I'm going to scroll all the way over to my project pane, and I'm going to go to camera 1 and double-click it to load it as its own tab. So now we have a fairly clean resource, and this is what we're making into subclips. And let's go ahead and make sure the source window is selected. We'll go up under Clip, and we'll see there's an option to Make Subclip. Now, I'm using the drop-down window because it's easier for you to see, but I would probably use the keyboard shortcut of Command-U on a Macintosh or Control-U on a Windows machine to take that in and out point and make it into a subclip. Now, you'll notice when I click to make this as a subclip, I get a dialog box. And it does two things. First, it creates a name based upon the original clip's name and adds the suffix of subclip. I can change that to something more appropriate, such as intro. And it gives me the choice of restricting or non-restricting the trims to subclip boundaries. I'm going to go ahead and restrict the first one, and then I'll make a second subclip and not restrict it and show you the difference in the timeline. One thing to keep in mind is that Premiere remembers the state that you last left the checkbox. So if you left it restricted and you don't change it, all your subclips to follow will also be restricted. Let's go ahead and hit OK, and you'll notice that the intro subclip has been created, and it has a slightly different shape to the icon. And I do want to point out that whenever you make a subclip, you're not creating any new media, you're just creating a new pointer to part of the existing media on your hard drive. Let's quickly jump to another part of the clip where I'm working on the pizza. We'll make another in and out point, and this time, instead of hitting Command-U, I'm going to hold down the Command key, and this is the Control key on Windows, and simply drag the clip from the source panel directly down into my project panel. I get the same pop-up window. I'm going to go ahead and uncheck Restrict, and I'll name this Flatten, because that's what I'm doing to the pizza, and I'll hit OK. Now let me drag both of these into our timeline, and you'll see how they work a little bit differently. I'm going to drag Intro in first and Flatten in second, and I left space. Now if you'll notice, there's a little triangle at the left and right edges of our restricted clip. Whenever you see this little triangle on a clip, you know that you used all the media in that clip and you can't stretch it out any longer. So I could make it shorter, but when I stretch it out, that's the absolute limit of this clip. Now, I know there is more available in the original clip, but I chose to arbitrarily restrict how much I can trim it. On the unrestricted clip, I don't see the little triangles on either side, and I can stretch them out as long as I need. So as you see, creating subclips from really large clips can make things more organized, and you can find things faster. Now you've marked most of your clips, and you kind of have an order of what you want to put it in. Let's go ahead and bring these clips into the timeline again. Now, we know we can drag them into the timeline, so let's turn it up a notch and talk a little bit about being very specific where you want things to go. I'm going to make sure the first clip is loaded into my timeline. I'm going to simply double-click to open it up. Now, I've created a folder called 00 Closing Sequence and threw some footage in there for you to work with, and it's going to be pretty obvious the order that I'm going to want you to put these clips in. So the first thing is taking the pizza out of the oven, and instead of throwing it onto the timeline and trimming it up there, I'm going to go ahead and mark an endpoint where I want the scene to start, but I'm not going to worry about where it ends just yet. So right when I start talking, I'm going to press an endpoint. If I hit play for a second, you'll see I'll make some inane comment.
Now, I learned that when you can smell the food, it's done. Is that the best way to do it?
So obviously you can see I definitely need cooking lessons, but that is where the endpoint should be. And in the case of not having anything on the timeline, if I use the keyboard shortcut to bring it in, or even if I hit one of the buttons, it's going to land in the right place. But not if I had moved my playhead. If my playhead is over here, and I go ahead and I press either an insert or an overwrite button, and we'll look at these in more detail in a later video, it actually puts the clip where that playhead is parked. And I really don't want that. It would be a pain. I'm going to have to drag it all the way back once I put the clip in. So instead of doing it wrong and having to fix it, let me go ahead and undo this. Command Z is undo. Control Z on a Windows machine. And I'll undo that, and I can either make sure that the playhead is at the very beginning and press my insert button, or if I wanted to really be sure, let me hit undo one more time, I could actually press the I key to mark an endpoint on my timeline. So I have an endpoint here. I just want you to see that. I endpoint. I'm going to drag that out of the way. Now, if I hit this button, the endpoint overrides the playhead. So that's just the thing you really want to walk away from, is that if there's no in-or-out point marked in your timeline, it will default to the location of the playhead, and if there is an endpoint, it trumps the location of the playhead. Let me go ahead and press the Insert button, and you can see that the clip goes to the very beginning of the show. And as a matter of fact, the playhead then jumps back to the end of the clip because it's lining itself up for your next edit, assuming you just want to slug in one clip after another clip after another clip. Now let's do that one more time, leaving a space for the second clip. So I'm going to go ahead and just arbitrarily move this down. I'm going to select clip number 3 and mark an endpoint. I think always cutting on action is good, so just as I'm about to lift it out, I'll mark an endpoint, and now when I press Insert, the clip is going to go where the playhead is parked, leaving me a nice space for my cutaway. As you can see, it's very easy to target in time where you want a clip to go on your timeline. So once you get a bunch of clips in your timeline, it's inevitable you're going to want to move them around. And it's very easy to do. It's actually very intuitive. It's simply dragging and dropping. And really, I just want to focus on a couple of things that could be gotchas. I can grab any clip I want and just slide it left or right, or even up and down if I need to. Now, what's important to know is that I can move a clip over another clip, so if I wanted to switch positions, and it's also important to know that when I get close to another clip, it will naturally snap to the clip next to it. And this is really important to understand because it keeps you from accidentally writing over the end of a clip and also keeps you from having that extra frame of black video that will pop up when you just don't want it. Now, if this is not working, that means somehow you've turned snapping off, and that's simply by pressing the S key. And this happens all the time. You hit a key by accident, and you deactivate it. Now, if I bring my clip really close to the other clip, no magnetism at all. And now I am at risk of having a flash frame or even overwriting the clip that I'm next to. So keep your eyes open and make sure that if you want snapping on, you see those magnets. And if it's off, simply hit the S key to make it work again. We've put clips into the timeline. We've learned how to move them around and avoid them overwriting each other by using snapping. The next thing I want you to understand is how you can trim a clip in the timeline. And it's as simple as grabbing the edge of the clip and pulling it longer or grabbing it and pulling it shorter. You'll notice you get a little red arrow with a bracket, and it will point at the clip that you're trimming. So for instance, if two clips are actually touching each other, and if you notice, I don't have them snapping together, so I'm going to hit the S key, and now it snaps. I can go ahead and whichever way it's pointing, grab that clip and maybe trim off a little bit of the head of it if I have too much at the beginning, or if I need to stretch it out, I could simply move it over here and stretch it a little longer. I want a little more video, stretch it a little longer. One of the great tricks is, if you really want to do some fine editing, zoom in using the plus key as far as you need, and then when you click and drag, you can really work in 1 or 2 frame increments. And you'll also see in the right-hand window the exact frame that you're now cutting to. So basic trimming in the timeline is as simple as grabbing the edge of a clip and making it longer or shorter. Well, now that you have your head wrapped around bringing clips into the timeline and moving them around, I want to show you one more very useful technique when trimming in the timeline. There's often times that you want to just lop off a piece of the clip, the head or the tail, and you don't want to go to all the effort of actually going to the edge of the clip and dragging it to the right spot. What I want to do here is I want to make an edit just as the pizza's placed down, and obviously we have a lot more footage here that I'm not going to use, so I'm going to simply put my playhead right at the position where she plops the pizza down, and that's a good matching action point. So if I want to cut the clip, I'll simply go over here to my tools and select the razor, and the keyboard shortcut for the razor is C as in cut. I go back over to where my playhead is parked, I click, and if I move the playhead, you'll see I've now made a nice straight cut between the audio and the video. I'm going to switch back to my selection tool, and the keyboard shortcut for that is V, and that's probably one of the keyboard shortcuts you'll use a lot. And once that's done, I'll simply select the clip, and I'm ready to delete it. If you press the delete key, and you can press either the single delete key if you're on a laptop, but if you're on a desktop with an extended keyboard, you actually have 2 delete keys, what I call the Macintosh delete key, which deletes backwards, and the Windows delete key, which deletes forwards. Well, guess what? They both do the same thing. So if I press the delete key, I do what's called a lift edit, the clip disappears, and the clip is removed, leaving a space behind. I can then close this space if I want to by right-clicking on that empty space and doing what's called a ripple delete, and that will close the empty space between the 2 clips. Now let me go ahead and hit undo, and I'm going to do this twice to bring that clip back in, and this is the clip that we've already cut. I can, with a single keyboard shortcut, not only remove the clip, but also move it down the timeline, which is commonly referred to as a ripple delete. To do that, I would hold down the Shift modifier key and press the forward delete key. You can also do that simply by right-clicking on the clip that you want to ripple delete, and in the drop-down menu, select Ripple Delete, and in one quick motion, we have made the precise edit that we're looking for. Let's take a quick look and see how it flows.
I did that.
There you go. You totally did.
So that's perfect. The audio doesn't match because it's a cutaway, but we'll learn how to fix that audio in a later video. Well, we've got some basic editing under our belt, And by basic, I mean you know how to slug clip after clip after clip into the timeline. Let's move on to some intermediate editing techniques. And the first one we're going to do is called an overwrite edit. And it should look familiar, and it's actually fairly self-explanatory. You simply can put down a clip and lay another clip at the end of it and cut off the tail of what you don't need. Let's go ahead and quickly assemble a clip onto the timeline. We're going to go with Abba talking long, and I already have an in point and an out point marked. It's me just generally saying the pizza's ready.
Now, I learned that when you can smell the food.
And then we actually have Vanessa taking the pizza out of the oven, and we're going to cut to a close-up. And I have all of the extra footage of me starting to cut it that we just don't need. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this down to the timeline by just dragging it and dropping it. And I'm going to hit the backslash key, and that's going to give me a little bit of extra space at the end of the timeline to throw my clip. So the key here is I want to replace the shot or overwrite the shot where the pizza actually hits the counter. So right there, it hits the counter, and that's a good edit point. I'm going to press the I button to mark an in point. That way it doesn't matter if I've nudged my playhead, because it will allow me to overwrite at that spot. Now we're going to cut to a close-up of the pizza landing on the counter, and that's simply called B-roll close-up pizza oven. Double-click to load that into the viewer. Once again, I have marked in and out points, but if those have changed on yours, I just want to cut to this right when it lands on the counter and I hear that clunk. So I'll mark an in point there. And again, I don't care about the out point because we're going to make a successive series of overwrite edits, and they'll just cut off all that extra fluff that I don't need. Now, I can drag this down to the timeline, and I want you to know when you drag to the timeline, it will put the clip wherever you let go of the mouse. It doesn't put it at the in point, it doesn't put it at the playhead. It kind of overrides that because it assumes you know where you want to drop the clip. However, you can snap to your in point or your playhead, and that's why that's useful when dragging. You can use a keyboard shortcut for this also, and the keyboard shortcut to do an overwrite edit is the period key, and I'll use that next time. So what we've done is we've placed the clip onto our timeline. We've kind of erased everything underneath. If I move this out of the way, nothing is there. Don't worry, it's all non-destructive. I could have stretched this back out if I wanted it. And I'm going to go ahead and hit undo a couple of times and take a look at how successful we were in placing this clip.
I did that.
There you go. You totally did that.
And as you see, the timing is absolutely perfect. And sometimes that's by planning, and sometimes you're just lucky. Luck really helps out when you're editing. But everything afterwards has kind of been erased. So an overwrite edit is very useful to slug things down onto the timeline and still keep a rhythm going. I want to cut back to the wide shot, and we'll do one more overwrite edit just to make sure you have a good understanding of this editing strategy. So once the pizza has been put down and the oven is closed, we're ready to jump to the wide shot. I'll mark an in point by pressing the I key, jump back to the same shot that we had before. So I'm going to go ahead and double-click on O1 Abba Talking to load that back into our source monitor and find a good place to cut in. Now, ideally, it's going to be after the pizza comes out of the oven. And I'm a little zoomed in here, so let me stretch this out so I can see more of my video. I could hit the minus key. Pizza comes out and lands. I sniff it, and I talk a little bit too much, and then she offers to let me cut it.
This is also one of my favorite pizzas.
A nice little touch, huh?
Yeah, I like that.
So you want to cut it?
So I'll use the J key to step back a little bit.
I like that.
Mark an in point, and this time, instead of dragging it down, I could use one of these buttons for overwrite, or I'll just press the period key. And as you see, it replaces that clip and keeps going. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and delete this by selecting it and hitting the delete key because I know I don't need that extra footage.
So you want to cut it and have a slice?
Yeah, sounds
Now,
good.
that was pretty good. I'll probably finesse that edit a little bit to make the timing right. So there you see, an overwrite edit allows you to be more efficient in bringing your clips in, and it allows me to cut out some extra areas of our raw video to shorten my final program. Now, as efficient as an overwrite edit is, the insert edit is even more efficient. What it allows you to do is insert a clip into your timeline and push everything after that clip further down the timeline so you don't lose anything at all. And this could be useful for putting in maybe a title opening at the beginning of a show once it's cut. Or in this case, I'm actually going to split a clip in half so I can add an extra line that kind of just wraps up the show. If you take a look at this single clip that's after the gap in our timeline, I'm going to play a few seconds so you can see that there's a point where I kind of want to cut to a response about how much I liked the pizza.
Totally doesn't matter, whatever you're in the mood for.
Do you have a box I can take this home with me?
I'm sure we could find something for you to take it home.
That's awesome. And if people want to get the recipe?
So right before my say, and if people want to get the recipe, I have this shot loaded in. It's the close-up. It's 04 ABBA close-up. And I've queued it up, but I'll show you where the in point would be marked. So I just want to get this time perfectly. So I'm going to hit the plus a few times so I can be pretty precise. And let's listen and watch.
Something for you to take it home.
That's awesome. And if people want to get the recipe?
So right there, if people want to get the recipe, I'm going to make an in point. And what we're going to do is we're going to split that clip in half. So let me zoom out so you can see the end result. And we'll go to our source clip, and I'm saying this line.
That's awesome. It was delicious. I love the barbecue sauce. I'm going to try other toppings. And thanks again for having me here. You're teaching me a lot.
So it's before she responds, I say it's delicious, and I just want to squeeze that in. And instead of razor blading and sliding it down the timeline, dropping it in and closing the space, I can do what's called an insert edit, where it literally slices it in half, puts the clip in, and pushes everything beyond that clip further down the timeline. I can do this by pressing this little button here, or the comma key. I can also do an insert edit with a drag. Now, we've been dragging clips down to the timeline, and if I let go right now, it would do an overwrite. But if you notice in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Premiere Pro will give you some other options if you hold down a modifier key. So as you see, if I hold down the Command key, or if you're on a Windows machine, the Control key, the interface changes a little bit on top of the clip. Instead of the arrow pointing down, we get a bunch of arrows pointing to the right. So the net effect is the same, whether you drag and use a modifier, or a keyboard shortcut, or a button. Watch what happens when I let go of my mouse. It actually inserted the clip and moved everything a little bit downstream. Now, there'll probably be a little bit of me repeating the awesome word, but I can go ahead and trim that out a little bit later.
Come with me?
I'm sure we could find something for you to take it home.
That's awesome. And it was delicious. I love the barbecue sauce. I'm going to try other toppings. And thanks again for having me here. You're teaching me a lot. People want to get the recipe?
DelightGlutenFree.com for this recipe.
So that edit could probably be finessed a little bit, but you see the idea that if you want to put a shot in between two existing shots, or even at the head of your show, the insert edit is an incredibly powerful tool. Well, now that we have overwrite and insert edits under our belt, there is a very flexible edit called a swap edit. Now, when I was putting this section together, I just threw down a bunch of shots that I knew would work, and back to back, I threw the cutting of the pizza and the tasting of the pizza.
Okay.
And there's a big jump cut because I actually don't cut the pizza because I knew I wanted the close-up, and I was in such a hurry, I just threw it down at the end of those two clips. And what I really want to do is I want to move it back here in as few steps as possible. And that's what a swap edit allows you to do. I don't want to have to literally drag this over here and then close this gap and bring it down. Let me go ahead and hit undo. I just want to be able to grab a clip and flip-flop the position. You'll find you'll use this a lot when you're doing a film, like a narrative, when you're cutting commercials, cutting sports, even just swapping around B-roll on an interview. So to do a swap edit, I select the clip that I want to move, and I start to drag it to its new position. If I let go at this point, I'm going to do an overwrite. And I don't want to do an overwrite, and I don't want to do an insert. I want to actually swap the clips. And the trick here is to hold down two modifier keys. I'm going to hold down the Command and the Option key, and if you notice, I get a little icon that indicates I'm pushing one and plopping in another one. Now when I let go of my mouse, the two shots have switched. Now, it's very important that you're precise when you let go of the mouse, because wherever you let go, it'll cut the clip in half. It's kind of like a mix between an insert and a move. So let me hit undo. We'll grab it again. I'm going to bring it so it lines it up, and now hold down Option-Command, and I have a perfect swap edit. Let's take a look at the playback.
Okay. Neatness does not count.
Now, barring that, I'll probably end up replacing the audio so that it matches, and maybe a little color grading. The rhythm and timing works perfectly. So as you see, this is a very efficient way to swap clips in your timeline, and it's as simple as holding down the Command and Option key on a Mac or the Control and Alt key on a Windows machine and dragging the clip where you want it to be and letting everything else slide downstream. Another technique when editing is to actually put video on multiple tracks. So in this video, we're going to actually put our cutaway on the second track, on track V2, to hide this edit as well as give us some flexibility, because it'll be easier to slide that clip back and forth and make it longer or shorter without affecting the media on line 1. So our primary concern is I cut out a big chunk of this recording, and I have a jump cut now between shot 02 and 03. Let's take a quick look. So I go right from cutting all the way to taking the pizza and eating it. So if I cut to a close-up of me actually cutting the pizza, which we actually did as an override edit earlier, I can hide that edit point. So if we scroll down and select close-up cutting shaky and load that into our source monitor, I have a nice cutaway that I can work with. I'll worry about things like audio and color correction and stabilizing later. I just want to be able to cover up this edit point. Now I've already marked a good in and out point. The in point is right when I start the cut. And then it just goes on, but actually stops before I finish cutting the last slice. And I just want to shorten this anyway. So I'm going to go down and grab it and drag it to my timeline. And we've done this before, but in this case, instead of bringing it down to video 1, I'm going to bring it down and drop it onto track 2, or V2. Now I'm going to line it up with the in point that I already have, but just to show you the flexibility of working on a second track, I'll put it a little bit off, and you can see how it doesn't quite work and how easy it is to adjust it because it's on a second track. So obviously there's some continuity there. I'm going to simply slide it back and it will snap to the right point. Let's take a look at how it feels when we watch it.
Okay.
Now, the timing is great, but of course it does jump out at us because of the change in audio. And I also want to trim off the end of the first clip on the track 1. So let me quickly grab the edge of that clip and bring it back. This is a skill that we learned in a previous video, and I'll also right-click and do a ripple delete to bring shot 03 right next to shot 02. And also, just so we're not distracted by the sound, I'm going to mute the audio on track 2, and we'll learn a lot more about audio later in the course. Now let's see how the edit looks with these slight adjustments.
Completely.
Okay. So. Neatness does not count.
Well, neatness might not count when cutting a pizza, but it surely counts when editing a video. And the beautiful thing here is I could move this clip back and forth just a frame or two at a time, so my audio matches up perfectly. Now, I want to show you one more thing before we finish up with working with multiple tracks, and I want to show you what would happen if we put something on the third track. So I've created a text file that you can drag on top, and the text file actually has some transparency to it. So you'll see the text, and you'll see through the text to the actual video on the second layer, and it's all obscuring the video on the very bottom. So we'll scroll down, and I have text that I created in the titling tool called Do Not Try This at Home. I'll simply throw that on top and stretch it out and drive home the point that people shouldn't be cutting pizzas in their own house.
Okay.
Now, we'll learn a lot about creating titles later on in the course, but this should give you a general comfort zone in using multiple tracks or multiple layers when creating a video. We've been doing a lot of dragging and dropping with our editing, and occasionally I've given you the shortcut of period or comma to do an insert or an overwrite. But in all cases, when we did the insert and overwrite, we always were putting it on the main track or track 1. Well, you can use keyboard shortcuts and track targeting so you can place the video on any track of your choosing. So in this case, we'll do the same edit that we've done earlier, which is the cutaway to the pizza, but I want to make sure that we go to video track V2 and audio track A2. And I can do that simply by moving these little gray boxes to the track where I want the video to go. So now if I hit the overwrite button or use the keyboard shortcut of period, my video is going to go exactly where I want it, and that's track 2. Now I've already marked the endpoint, which I have done earlier, so it's just a matter of I have an endpoint on my timeline, and I'm going to go ahead and do an overwrite. As you see, it goes automatically onto track V2 and the audio track of A2. Now, if you recall from the earlier video, I had a problem with the audio because it was just too loud on the close-up. So let me hit undo, and I want to point out that in addition to targeting a track, I can also choose to target no tracks. So for instance, if I want to just bring the video in and not the audio, I could simply click on that, and now nothing is highlighted. So when I hit overwrite or the period key, it just brings in my video track, and I don't even have to deal with the audio. Now you can do the same type of track targeting with an insert edit, but that's going to leave a large gap underneath. Now that's not a problem if that's your intention, but I'm going to do an insert edit onto track V3 just so you can see what happens in your timeline. I'll put it right here where the playhead has ended up after the last edit. I'm going to target track V3, and the clip that I'm going to choose will be our overlay, which is do not try this at home. However, I do want you to try this type of edit at home, so I named the title sequence, Do Try This at Home. Now I'm going to go ahead and double click, and something different is going to happen than you're used to. And I just want to point this out. We haven't got to creating a title yet, but whenever you double click on a title that's created in Premiere Pro, it actually opens that title up for you to edit with. And we'll explore how you can create titles later, but if you double clicked, don't panic, simply close the window, and a great trick for loading a title into our source panel is right-clicking and saying Open in Source Monitor. You could also just drag it into the source monitor if you wanted, but either way would work just fine. Once a clip is in the source monitor, I can simply target the track I want it to be on. Let's go ahead and put it onto track 3, and we're going to do an insert versus an overwrite edit so you can see how that will split your entire timeline. So this could be a good technique if you wanted to insert a shot and you didn't want to insert it onto track 1, you know you'll be using it later or adding something underneath. But in this case, it doesn't meet my needs, so I'll simply do undo, switch my playhead back to the close-up of the cutting of the pizza, and this time with V1 targeted to V3, we'll do an overwrite edit, we have our cutaway, and we're good to go. So track targeting is very valuable if you want to be specific where your video and audio track land when using a keyboard shortcut or a button, and it's also very useful when you want to bring in just a video track or an audio track by itself. One of the things you often have to do when editing a program is cut B-roll into a voiceover or into somebody on camera explaining something. So that's exactly what we're going to do in this video. We have a background track, And in the background track, it's Vanessa just kind of telling me what we're going to do when we really start rolling. And I'm going to use this as a reference because I'll be able to go through the whole recipe in about 12 or 13 seconds. So if we look at the background track that I grabbed, we can see it's just Vanessa telling me what we'll be doing.
You're going to add the tapioca flour, the cheese, the eggs, the oil, and the water. It's the mixer.
So let's go ahead and start cutting in the B-roll. Now, you might have been playing with our track targeting if you have watched the previous videos. So I want to show you a quick way that you can reset that. If you right-click in the area where you do the track targeting, there is an option for default source assignment, and it will reset everything back to the way it was when you first launched Premiere the very first time. And this is really useful if you've moved things all around. Now, we did learn how to turn off the audio track before we bring in a clip, but there's another really great technique if you like to drag and drop your video from your source panel into your timeline. How do you do just the video or just the audio without actually turning off the track targeting? And you can do that very simply by clicking on either of these icons. I can bring in just my audio, or in this case, just my video. Now, I've already marked an endpoint where I want to start putting in my cutaways, and I'm going to simply grab the video-only track and drag it down to the timeline. Let me play this first part, and when she says the second ingredient, we'll start our next cut.
You're going to mix it up. You're going to add the tapioca flour, the cheese.
So right when she says the cheese, and if I wanted to, I could scroll down here and make this track a little bit bigger so I might be able to see where she breaks up the words. And I'm going to simply mark an endpoint I in my timeline, go grab the cheese, I'll double click it. I've already marked endpoints where I think good starting points are. However, I'll be able to finesse this later with some of the advanced techniques that we'll learn in later videos. So let's go ahead, bring in the cheese. I'm simply doing a drag and drop. Now, if I let go, because I did not grab the video only, it would put the audio in on the lower track. So let me just make sure that the audio is turned off, and I can scroll up to do that. So I'm just making sure that's turned off and grabbing the video, dragging that element, hitting play.
The cheese, the egg.
And I've actually already marked endpoints or potential endpoints in all of these clips. So I can drag them directly from the project panel into my timeline, and it will respect the endpoints that I marked. And this will make things very quick.
Cheese, the eggs,
the oil. And now I'll probably smooth these out with dissolves or some sort of effect, but I just want to get the timing right.
the oil,
Water.
and the water.
We're going to put it in a mixer.
It's the mixer. You're going to mix
We're going to mix it up.
it up. Then
And let's take a look at the dough ball. And
we're going to press it out onto the pizza.
so there's our dough ball. If you notice, I have little pieces of the previous takes that might have been longer because I'm simply doing override edits. But look how fast I can just drag things in once I've organized my elements. So we have the dough ball, and then I want to go ahead and we're going to be pressing the dough and then putting toppings on. This has an incredibly long shot, so I'm going to go ahead and not worry about it. I'll hit play.
Add onto the pizza pan. Then we're going to
Then we're going to top it. And I'll put some sauce on,
top the pizza.
and we'll put some cheese on, the chicken, and I'm just ballparking it here. No onions on this pizza today, and maybe just some parsley. Okay. And then I can go ahead and hit the backslash key and delete everything off at the end. Hit the backslash key again. Oops. One delete too many. And let's take a look at our rough cut of the B-roll montage.
You're going to add the tapioca flour, the cheese, the eggs, the oil, and the water. It's the mixer. You're going to mix it up. Then we're going to press it out onto the pizza pan. Then we're going to top the pizza.
Okay.
Super easy.
As you see, it's very easy to cut the B-roll in. And now what I would do is I would probably massage it by putting dissolves for transitions, or even putting in spaces to let it breathe a little bit so it's not so back to back to back, and then ultimately would finish it off with some titles. But that's the essence of cutting B-roll to a voiceover. Up until now, we've done some basic editing where we've marked in points in our timeline or in points in our source panel and just slapped clips into the timeline. Now we're going to learn how to use a little more finesse to really put the clip in the location and for the duration that you want. And we're going to do something called a three-point edit. An example of a three-point edit would be I choose the in and out point in my source, and then I choose the in point in my destination, and it will use the length of this clip and throw it in the timeline. So if I went ahead and I simply did an overwrite edit, and let me go ahead and target my video 2 and target audio 2, and do the overwrite edit, I have the 3 points chosen, and as you can see, the clip that it put into the timeline is 6 seconds long and runs over my other clip. So it's not as precise as I want. I could trim it back, but there's better ways to do this. Let me hit undo, Command-Z on a Mac and Control-Z on Windows, and instead of marking an in and out point in my source, the 3 points I'm going to choose will be an in my source and an in point and an out point in my timeline. So I'm going to go ahead and mark in, and I'm going to mark out. So I can see the duration here is about 5 seconds. That's my whole. And then if I go over here, I have an in and an out point at 6 seconds. So let me remove the out point, and I'm simply going to right-click, and I'm going to clear the out. And now Premiere Pro will use 5 seconds in one frame and only put that much of the clip into my timeline when I hit the overwrite button. As you see, it's a perfect fit. So the basic concept behind a three-point edit is you have 4 points to choose from, you pick 3. 2 in points and 1 out point, or 2 out points and 1 in point. This is a case where I might want to back time a clip. Let me go ahead and hit undo again, and now I'll mark an in and an out in my destination. I'll erase the in point in my source and back time from where I want the clip to finish and mark an out point. Once again, it's only going to be 5 seconds long because that's based upon the timeline. And when I make this edit, and this time I'll do it by pressing the period key, it will back time the clip to be exactly 5 seconds long. Now, as you can see, the three-point edit technique is very useful when you want to do precision editing. But what about if you put 4 points in? Let's take a look at what would happen. I'm going to go ahead and delete this clip from my timeline by simply selecting it and pressing the delete key. I'm going to mark an in and an out point that's very short. And if I want to make sure it's precisely on this edit point, I could use the up and down arrows. It jumps me between edit points. I'll mark out. So I have a 2-second space, and I'm going to put in a huge clip. I'm going to hit I at the beginning, and we have a 4-second clip in a 2-second hole. What's going to happen when we try to perform this edit? Well, I'm going to simply click on overwrite. I could hit the period key, but this is a little more visual for training, and I get a dialog box. And it gives me a choice of what point I might want to throw away. Do I want to ignore the in or the out point of my source clip, or do I want to ignore the in or the out point in my destination? And by the way, Premiere Pro remembers the last choice you made. So if you've seen this box before and clicked on a different option, your window may look a little bit different than mine. The 5th option, which is at the top of this window, is change the clip speed or fit to fill. So now it will either speed up or slow down the source clip to fit in that space. If I hit OK now, we're going to be putting a 4-second clip in a 2-second hole, and that's going to create a faster clip. Let's take a look at how quickly I can cut a pizza. I bet I could get a job at any pizza joint. One last point to consider. Let me press undo and show you one more way that Premiere Pro will think. We've been using buttons or keyboard shortcuts to bring our video in, but what happens if I try to drag a 4-second clip into my timeline which has a 2-second in and out point? Well, it completely ignores the in and out points in your timeline. The way Premiere Pro thinks is, if you're going to drag a clip to the timeline, I'm going to put it wherever you drop it. So if I drop it later, it will ignore both the in and the out point, or I can have it snap and decide when I drag and drop where the clip is going to go. I can't do a 4-point edit with drag and drop from the source to the timeline onto an empty track. As you can see, 3-point editing is a very powerful tool to use when you want to make sure that everything goes precisely where it needs to be. One of my favorite editing tools in Premiere Pro is the Replace Edit tool. It allows me to do a couple things that I need to do, and it allows me to do it very quickly. In the first example, I've cut together 3 clips, and it's a wide shot, a close-up, and a wide shot. Take a look.
Very simple recipe.
Okay.
We're going to start with some tapioca flour, which is a really wonderful textured gluten-free flour. It makes this really great.
Now that works just fine, but when I showed this to a couple of people, they said, I really would like to actually see a close-up of all the ingredients at this point. And I agreed with them, so I'm going to replace this shot. The timing is really good, and I want to do it quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the replacement shot, which is close-up of ingredients. And I'll cue it up to a good point where, I see a little bit of action. And it kind of matches what's happening with my hand. And I'm going to mark an endpoint right there. Now, all I have to do is grab the clip and drag it down to my timeline and put it over the clip that I want to replace. If you'll notice, if I let go at this point, I'm going to actually overwrite not only that clip, but everything after it because I haven't marked an out point. However, if I hold down the Option key, or on a Windows machine, the Alt key, you can see that the application is smart enough to say, oh, I only want to replace this clip without even having to mark an in or an out point. It just selects the range of that clip. Now I'll simply let go of my mouse, and it swaps out the close-up of Vanessa to a close-up of the food. Let's take a look at the new clip that replaced her.
Simple recipe.
Okay.
We're going to start with some tapioca flour, which is a really wonderful textured gluten-free flour. It makes this really great crust.
So that actually works much better for me, and it was really easy to do. So all you need to do is just mark an in point and drag it down and hold the Option key on a Mac or the Alt key on Windows, and you can do these replace edits and really edit quickly. Now, I want to show you another trick that I like even better with the replace edit. We're going to take a look at this series of clips right over here.
Cut it and have a slice?
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, we don't want me to burn myself. And you can entertain children with this?
Completely.
Okay. So.
In the earlier videos, I had a hard time actually matching the action here, and I didn't allow the program to do the work for me. Using the replace edit, I can do this. So what I want to do is actually make a cut point, and I'll use the razor blade tool, C key. So now I have a space that I can cut from my wide shot to my close-up, even though it's the same shot at this point. I'll switch back to my selection tool, and I want to replace this part of the clip with a close-up of me cutting the pizza. Another real-world example might be, let's say you had a wide shot of a baseball game, and you wanted to cut to a close-up, and it's just as the batter hits the ball. So instead of matching an in point or an out point, I want to actually match action within the scene. And that would be hard to do. I'd have to do a lot of math if Adobe Premiere Pro wasn't so smart. So let me load the shot that I want to replace into my viewer. I'm not going to mark an in and out point. I'm just going to find part of the action that I think I can catch up with. So as soon as I slice across and it just hits there, that's a good frame for me to match down here. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to slide this over. And just as I hit the end of the pizza, I want to match that action. Now all I have to do is right-click. No in and out points are needed. On the clip that I want to remove, I choose Replace with Clip, and this is the magic choice. Replace from the source monitor and match the frame. So it's going to match exactly where the playhead is parked in the source panel to where the playhead is parked in my timeline. Let's see how well that works.
You can entertain children with this?
Completely.
Okay.
Now, the action's really good, but you know, I just want to replace the video and not the audio on this clip. And I'm going to show you one more trick with replacing a clip. If you just want to replace the video or the audio, you need to lock a track. I'm going to go ahead and hit undo. So now we have our original clip back here, and I'll line it up so it hits the right spot. But I'm going to go down here, and there's a little lock button. I can toggle this so that I don't accidentally overwrite anything on that track. And in this case, it's the nice clean audio. Once again, I have this lined up perfectly where I hit the very end the first time, right-click, replace with clip from source monitor and match frame. And now let's take a look and a listen.
And you can entertain children with this?
Completely.
Okay.
So if you notice, it matches my audio perfectly, and I don't have to worry about swapping out or cleaning up the audio from this other camera. Now, I do want to remember to unlock the track. Otherwise, as I continue to edit, I may not get the audio that I want. And I know it's locked because I can see this cross-hatching across the track, and I'm just going to go ahead and click unlock, and I'm back to where I want to be. So the replace edit is an incredibly powerful tool when working with Adobe Premiere Pro. I want to talk to you about linking and unlinking the video from the audio of your clips that are in the timeline. Now, by default, Premiere Pro wants to keep the audio and video together, so if I selected this clip and I grabbed it and moved it somewhere, the audio and video won't go out of sync. Or if I extended the clip, the audio and the video would again stay together. Let me go ahead and undo that a couple of times, which, if you recall, is Command-Z or Control-Z if you're on Windows. And I'm going to show you some real-world reasons why you may want to break those clips apart. Now, here we have a cutaway which worked to our advantage that the audio stayed with the video because it enhances the shot.
I did that.
There you go. You totally did this.
This pizza smells amazing.
So in that case, when I'm on the close-up, it's really good to hear the sound of the pizza pan hitting the counter and the sound of the oven closing. But the next time I went to a cutaway, the audio wasn't quite as cooperative.
Entertain children with this?
Completely.
Okay.
It completely overpowers the original audio. As a matter of fact, it was a DSLR camera, and that was just the camera mic. So I want to delete this audio, and I could have brought it in with just the video, but a lot of times you'll be editing, and you'll look back and you'll realize, I should have, I could have, if only. Well, you don't want to have to re-edit. You just want to be able to select the audio and delete it. Well, if I try to select the audio, it also selects the video because these two clips are linked together. So I need to isolate the video from the audio. I can do that by right-clicking on the clip and selecting Unlink. And this will actually break the relationship between the video and the audio. Now, you want to be careful when you unlink a clip because if it's not something you're going to delete immediately, if I move this audio clip just a little bit, now that they're not linked together, I will actually have my video and my audio go out of sync. So it's not quite hitting on the right point. But what I really want to do is just delete that audio completely. So once I have them unlinked, I can select the audio, press the delete key, and it goes away.
Okay.
Now you can do the same thing if you bring in a piece of media where you just want the audio, maybe it's a voiceover recording, and you really don't need the video. You could again unlink them and then select the video and delete it. Now I want to show you a really cool shortcut if you don't want to right-click and select unlink and go through all the steps. As a matter of fact, let's say I wanted to stretch out the video here, but not the audio. So if you notice, they actually happen at the same time. Well, if I unlink them, life is good. I can select the video and the audio separately and create the split edit that I want. But here's the challenge. I've unlinked them, and now they are permanently unlinked and can go out of sync unless I reselect both of them, right-click, and link, or I can link them also in the drop-down menu underneath Clip. There we go, Link. And now they're together again. But most of the time, I forget to relink them. So this is the trick. If I ever want to temporarily break a link, all I need to do is hold down the Option key before I select a clip, and I can select just the video or just the audio. So let's say I wanted to stretch out the video of this clip and not the audio. Well, they're linked right now. I can simply hold down the Option key, select the track that I want to work with. As soon as I let go of the Option key, they're linked again. So holding down the Option key allows you to temporarily unlink video from audio and either delete it or extend one part and not the other. And you'll never have to worry about going back up into the drop-down menu or right-clicking to relink those clips again. When you're editing, it's nice to be able to make notes directly in your project. And one of the tools you can use is something called markers. Now, it's easy to put a marker anywhere on the timeline. Simply move your cursor where you want to put a note, such as, I need to verify that the spelling is correct on Vanessa's name. So I place my playhead there, and I can create a marker by either hitting this button or using the M key. You'll notice now there's a little green arrow that points down, and if I click on it, I can add more detail. Another way to get into it would be just to press the M key again. So if you press the M key twice in a row, you can create a marker and open up this dialog box to add information. For instance, I'm going to name it Spell Check. And then in the comments column, I'm going to just write myself a note to call Vanessa to verify the spelling. While we're in this dialog box, I want to point out a couple of things. This is a comment marker, and that's the default marker that you would be making. Other types of markers you can make are chapter markers and web links and flash cue points. I'm going to press OK to create the marker. And what I want to point out is if I hover my mouse over the marker, I get a pop-up of what this says, which is spell check, the time code, and a note that says call Vanessa and verify spelling. So it's very useful information, and I can go through and I can make markers throughout my program. For instance, let's say I go over here, and if you notice, I have a nice big blank space, and I want to double check and see if that's a problem. So I'm going to simply zoom in, make sure I can position my playhead right over that, and hit the M key twice to create a marker. And I'm going to say, find shot for space. Now, a marker can have duration, so if I wanted to, I can type in a duration, say 3 or 4 seconds, so I can really spot it. I can also just use my virtual slider to do this. Now watch, when I press OK, you'll notice that this marker actually has thickness. So it's easy for me to spot, and anywhere I hover over that marker, I can find the recommendation that I need. Now, you can modify markers by stepping back into them, and it's easy to clear markers or to remove a single marker from the marker drop-down window or using keyboard shortcuts. Now, you can easily navigate between markers using the Shift-M and the Shift-Command-M keyboard shortcuts. So if I'm in my timeline and I'm going to zoom out by pressing the / key, I can press Shift-M and I'll jump forward to the next marker, or Shift-Command-M and jump backwards to the previous marker. One final note about markers. There's actually a tab here called Markers in the project pane, and if I click on that, I will actually see every single marker and a poster frame from the clip that the marker is above. So let me go ahead and add one more marker so you can see it appear in our marker panel. I'll place it right over this pizza shot. I'm going to simply press the M key, we can see it's created, I'll press the M key again to write a note. And this is just for the training. I'll press OK, and as you can see, we have our 3 areas where we have our markers, but what's really nice about this is I can simply click on any one of these and my playhead will jump directly to that marker so I can see the note that I made for myself. Now that you know about markers, you can do away with that pencil and paper to take notes about your changes and do it directly in your project file. Once you've laid down your basic timeline, you're ready to fine-tune your edit, and there's a couple of tools that I want to show you that can help you with that. They're the ripple edit and the roll edit. And let me just show you the problem, and then I'm going to show you how these tools can very easily fix them. Take a look and see if you can see what's wrong here.
Pizza, gluten-free pizza.
That's going to be awesome.
Gluten-free pizza.
That's going to be awesome.
So obviously, when I cut it together, I repeated the line in both the wide shot and the close-up, and I want to trim this down. Now, I'm going to go ahead and press the plus key to zoom in so you can really focus on it. And at first blush, you might want to just stretch this one over and stretch this one over, and then you're going to have to go ahead and delete that empty space. You can do this in a lot fewer steps. There's actually an edit called a ripple trim edit, and that's slightly different than the trim edit that we learned earlier. If I go over here and select the Ripple Edit tool, keyboard shortcut B, I get a slightly different icon. Instead of seeing that as a red arrow, I see it as a yellow arrow, and it works very differently. When it was a red arrow, and let me switch back to that, if I grabbed this and made it shorter, it just left a gap. But let me undo that, Command-Z or Control-Z, depending on your system. But if I switch to the Ripple Edit tool, with the yellow icon, now as I drag the clip to the right and let go, not only does it trim it, it deletes the space. Now, I'm going to go ahead and undo and redo because it might have looked like nothing happened, but take a look at the end of the timeline. You'll see it gets shortened. So I'm going to go ahead and undo that. And as I pull to the right, it removes that part of the clip. But if I did it the other way, again, it snaps the track closed. So this is a great way that I can remove that extra footage. Let me undo back to the state that it was in when we came to it.
It's going to be awesome.
Gluten-free pizza.
That's going to be awesome.
So there, that's going to be awesome. That's going to be awesome. I'm going to go over here and scroll down right on the A so I can actually see my audio waveforms. So let me go ahead and just cut it out of one of the 2 scenes, and I can then fine-tune that with the roll tool. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this to the right. Now I want you to see what happens not only to the waveforms underneath, but see what appears in the program panel as I pull it to the right. I actually see the last frame of the first clip, and I see what I'm trimming off of the second clip. Now let me let go after that line is read, and let's listen.
That's going to be awesome.
Yes, so it's super, super easy.
So did you see how super easy that was to not only remove the line, but close the gap? Now, the other tool that's very useful is the roll tool. Now, I'm going to hit the backslash key so you see the entire timeline, and I'm going to show you an example of a problem that we need to fix and how the roll tool can do it.
Vanessa Weisberg, executive editor of Delay Gluten-Free magazine, and I'm so excited.
So it's obvious we cut to Vanessa's close-up camera before she even turns to look at me, which she'll do in about a moment.
To welcome you to our test kitchen.
So I really should have made the cut at this point. I could have used the trim tool, and I'll get back to that with the V key by just grabbing that over and then finding this and pulling that over. And it's 2 steps, and it takes a little bit longer. Let me undo that. What I want to do is switch to the rolling edit tool, keyboard shortcut N, and now I'm simply going to click on the edit point, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see it more closely. If I click on the edit point, it highlights the video and the audio, and I just literally move the out point of the first clip and the in point of the second clip. And if you notice in the upper right-hand window, as I do this, I actually can see the last frame, so I know exactly when she's going to turn her head. I'll let go of my mouse, the edit is done, and let's take a look at playback.
Welcome you to our test kitchen. My friend Ave is here today.
And as you see, the roll edit tool is a very elegant way that we can make that edit work. Now, earlier on in this video, we fixed redundancy. We fixed the fact that I repeated a line. I'm going to use the up arrow to jump back right to that edit point and show you how the roll tool can make this cut even better.
That's going to be awesome.
Yes.
So instead of cutting right on the moment that I stop talking and she starts talking, it'd be much smoother if we actually cut in the middle of a line where there is some action. So I'm waving my hands here and her eyes are closed. Don't think that'll work, but I bet if I cut when her hands are coming up, it'll be a little better. So now using the roll tool, I can take that edit, move it over to the right, and see how much more transparent the cut is.
That's going to be awesome.
Yes. So it's super, super easy. I'm not one of those people.
So as you see, it is a lot smoother. Now I'm going to do one more trick here before we finish, and that there was a little bit of an audio hiccup as we cut from one clip to the other. We learned in an earlier video that if I wanted to unlink these clips temporarily, I could hold down the Option key. And by holding down the Option key, I can now move that edit over to the right when her hands are moving, but leave the audio cut where it was.
That's going to be awesome.
Yes. So it's super, super easy. I'm not one of those.
So the audio was smooth, the video was smooth, and we successfully achieved that with both the ripple tool and the roll tool. Two other very valuable tools to use when fine-tuning your edit are the slip tool and the slide tool. Now, these are also probably two of the tools that are really tough to get your head wrapped around of why you use them and how you use them. I've created the same scene 5 different times so I can better explain this and show you how you can leverage these tools to quickly fix problems in your edit. Now let me play the first section, and I've highlighted the clip that we'll be working with by changing its color to green.
Gluten-free pizza.
That's going to be awesome.
Yes. So it's super, super easy. I'm not one of those people who likes to wait for my dough to rise. You know, I hate having to add the...
Well, it's pretty darn obvious that the problem there is that you see my head turn twice. Now I'm going to zoom in by pressing the plus key and reposition this clip to see if I can get the timing of the head turn, to about right there to match some action. Now I've overshot a little bit, so let me bring it back and see how that plays.
One of those people who likes to wait for my dough to rise. You know, I hate having to add... I'm not one of those people who likes to wait for my dough to rise. You know, I hate having to add...
So I was pretty lucky there. It worked out pretty well. And it was easy to do, and you may be asking yourself, well, if I can do that, why do I need the slide tool? Let's jump to the next part of our timeline. And this is more likely the way that you would discover the problem. The clip is already embedded into track 1, and so if I need to move this clip and I move it to the left, I'm erasing what's there, which is okay, but then I have to either stretch this or stretch that, and if you have a lot of tracks, this could get quite complicated. So the trick here is to use the slide tool, and not only is it more efficient, it gives you better visual feedback. Now I'm going to turn on the slide tool. There's a button for it, which is right over here. You can also use the keyboard shortcut of U. And when I switch to that and click and just start moving it a little bit, take a look at my program panel. I'm seeing 4 images. The bottom 2 are the last frame of the first clip, what we're cutting out or adding, and the first frame of the third clip. So these are the things that are getting changed. The head turn is perfect. I like the length. I like part of the action that I'm getting. I just want it to happen earlier or later in my sequence. So the beauty of this is as I slide to the left, I can actually see when my head turns, and I can also see Vanessa's hands, and I know just when I want to make that cut. So if I let go at this point, it slides the clip further down the timeline, doesn't affect the duration of my show. I don't have to pull things out of the sequence to fix it. And now let's take a look at the timing when I play it back.
Easy. I'm not one of those people who likes to wait for my dough to rise. You know, I hate having to add the yeast and the warm water.
I might want to slide it a little bit more back just because I think the rhythm feels a little bit better when I'm nodding my head.
I'm not one of those people who likes to wait for my dough to rise. You know, I hate having to add the yeast.
And I like that. The rhythm is really good and it works out very, very well. So using the slide tool can save you a lot of time and energy. Now let's take a look at the slip tool. I'm going to hit the backslash key just so you can get your bearings. And we're going to look at this third setup. And when I hit play,
gluten-free pizza.
That's going to be awesome.
Yes, so it's super, super easy. I'm not one of those people who likes to wait for my dough to rise. You know, I hate.
Now, I wanted a cutaway, and I just threw one into the timeline, and it was completely wrong in that I never look up. Other than it being like a handheld shaky shot, I never look up. So I need to actually change what part of the clip I'm looking at. I don't want to change anything to do with the first and third clip. I like where they're located. I like where they cut out. I like where the new one cuts in. I just have to change the in and out point of that middle shot. So if I had loaded this into the timeline, I'm going to press the selection tool or the V key. And what we can see is I have my in and out point here. I'm going to stretch this out so you can see it. And I literally want to move the out point and the in point at the same time. In essence, what I'm doing is keeping everything the same. And think of this little spot here as a window. I'm going to select my timeline and zoom in a little bit so you can see better what we're doing. So there's my hole, there's my window. And as I move this left and right, I'm going to see different parts of the clip. Turn my head there, but I turn it back and I start talking, so I can slide it back and forth and eventually get there. But again, just like in the previous example, in the real world, it might be inside the same track, and moving it back and forth, the end result will just be doing a lot of erasing of what's around, and I'll just get into worse trouble. Let me undo that twice and get back to where we want to be. So this time, instead of choosing the slide tool, I'm going to go up one more button and choose the slip tool, keyboard shortcut Y. And now when I click and start moving this clip, take a look at what happens in the upper right-hand program panel. I now see the end of the first clip, which won't change, the beginning of the third clip, which won't change, and my middle clip, which is going to keep the same exact length, but I can move the in and out point at the same time. And I have visual reinforcement so I can get the timing just right. If I move too far over, you can see I start talking in the bottom right window. So I want to make sure that I'm still looking at her. It looks like it kind of matches the upper right side. And then I look at the lower left, and that seems to match also. And I can simply let go and watch playback.
Super easy. I'm not one of those people who likes to wait for my dough to rise. You know, I hate having to add the...
So it was very quick to make the change, actually much quicker to make the change than to explain what a slip and slide edit are. The slip and slide edits are techniques that you think you may never use. But once you use them, you'll use them over and over again, and you won't know how you actually edited without them. The trick of doing a really good job editing is to make your edits transparent or seamless, which means the viewer doesn't see that you created an edit. Now, J-cuts and L-cuts will allow you to make your transitions more seamless. Now, I'm going to play the clip as I cut it, which is I speak, and then I cut, and Vanessa speaks. And you'll see, though the transition is smooth, it's not transparent.
And I think because we made that dough from scratch.
It really gives it that one.
Now, what you see a lot in television and movies is a situation where you might hear the person speak before you actually cut to them, or you cut to their reaction as they're listening before they start speaking. This is very natural. If somebody speaks in a room, you'll hear them before you see them. So that's why we edit what are called J and L cuts, and they're called that because it kind of makes the shape of a letter J or the letter L. So what I want to do here is I want to actually cut to Vanessa's voice before I cut to her face. What I want to do is hear Vanessa's voice before I see her. So I actually want to move the edit point of the video a little bit to the right. Now to do that, I'll switch over to the rolling edit tool, and I want to just isolate the video track. So I'm going to hold down the Option key, click, and just drag it a little bit to the right. And I don't need it to be that long. Second or so is good. And then look what happens when I play it.
No, it wasn't gluten-free, and I think because we made that dough from scratch.
It really gives it that wonderful homemade element, and you feel really...
So that's more natural. Maybe I would cut away a little bit before I start smiling. So I can move that back a hair, and I'm good to go. Now, if you looked at the raw footage, it's fairly continuous in that my speaking and Vanessa's speaking, nothing is taken out, so I could have actually done a roll edit without switching over to the video and achieved the same effect. But what happens when you remove something? And that's what I did in the next example in the timeline. I removed that phrase from fresh because I didn't like the way it sounded. So we'll just do this one more time, and you'll see how valuable being able to break apart the video and the audio to do a J or L cut would work.
I didn't know it wasn't gluten-free, and I think because we made that dough from scratch.
So we made that dough from scratch. We don't hear from fresh anymore. So I can go ahead, once again, hold down the Option key and move this over a little bit. I'll zoom in with the plus key so I have a little more fine control. And let's go ahead and play that back.
Because we made that dough from scratch.
It really gives it that.
Okay, I have a little bit of lip flap there. And this is what I wanted to point out, is that when you do these J and L cuts, you can actually trick your viewer. My lips are still saying fresh, but because we hear the word scratch, they won't even notice.
That dough from scratch.
It really gives it that wonderful homemade element.
So that's one of the tricks and the art of doing an L cut or a J cut. Now, of course, I led the audio before the video, but I could have just as easily led with a reaction shot of Vanessa hearing my voice and then cut to her. J cuts and L cuts are one of the secrets of making transparent edits. As you get more experienced using Adobe Premiere Pro, you'll want to leverage some of the other tools that are available to you. And one of these is the Trim Monitor window. Now, what this does is it allows you a little more fine control when cutting between one clip and another clip. So for instance, if I double-click between this edit point, and I want to play it first because you'll see there's a repeat of action.
From fresh. Made it from scratch. And gluten-free, and I think because we made that dough from fresh.
So I want to trim that. Now, I could trim it down here, but let me show you what happens when I double-click. I actually open up this Trim Monitor window, and it allows me to do either a roll edit by clicking between the two clips. So watch what happens when I just move my mouse left and right. And then as soon as I let go on the cut point, it moves it to a new location. Or if I click on just one side, I can do a ripple trim delete or a ripple trim add to my video. So in this case, I want to remove the redundancy of me saying it in both the close-up and the wide shot. So I'll simply click on the right side and drag to the right until I see Vanessa start responding. Now I can step back here in my timeline and see how that worked.
I think because we made that dough from fresh. Made it from scratch.
It really gives it that wonderful home.
So very easy to use the Trim Monitor window to be able to make fine edits. Now I'm going to step inside just one more time. I can also use these little buttons here to edit by 1 or 5 frames, some really fine tuning of my edit. And if I want to jump from edit to edit point, I can simply make the edit I want and then use the up and down arrow keys to jump to the next point and the next point and the next point. Now, if you're migrating from another editing system and you want even more information about your clips and a lot more control, you can actually go to the drop-down window and open up a Trim Monitor window that has a lot more detail. It's pretty much the same as we just saw, but it allows us a little more flexibility in seeing what handles we have in the clip, as well as controlling what we're going to edit in reference to video and audio. And for those who have come from another editing system, Premiere Pro provides dynamic trimming using the J, K, and L keys. So whether you use the more complex Trim Monitor from the drop-down window or the simplified interface by double-clicking on an edit point, you'll be able to refine your edit with true precision. There is one preference that I do recommend you change that will actually improve the efficiency of trimming. When we've been using trimming prior to this, we've always needed to switch over to the trim tool when I wanted to do any kind of a ripple trim, where I actually not only trim the media, but I also delete the gap. And this can be rather cumbersome, because as you become more experienced in editing, you'll want to always do these 2 steps back to back. So why do 2 steps? If you go to the Preferences and that's under Premiere Pro on a Macintosh, and under the Edit menu on a Windows machine, it would be right here at the bottom, you can change the way trimming works in Premiere Pro. So I'll select Preferences and choose Trim. Now, there's two things I want to show you can modify here. First of all, you can change the large trim offset. The default is 5, and if you recall, when we went into the trim monitor, that was one of the default durations for the buttons. So if you always want to do, say, 1 second trims, you can enter either 30 frames if you're doing 30 frames a second, 24 frames if you're doing film style, or 25 frames if you're cutting footage that was shot in PAL. But this is the checkbox that will save you lots of time. And that is, allow selection tool to choose roll and ripple trims without the modifier key. So if I click on this and I hit OK, when I put my cursor over one of these clips to do a trim, it automatically chooses the yellow ripple trim instead of just the plain red trim. Rolling, of course, stays exactly the same, and if I do need to do just a traditional trim, when I put my cursor on top, I can simply hold down the Command key or the Control key on Windows and temporarily toggle back to a traditional red trim tool. So I suggest you make that change in your preferences, and you'll find that trimming will go even faster. Now, we've learned a lot of ways to fine-tune our edit using all of the trim tools, and I really wanted to point out some of the great keyboard shortcuts that are in Adobe Premiere Pro that will really speed up this whole act of trimming. And they're worth learning because this is what's going to make you fly through the fine-tuning process. So the first one that I want to show you is simply by pressing the T key, you will jump to the closest edit point. And that's very useful. And if you hit the wrong one, because maybe it was closer to the previous or the following, the up and down arrow keys will allow you to jump to the exact edit point that you want to work on. Now, Control-T on a Mac or Shift-T on a Windows machine will allow you to toggle between the 5 different types of trim tools, such as Trim Edit, left and right, Ripple Trim, left and right, as well as a Roll Edit. And this is very efficient because once I do this, I can type in numbers to move that edit point back or forward, or use a keyboard shortcut to really fine-tune that edit. Now, for instance, if I hold down Option left arrow key on a Mac or Control left arrow key on Windows, I can actually start trimming precisely 1 frame at a time. And you can take a look in the upper right-hand corner and see where that roll edit is going. Another Control-T on a Macintosh, I switch to a different type of edit. Now the Option left arrow is starting to trim the end off that reverse angle shot of Vanessa. And if trimming 1 frame at a time isn't quite quick enough, I can hold down both the Option and Shift key on the Mac or the Control and Shift key on a Windows machine, and then using the left and right arrow, jump by multiple frames. And that's the default that you would set under your preferences. As you see here, it's jumping back or forward by 5 frames. That's the large frame offset. So that's really cool, but I haven't even begun to tell you some of my favorite trimming shortcuts. I'm going to go ahead and deselect my edit point and simply position the playhead in the middle of the clip. If I want to trim off everything at the head, maybe this is all me just talking before the camera starts rolling, I can do what's called a top and tails edit. So the keyboard shortcuts for this are Q and W, and they're right next to each other on the keyboard. If I hit the Q key, it will lop off everything before the playhead to that edit point. So now we just have the back half of the clip. Let me undo that, Command Z. And if I hit the W, it will lop off everything to the right of where the playhead is parked. And this is really quick when you have extra media at the beginning or the end of a clip. And finally, one of my favorite keyboard shortcuts is the Extend Edit. And you do this by selecting the edit point that you want, and you're playing along and you say, you know something, that's where the beginning needs to be. And depending on the type of edit that you've selected, if you hit the E key, it will move that edit point to that location. And that's really useful when fine-tuning roll edits, because I could be watching and say, this is exactly where I want the cut point to be, and instead of grabbing the roll edit tool and moving it, I can simply hit the E key and roll the cut to that exact point. That was a lot of keyboard shortcuts in a short amount of time, but it merits rewatching this video to learn those, because those are some of the techniques that will make your trimming fly. By this point, you should have a pretty good handle on bringing clips into your timeline and how to trim them and kind of get them where you want them to be. I want to step back and actually talk to you about how you can take more control over your timeline. The first thing I'm going to do is enlarge my timeline by hitting the tilde key and showing you some of the basics that you'll need to know. The primary thing is the plus and the minus keys to zoom in and zoom out. Now, if you're on a laptop, no problem. If you're on a computer with an extended keyboard, you're not using the plus and minus keys that are on the numerical keypad. You're using the ones that are above the letters. So you might also see, instead of plus and minus, it could be the equal sign and minus, but my eyes always go to the fact that there's a little plus symbol. Every time I hit the plus, I will zoom in. Every time I hit the minus, I will zoom out. And if you press the backslash key, that's directly under the delete key on a Macintosh, and it's called the backspace key on a Windows machine. Now what that key will do, it will zoom your timeline in or out to show everything on the timeline all at once. It's great for getting your bearings, or sometimes if you've thrown a clip off to the end of the timeline to use later, you can find it because it might be about 45 minutes downstream and you don't even know that it's there. So I use these a lot, and I just want you to practice that, the plus and the minus. Additionally, you may want to change the height of the tracks. And this is actually very cool. If I want to see more detail, I can simply go over to either the audio or the video track, and using the scroll wheel on my mouse, simply make the track taller or shorter. Now, if I reduce its height enough, I don't see any of those details, such as waveforms and picture icons. Let me zoom in a little bit closer so you can really see what happens when I start stretching out the height with my scroll wheel. At first, I start seeing my audio waveforms. If I keep scrolling, you'll notice that over here in this section to the left, you can see some additional detail, such as the name of the track, which can be changed from audio 1 to, say, narrator or the person speaking, as well as additional controls for keyframing and controlling what audio tracks you see. On the video side, if I scroll up, I can see a poster frame of the first image in that clip. And that allows me to quickly know what shot is what without having to look at the name. But you'll also notice that when I scroll up, it does give me the name of the clip that I'm using. Now, if you hold down the Shift key when scrolling on the video, you'll notice that I can increase the height of all of my video tracks at the same time. And of course, I can do the same thing with my audio tracks. So this is a very efficient way to be able to see more detail in your timeline. To navigate between clips, you can use the up and down arrow key on your keyboard, and the up key will jump you backwards to the previous edit, and the down key will jump you forwards to the following edits. If you want to go all the way to the beginning of your timeline, you can press the home button if you have a full keyboard, and if you're working on a laptop, just press the function key or the FN button and the left arrow, and that will take you home or to the beginning of your show. And to go to the end of your show, on a full keyboard, it's the N key, and on a laptop, it would be the function key and right arrow. Now let's press tilde and return to our traditional interface. As you continue to edit, you may find yourself needing additional audio tracks or additional video tracks. Let me go ahead and change my view a little bit so you can really see my timeline. We're really not concerned with our source or our program panels at this point, But I want to just illustrate that if tracks are already there, I can just drag a clip and drop it on, and I'm good to go. But what if I need to add another track? Well, there's several very easy ways to do this. If I took any clip and I simply dragged it to the empty space above my uppermost track, Premiere Pro is smart enough to create the track for me and put the clip in that location. And this is true of both video and audio. So if I go ahead and grab an audio track, such as my music, and drag it down to the bottom and let go, it actually adds a track. Now you'll notice that it did not add that track at the very bottom, because at the very bottom is your master audio track, which is a little bit different. It added it where it should have put it, which is directly under the existing track of A5. It created A6. So adding tracks, pretty easy by dragging and dropping, but what if you want to add a track before you bring a clip in for other reasons? Well, you can add them one of a couple of ways. You can right-click in this area. Now, this is pretty area-specific, because if I right-click over here, I don't get the option to add a track, or if I right-click over here, I don't get the option to add a track, because it's context-sensitive. I need to make sure I'm in the right location, and I can simply do one of two things. I can add a single track, or I can add multiple tracks. Now, this is where you really get some power, because it's easy to add a track above everything else, but what if I want to add a track down here? I want to squeeze something in between. Maybe I want a new background track because I'm doing a chroma key. Well, if I right-click on any track, and I'll use the second one because I think that's more illustrative, and I go Add Track, you'll notice that it actually puts that track in above the track that I selected. So I was able to squeeze in a new V3, pushing everything else up. I can also delete a track that way. So if I have an empty track and I want to close down my vertical space, I can right-click and I can also delete a track that way. And finally, if I want to add multiple tracks, I can get to this in a couple of different ways. I could go to my sequence and go down here to add and delete tracks, or if my hand is already on the mouse and I'm already working in my timeline, I can right-click and I can say Add Tracks. And by saying Add Tracks, I get this dialog box, and I can choose how many video tracks I want to add. So if I need to add 3 or 4 tracks, I don't have to do it all at once. And I can also tell it where to put those tracks. So for instance, maybe I need to add a track at the very bottom of my timeline below all my other video tracks. So I can simply say before the first track, and I can do the same thing with my audio tracks. Now, audio tracks are a little bit more complex, and we'll explore that in the audio section of this course, but there are different track types that you can add, but the default is probably where you want to go. I'm going to go ahead and hit Cancel because I want to show you one last way that you might be able to use this dialog box to do a little bit of house cleaning. Let me go ahead and delete these clips that I brought in. We still have those tracks available, and our timeline looks rather cluttered. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and hit the / key so you can see the whole timeline. And what I want to do is just remove all those empty tracks and consolidate vertically my timeline. So I can simply right-click and choose Delete Tracks. I get a similar dialog box to what we saw earlier, and I can check Delete Video and Delete Audio and have it choose all empty tracks. Now, there are some other choices if I wanted to just delete specific tracks, but I'm going to use all empty tracks now, and look how much cleaner my timeline will be. No extra spaces, no extra tracks, clean and efficient. Let's take a look at 2 things you can do in your timeline that can improve your workflow and efficiency. One is the ability to turn off the visibility or turn off the sound of tracks, and the other is locking tracks. Now, the advantage of being able to turn off a video track is, for instance, let's say I wanted to put out a version of my show without the lower thirds. I could simply click on any of the eyeballs at the head of a track, and that track will no longer be visible, and when I export the video, that track won't be exported. This is very useful in situations where, say, you need to put out a version without lower thirds, You can also put out a version, say, without the narrator track. So for instance, if I wanted to turn off some of my audio, I would go down here, but instead of seeing an eyeball, I see the letters M for mute and S for solo. Mute actually would turn off a track. So in this case, we would no longer hear any of the audio on track 1. And in this situation, that would be myself and Vanessa speaking. If you're in a newsroom, you may need to send out a version of your show without a narrator so that the receiving station can put their own anchor or narrator into the program. Now, complementing mute is solo. This just simply isolates a track so I can hear that track all by itself. Very useful when mixing audio, and perhaps I want to listen or export a version without, say, my music. Now let me go ahead and turn back on those 2 video tracks, and I want to show you one more very useful technique. First, let me zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm doing a little closer. I'll press the plus key. Now I can right-click on this track, and I can choose to uncheck Enable, and that will make that clip invisible. That way you don't have to turn off an entire timeline to see what's below a clip. Now, you can do that by right-clicking, or you can select all of the clips that you may want to enable or disable, and use the keyboard shortcut Shift-Command-E as in Enable on a Mac, or Shift-Control-E on a Windows machine. So I can very quickly turn on and off multiple clips instead of turning on and off tracks or going through one at a time, enabling or disabling them. Another technique that's very useful is the ability to lock a track. Now, we saw this in an earlier video, and I can do that by simply clicking on this little open lock icon. When it closes, I see cross-hatching on my video track, which means I can't make any modifications to it. And this is very useful if I want to do some editing and I don't want to accidentally either shift my video or overwrite it. Now, I can do the same thing with my audio, and I often do this when I'm cutting anything to music. Now, whether I do an insert or an overwrite, that audio track won't be affected. As you can see, locking and unlocking tracks, as well as turning on the visibility or muting and soloing a track, can be very useful when cutting together your video. I want to talk to you about something called render files. Now, some of you may already know what a render file is, but let me try to quickly explain what that is all about. As you edit a program and you start putting more effects and more filters onto a clip, sometimes the computer cannot keep up. And what happens is you'll drop frames on playback. Now, that can be very frustrating. So a render file is simply the computer calculates in advance all those complex mathematical formulas to convert pixels to other pixels and writes that file down so when I play back the clip, it plays back smoothly. Now, if you look at my timeline, you'll notice there are some red and some yellow lines above the tracks. And your first impulse might be, well, yellow is a warning and red is a full stop, but that's not the case in Premiere. What a yellow line indicates is that Premiere Pro will have to do some sort of translation or rendering on the fly, but it won't drop any frames. What red indicates is that it may play back without dropping any frames, but they're not guaranteeing anything. Let's take a look at the playback of this green screen at the very end of this sequence.
In addition to being on newsstands in the United States and Canada, you could also find...
Well, it doesn't appear that any frames are dropping, but I want to make sure, and there's a nice feature in Premiere Pro that allows me to turn on something called the drop frame indicator. And this is a little green button that, when stays green, says we've played every frame. If it goes to yellow, it means that some frames were dropped, and then if it goes to red, you know you have a problem. And in this case, you'll actually need to pre-render or render the files because it can't play back in real time. Let's go ahead and hit play on our green screen, and this is pretty complex. This has multiple layers, a chroma key, a color correction, I'm generating a background, and even doing a blending mode to get some transparency.
Find the Pages of Delight on newsstands in Greece, Finland, Germany, Spain.
Now, I still didn't drop any frames, and this is a relatively moderate machine. It's a several-year-old Macintosh with only 8 gigabytes of RAM and a medium video card, and I'm still getting some fairly robust playback. Now, just to prove to you that this can change colors, I did create an insane piece of video that may drop some frames. As a matter of fact, I put so many filters on this that I would never use this in a show, but let's see if we can get that green to change to at least yellow.
Which I hate when you're sitting there eating with a fork and knife while everyone else is picking it up, so I like that this...
So there you go. I dropped some frames, and if I put my cursor on top of that little indicator, it even tells me how many frames I dropped during playback. Technically, if I can visualize what the effect looks like in my head, I don't have to worry about drop frames during playback while I'm editing. But if my producer is sitting there and they want to see it with its natural flow, I may need to render. Premiere will always render anything that it needs to on export to make sure you don't need to drop frames. So let's talk about rendering. You'll find the render command underneath sequence in your drop-down menu. And there's a couple of choices here. You can render effects into out and just render into out. I'm going to explain what that is, but first of all, let me actually mark an in and out point that's not the entire timeline so you can see the net effect. As a matter of fact, I'm going to mark it with an in point in the yellow and an out point in the red area. Now, if I go up under here and I choose to render effects into out, Premiere will render only things that have a red line above them.
Those onions actually smell good.
As soon as the render is done, you'll see it'll start playing back, but if you notice, the yellow line is still there. The red line has turned green, which says, oh, I've created a render file, so you have real-time playback.
Really good.
One of my favorites.
So as you can see, the green dot won't change to yellow because it's looking at the render file and not having to do all the math on the fly. Now, if I had chosen the other option, which is render into out, Premiere Pro will actually look at both yellow and red lines, so its real-time playback functions, as well as its effects functions, and render everything.
Those onions actually smell.
Now that went pretty quick because it only had to render the yellow section. The red section was already done, so even if you by accident select the same area to render over again, Premiere Pro is smart enough to know that it's already done the work once. So that's an idea how render works. If you want to use a keyboard shortcut for that, as you can see underneath the sequence settings for render effects into out, well, it's the return key on a Macintosh or the enter key on a Windows machine. They used to say time travel was impossible, but the beauty of Premiere Pro is that you actually can go back in time to fix mistakes. Now, you could do a series of undos, and that's Command-Z or Control-Z, depending on your operating system. And of course, you do have the undo in the drop-down menu. But what if I'm not sure exactly what I've done or how far back I need to go? And that's where the History tab in the Project panel comes into play. Now, you won't have a project file for this video because whenever you close a project, your history is completely erased. So just watch along, or if you have an open project that you've been working on, you can see something very similar to what I'm showing you. The History panel is all the way on the far right if you have the default screen layout, and if I click on that, I can see the recent edits I did in sequence. So that helps me one of two ways. Maybe I forgot how I did something, and I can look back and say, oh yeah, I forgot, I did that ripple delete. Now I know why I'm where I'm at. Or I want to step back because somehow I've messed things up and maybe my audio is now out of sync or suddenly video is not showing up. So I can go back here and simply select the point in time before I made that mistake. And if you notice when I clicked on Ripple Trim, it changed my timeline to that point or that moment in time. And I can go forward if I went too far back. So that's great, and I can continue on from here. One thing to keep in mind is as soon as I make a new edit, everything that happened after that ripple delete will disappear, and all my new edits will start from that point. If you're a science fiction buff, think of it as a parallel timeline that you can't go back and change. So after the ripple delete, I'm going to go ahead and make a new change. I'm going to go and remove this shot right here. If you notice, everything now has changed beyond the ripple delete. I can right-click, do another ripple delete, and I can start building a whole new history and a whole new future. There's no need for a project file for this video. You can follow along with any project that you might have open. One of the things that I like about Premiere Pro is the fact that there are a lot of keyboard shortcuts. I also like the fact that I can modify the existing ones or add keyboard shortcuts in situations where there isn't one already assigned. To modify the keyboard shortcuts, you will go up under the Premiere Pro menu on a Macintosh and you'll see Keyboard Shortcuts, or on a Windows machine, it will be under the Edit menu at the very bottom. Let me go ahead and launch the Keyboard Shortcuts dialog box and give you a quick tour. First of all, I want to point out that there's a default set of keyboard shortcuts, but if you click on this drop-down menu, you see that there's also one for Adobe Premiere Pro 6, as well as for Media Composer and Final Cut Pro. So if you're migrating from one of those editing systems, you can use the keyboard shortcuts that you're used to. Personally, I recommend taking the time to learn the keyboard shortcuts that are designed for this application because I find them pretty intuitive, and also if you're ever in a situation where you're hopping onto somebody else's computer, you'll be able to edit with their default Adobe keyboard configuration. Now, I use the keyboard shortcut menu a lot of different ways. Sometimes I'll use it just to find out what a keyboard shortcut is. So if I want to find out all the trimming keyboard shortcuts, I'll type in the word trim, and as you can see, there is all the different ones already assigned to trimming. T for the trim edit tool, W and Q for ripple trim edits, as well as the options to trim forward or backwards by a single or many frames. Now let's suppose there's a menu item that I use all the time, but there is no keyboard shortcut. Revert is something that I do all the time. What Revert does is it actually goes back and opens up the project the way it was when you last saved it. So if you've been saving all along and you say, you know something, I messed everything up, you can hit Revert and the project will change to the last time you physically hit Command S or Control S, or the state it was in when you first launched it if you hadn't saved it. Why would I use this? Well, a lot of times I'll review with a producer and show them lots of changes, and at the end of the session, they'll go, you know, it was just fine the way it was, and I'll go back and go to the File menu and select Revert. Well, I do this a lot, so it'd be nice to have a keyboard shortcut for that. So I'm going to go ahead and assign a keyboard shortcut, and to do that, I'll simply double-click where it says Shortcut, and I'm going to try the letter R because R is a good way for me to remember Revert. So I'll press R, and I discover that R is already taken. The shortcut is being used for the rate stretch tool, so if I choose R for Revert, I'm going to lose a pretty useful keyboard shortcut. So let me try a variation. I'm going to try using a modifier key. So instead of using R, what about Shift R? Well, Shift R is not taken, so that's going to work perfectly. You'll also notice at the top, now that I've modified the default keyboard, it's going to save this as a custom. I could go in and save it as my own keyboard layout, such as Abba's custom key set. I'll not use the apostrophe S just to keep it simple, and I will hit Save. Now in the drop-down menu, I can quickly jump from the default to my own custom key set, which has a Revert keyboard shortcut. Let me go ahead and hit OK, and I want to point out now under the File menu, under Revert, it says Shift R. Prior to this, there was no keyboard shortcut assigned at all. Creating keyboard shortcuts is quick and easy and can really increase the efficiency of your editing. Now, depending on your style of editing, you may or may not like to use the buttons that are below both the source and the program panels. Now, one thing I do like is that no matter what my style is, I can customize the interface to work best for me. If I don't like to use any buttons at all and I don't even want to see them, I can go to this wrench here and uncheck Show Transport Controls. It gives me a little more screen real estate for my image, and I'm not distracted by the buttons. On the flip side, if I do like to use these buttons, or as they're referred to, the transport controls, I can turn them back on, and with this little plus button, I can edit which buttons I see and even add some buttons that aren't there by default. Now, I'm going to step over to the program panel because there's actually a few more buttons that I can add and modify my options. When I click on this, I see all the buttons that are available. If I hover my mouse over any of these buttons, it will tell me what that button does, and also if there is a keyboard shortcut that might go along with that button. So, if I wanted to add buttons to the layout, I can simply drag them to the location where I want them to reside. So one of the ones that I do use a lot is I like to toggle my multi-camera on and off, and I don't want to use a keyboard shortcut. So I'm going to go ahead and just drag that down here. And let's see, what else would I like to add? I think I want to be able to start and stop my multi-camera cord. And the other thing I like is seeing safe margins. That allows me to very easily see if my graphics or my titles will be cut off when they're aired on television. I can also put in or remove spacers, and in this case, I'm going to go ahead and remove some elements. I think I'm going to remove my mark in and my mark out because I just use the I and the O key for that, and I can do that by just simply dragging them outside the box. When I'm all done, I can simply hit OK, and as you see, my buttons have been updated to the ones that I use. If I make my window smaller than the available button space, I'll actually get a new button to replace all the missing buttons. And when I click on that, it's simply a drop-down window with text showing me what actions I can perform. Let's go ahead and stretch out our window and test out one of our buttons. I think we're going to look at safe margins. As you see, it's very effective. It's showing me title safe and action safe. And if you notice there's a couple of extra lines, that would be for center cut. So if I'm showing a high definition image on a standard definition television, I can see where the sides are cut off. And to remove the visual clutter for now, I'm going to go ahead and turn that back off. So no matter what your editing style, Adobe Premiere Pro will adapt to your needs, whether it's extra buttons, the buttons that are there by default, or no buttons at all. Before we get into actually mixing our audio and working with different levels, I want to talk to you a little bit about dealing with audio that is stereo, audio that is mono, and maybe audio that the program thinks is stereo but is truly mono, and vice versa. Now, we have 3 clips in our project pane. Just a plain music clip, which is stereo, and a couple of camera clips. Now, I'm going to go full screen by hitting the tilde key. And in the far right side of my screen, I see it says Audio Info. And for convenience, I'm going to drag that all the way over and put it to the left of Label. And I want to point out how these are different. If you notice, our music is normal 44.1, which is like what CD audio is, 16-bit, which means it's high quality, and it's stereo. So when we put it in our show, if different instruments are playing out of different speakers, it will continue to maintain being stereo. Camera 2 is a little different. That's split audio. And you see it says 2 mono, or you might hear it as dual mono. And in this case, both Vanessa and myself had separate microphones, and each of our mics were recorded to a discrete channel. That way, when edited, you could turn Vanessa's volume up without affecting mine, and vice versa. The third clip was compressed so it would be easier to download, and when it was compressed, it got switched from dual mono to stereo. And Premiere is going to be confused when I use this, because if I bring down the volume or try to bring down the volume of my voice, it's going to bring down the volume of the entire clip. I want to show you how you can use this to your advantage and how you can modify it if necessary. Let's go ahead and press the tilde key and get back to our main editing screen. I do want to point one thing out in our timeline. 2 of the tracks have no icon, and 2 of the tracks have a single speaker. This indicates that this is a standard track, which means anything I put in there, it will adapt, in that if I drop a stereo clip in, both channels will fit into one track, and it will come out stereo. If I drop a mono clip in, it would also go in, and it would come out dead center between the 2 speakers. A mono track would take the stereo and mix it together so that everything was equal and it would just come out the same on both speakers. And that's true whether I drop a mono clip in there or a stereo clip in there. For the most part, you'll want to use standard tracks, and that's the default. So if you were going to make a track, you could do that underneath your sequence settings, choose Add Tracks, and when you add a track, there are options of where you want to put it and the type of track you're making. So as you see, there's standard and there's mono. There's 2 other types of tracks, 5.1 for surround sound and adaptive, which is usually used in broadcast when you need to import or export more channels. As a matter of fact, sometimes the standard is 8 or 12 channels of audio for one piece of video. But I don't think it's necessary to explore that now. Let's just keep it simple. I'm going to go ahead and drop our music directly into our first track. And when I drop it in, you can see it's in there, but I can't really tell what's going on. If I want to see what's happening inside one of these tracks, I can use my scroll key and open up and see more detail. Now, let me press the plus key, and you can see the waveform of this track, and I can also see how the track has been labeled standard, and I did this myself. Normally, it might just say Audio 1. When I play this, take a look at the audio levels meter, and you can see that left and right channels are slightly different. Now, let's go ahead and drop the other clips into this stereo track, and you can see how they work a little bit differently. I'm going to select and delete this clip, and now bring in the split audio. Now, since this is the first clip that I'm bringing in, Premiere notices that there's some differences between this clip and my sequence settings. I don't want to change them. I want to keep the existing settings, and I want to scroll up here. And what you see is that even though this was a standard track which took both sides earlier, because this clip is dual mono, it actually put one channel of audio on A1 and the other channel, and I'll scroll to get it open, on A2. And now I can work with these independently. I'm going to go ahead and delete this clip and bring in this third clip, which is Pizza Wide Shot. And this was a clip that was compressed, and if I bring it in, I see that I have both the left and right channel there, but because it thinks it's stereo, I can't work with Vanessa's and my voice individually. I can fix that very easily. All I need to do is, before I bring it in, so let me delete that, is right-click on that clip, go up under Modify, and Audio Channels. And here I'm going to tell Premiere to use this as mono instead of interpreting the file. And right there it says number of audio tracks 2, channel format mono. Watch what happens when I bring this clip in now. They go on separate tracks, and I can bring up one track and it doesn't affect the other. So it's important to understand whether you're working with stereo or mono clips, because down the line, when you have to start mixing your music and mixing your sound, you'll need this control. The program is basically organized and cut together, but I haven't looked at any of my audio mix. In other words, I just brought the clips in regardless of what their levels were. It's important for me to be able to see a couple of key things in my timeline. One, I want to increase the height so I can see the waveforms. I can do this by holding down the Shift key and using the scroll wheel on my mouse to make each of these larger. So you can better see what I'm doing, I'm going to adjust the layout of my screen, focusing much more on the audio section. If you're following along with the exercises, you probably have a higher resolution screen, and all you need to do is hold down the Shift modifier, use the scroll wheel, and then you can see all of the waveforms. Let me go ahead and play just about 3 or 4 seconds of this video. Well, I see immediately that if I had just dropped in the original clips, the music is too loud, Vanessa's voice is too soft, and there might even be times where we're getting louder and softer depending on how excited we're getting about the food, and I'm going to need to fix all of that. Well, the first thing I want to do is make everything a neutral level, a target level, and for most of you, that will be hitting this number here of -12. That means that generally your audio should hit around -12, but you could peak up to -6, or it could go down to -18 or even below. The key is you never want to exceed 0 because your audio will get distorted. Now, some of you might be delivering to a broadcast station, and they might have specific requirements for your audio mix level. It may be -18 or -20. The best rule of thumb is ask before you start editing, and you won't have to go back and fix it. So now let's start adjusting all of our audio levels. Now I can do that directly in the timeline by simply grabbing this center line right here and moving it up and down. And you can see there's a pop-up window that tells me how much louder or how much softer I'm making this clip. If I open up the effects control window with this clip loaded, I can also look at my volume here and see how much louder or softer I'm making it, and I can always reset it if I need to. Let me go ahead and play this, and we can look over here and see what our levels look like.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats.
Well, here's the challenge. I can't see what my levels look like because I'm hearing Vanessa's voice and the music. If I want to just isolate that one piece of music and look at its levels, I can go to the audio clip mixer and see just each of the tracks and what levels they're playing back at.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats.
So I can see her voice here and the music here, and as other tracks come into play, I will see those tracks. But again, that might make it a little bit difficult. Let's jump back to the Effects Control tab, and I want to show you a very useful trick when trying to mix individual audio levels. There's 2 buttons here, Mute and Solo. Mute turns off a track, Solo isolates that track. So if I just want to hear what's on audio 2, I can hit the Solo button, and now when I play it back, I can see and hear just my music. So that's a quick way to find out if your audio levels by themselves are hitting your target, which in this case is -12. Now let me zoom in by pressing the plus key and show you a couple of ways that I can accelerate this process. I know, for instance, that all of these were recorded at the same audio level. If I go over and adjust one of them by making it louder, and if you notice, I'm not hearing Vanessa and myself speak, I'm just hearing the music. That's because I had soloed this track. So let me go ahead and solo our track.
Excited to welcome you to our test kitchen. My friend Ave is here today to learn how to make an amazing gluten-free main dish. So we're making one of my favorite things right now.
If you notice, as I pulled up the level, I actually hit the target I wanted to, but as soon as I switched to the next clip, it popped back. So you need to make sure that if you're going to bring up your levels while listening to it, that you don't have the clip end before you let go of your mouse.
I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delay Gluten-Free Magazine. And
So that's pretty good right there. I kind of like that level to start with. And if I want to apply that to all of my clips, I can simply select it, copy, Command-C or Control-C on a Windows machine, select these other clips that have the same levels, right-click on it, choose Paste Attributes, and select just Volume to bring up the audio levels to match on all of these clips.
So we're making one of my favorite things right now, and this is a honey barbecue chicken pizza.
I just want to show you one last way to raise and lower the level of a clip while editing. I can go over here and hit the space bar, and instead of grabbing that middle line and moving it up and down, I can use the left and right bracket keys, and that's going to increase the volume 1 dB at a time. And dB is just the way that they measure audio. If I hold down the Shift key and use the brackets, it'll jump up by 3 dB, which means every 3 dB, it gets twice as loud or half as loud. Now, two things just went wrong. First of all, I affected the clips that I just worked on, and second, I can't even hear the levels. And I wanted to point this out because a lot of times in the rush of editing, you don't switch things back to the way that they should be. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and turn off solo and point out that if you have tracks selected, it overrides where the playhead is playing, and you're only going to affect these tracks. So let me unselect everything by clicking away from it. Nothing is muted. And now when I hit the space bar to play, I can use the left and right bracket keys to increase and decrease my volume.
I'm going to add the yeast and the warm water and then let it sit and covered and then punch it down and then let it rise.
So that's pretty good and that's pretty quick, and I didn't have to worry about using my mouse at all. So there's the basics on making sure that all your audio levels are good. And the next step would be keyframing them so you can change the volume over time. Now, I've gone ahead and equalized all of the audio, or neutralized all of the audio, so it peaks at about -12. And now I'm ready to do something called keyframing, which is modifying the audio over time, because in some cases I want to hear the music up full, but as soon as we start speaking on camera, I want to have that music there, but I need it to duck under our voices. Remember, in an earlier movie, I did change my layout, and I did open up each of these tracks by using the Shift key and the scroll wheel on my mouse. So if your interface doesn't look like mine, those are a couple things that I did in an earlier video. Now I'm going to press the plus key to zoom in to the area that I really want to focus on, and that is music and Vanessa's introduction. Let me go ahead and play it, look at my levels, and this is more important, listen and trust my ears.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisberg.
The levels are really nice, but maybe I want the music just a hair stronger at the beginning, and then I want to bring it down. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this and bring it up a little bit, just to make it stronger, and now I need to add keyframes. And so you can see what I'm doing, I want you to look over here, and I'm going to stretch this over to the left a little bit so you have a more expanded view. And now I'm going to go ahead and hold down the Command key as I'm working on a Macintosh. On a Windows machine, that would be the Control key. And as I click, I actually create a little diamond, and that's a keyframe. And if you look up here on the upper left-hand corner, the same thing has happened. As a matter of fact, I could add keyframes directly here in the Effects Control panel by clicking on a diamond. Once I have these basic points, I can make my volume louder or softer between those points. So I could go ahead and drag this down, and if we listen to it, the music will dip down, and because I had extra keyframes at the end, it's going to get louder. We'll fix that in just a moment.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats.
So I like the idea the music dips, but I want to make sure that it doesn't dip too fast and too low. So I'm going to go ahead and open up this level area so you can see what's happening up in the Effects Control panel. And I can stretch that out if I wanted even more detail by simply putting my cursor between those two lines and now I'll have a little more viewing space. If I needed to, I can once again use my scroll wheel. And the point is, I want to move this over to the right so the audio goes down more gradually. I also may want the level to be a little bit higher. You'll notice it's affected up here, and all is good. If I want to jump between keyframes, I can use keyboard shortcuts or these little arrows. And if I think that it's too abrupt, if I right-click on any of those keyframes, I can smooth them out with the Bezier curve that I have full control over initially, or let Premiere use an auto Bezier or a continuous Bezier. And most of the times I find that the default is better than my tweaking for several minutes or even longer. As you see, it's more gradual there. It's going to sound a little bit nicer, and we'll be able to hear Vanessa much better over the music.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats.
That's perfect. I really like it. Now, I want to go ahead and remove the other keyframes. They're easy enough to remove. You can right-click on any keyframe and choose Delete. But the trick is to make sure that you're actually on the keyframe. If you're a little to the left of the keyframe or to the right of the keyframe, you're going to get a different drop-down window. So often what I like to do is actually delete my keyframes up here in my effects control panel, and I can actually select a whole bunch of them at a time. And once they're all selected, I can just press the delete key and they're gone. It's a very efficient way of getting rid of extra keyframes if you've put too many in. And now our audio is perfect between the music and Vanessa's voice. I've gone through and made sure that my levels were good on each individual clip and keyframed them where necessary. I'm going to go ahead and move this area up a little bit so you can see better all of my tracks. So I have my primary audio track, which has both Vanessa and my voices. I also have this dual mono track that we explored earlier on in this lesson and keyframed my voice down a little bit where Vanessa's was staying constant. Now, another difference you may notice from the previous videos in this chapter is that I only have 3 audio tracks. I've thrown away the track that I didn't use. So if it looks a little bit different, it's only because I've done a little more cleanup to prepare for my mix. I did this intentionally because there's a lot of times that, for instance, this audio track is all of our voices and I have this dual mono. You might be in a situation where each person is mono on a separate audio track, or you might have interviews and narration, and you want to be able to combine all the voice tracks into one controlling track, and maybe all your ambience and sound effects, and maybe all your music. So that's why I wanted them on separate tracks. Now I'm going to go ahead and make what's called a sub-mix track that I can use for all my voices. And I'm going to simply right-click in this area and say Add Tracks. I could also get it from the Sequence drop-down menu. And when I do that, I'll get this dialog box. I don't want to add any more regular audio tracks, so I'll make that 0 and video 0. But what I do want is one submix audio track. I'm going to say OK, and you'll see, if I raise this up just a little bit more, that I now have this new submix audio track. And I'm going to change my screen layout a little bit because I don't want the audio clip mixer. I really want to be able to mix everything not by clip, but by the entire track. And I can do this by going over here. I'm going to scroll up just a little bit so you can see on one of them, and I'm going to click on the diamond here. And you see that I have a choice between clip keyframes and track keyframes. And as soon as I switch to track keyframes, you'll notice all of those individual keyframes have disappeared, because what I'm doing now is I can keyframe the entire track. I can make everything, now that it's perfectly mixed, louder or softer on this track. And I can do the same with all of my other tracks. Again, make sure you see the little diamond and switch over to track keyframes, and that's going to give me a completely different set of controls. Now, when I do any kind of a mix, I want to be able to mix my audio tracks. So I'm going to switch my workspace to an audio workspace. You can also open up the audio track mixer separately if you like the layout that you have. So if I switch to the audio workspace, what happens is I now see my mixer nice and large here. I have more space on my timeline, and there's my video. Now I'm going to tighten this up a little bit so you can see all of my tracks, including the track that says submix. And I can make these all a little bit smaller by holding down the Shift key, just so you can see the submix track. With this set up, let's take a look at our audio track mixer. I have each one of my individual tracks. That's voice. We'll call that voice 1. We'll call this voice 2. Now, you don't necessarily have to label it, but I'll tell you, it's good practice to do it. This is music, especially if you have a lot of tracks. I'm going to go ahead and label this submix as all voices because I'm going to target voice 1. I could scroll it up so you can see it better, but let me go ahead and hit the tilde key, and I'm going to target track voice 1 to my all voice submix and track 2 to my all voice submix. So now I can go to this submix and make all the voices louder or softer in one fell swoop. And if I had sent everything for my mixes for my music, if I had other tracks, I could send all of them to a music submix. And then finally, the submixes all go to my master. It's just giving me that extra level of control. Hit the tilde key, bring those all down, scroll down so we can see them, and now I'm ready to start mixing my levels. So if I go ahead and start playing, in this audio mixer, if you're not seeing your audio meters, make sure you can go up to Window and turn those on. So there's my audio meters, and if I need a little more space, I can stretch them out. Now I can make sure my levels are good and my individual tracks are good, and I'm ready to mix.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats.
If at the end I decide all the music is too loud, or my producer decides that, I can simply bring down the levels of all of my music at once. And if I want to bring up all of my voices, I could go ahead to the voice submix. And when I bring this up, it's not going to only increase the volume of this track, but also of that second mono track that I have.
I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delight Gluten-Free Magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen.
So this is a great way to control all of your levels, and if the volume for your whole show is too soft or too loud, I can just use the master and bring the volume levels for the master up and down. Let me open that up so you can see the line.
My friend Ave is here today to learn how to make an amazing gluten-free.
This slider here can make things softer and louder when it's paused, but if you want to make it softer or louder on the fly, and this is true for all of the tracks in the mixer, you'll need to switch it from read, which is just watching what you have already, to either latch, touch, or write. Each work a little differently. We're going to switch to latch because that's all we need. And now as I play back my master volume,
Main dish. So we're making one of my favorite things right now, and this is a honey barbecue.
it's going to go up and down and record those keyframes where the levels are. So you can mix using your audio track mixer, or let me undo that. You can mix directly in your timeline the entire track by holding down a modifier key, in this case the command key, and bring down the master level for one chunk. Play around with it, and remember, you can always undo, but you have quite a bit of control in your audio for a video editing tool. One of the things that's inevitable to happen to you in your editing career is your video and audio are going to go out of sync with each other, so that when a person's mouth moves, the words that come out are different than we anticipate. And this is happening right here. Take a quick look.
That's amazing.
Vanessa's mouth is moving, but we hear my voice. Now, the way this can happen is you could have moved the video and not the audio by accident. if you try to move a clip, by default, they're going to stay connected. But if for some reason you held down the Option key when you selected a clip, you could have just moved the video a little bit, and that's a perfect example of how things sometimes go out of sync. Insert edits can do it. Grabbing things off screen can sometimes do it. Well, the fix is pretty easy. You can simply right-click on the little red box and either move the video into sync with the audio. I'm going to undo that. Or move the audio into sync with the video. And most of the time, that's your solution. But there are situations where you might have a clip next to another clip, and if I chose to move the video into sync with the audio, it's going to actually overwrite the clip in front of it. So the timing is right on this split edit, but what I basically want to do is what's called a slip edit underneath, so leave the video to be that exact length, but move the in and out points so that it lines up with the audio. So I'm going to right-click, I'm going to say slip into sync, the video underneath is moved, and now when we play it,
amazing. I did that.
It's perfectly in sync. I want to point out two other situations. Here's another clip that if I play it is out of sync.
Completely.
Okay. So
it's not telling me it's out of sync, but I can see it's out of sync, and I don't know why. What happened here is at one point, these clips were separated and they're no longer linked to each other. And I could have done that for many reasons. But Premiere won't tell me if video and audio are out of sync on unlinked clips unless I go into my preferences and change it from its default of off to a default of on. And now that I've checked the box that says display out of sync indicators for unlinked clips, I see that these clips are out of sync. And the reason it's off by default is that there are times when you are intentionally moving video and audio around because you know you're going to cover it with B-roll, and you don't want to be distracted by these little red boxes. So I'm going to go ahead and right-click on that. I probably want to slip it into sync so I don't actually move the clips, and everything should be lined up.
Okay.
Now, the final example I want to show you is that piece of audio that was dual mono. And it's possible sometimes to have one of your audio tracks out of sync. This is my voice track, but Vanessa's is in sync. And if I zoom in just a little bit, you'll see a generic plus and minus here, but there is actually the distance that is out of sync. So I'll go to my audio, right-click on it, simply ask it to move it into sync, and now both my voice and Vanessa's voice are in sync with the picture. So getting audio back into sync is relatively easy. It's just being able to make the right decision of whether you want to move the video or the audio or slip the video or audio to make it work. It's inevitable that when you're cutting together a program, you're going to come across a need to work with still images. So let's take a look at how we can bring still images in and a couple of preferences that you might want to adjust. The footage that we're going to be working with is in the exercise files, and I've placed them in a very specific folder for you to work with. Let's go to the media browser, and I'm going to press the tilde key so it's full screen so you can actually see where this is located. It's inside your media folder, and there's a separate folder called Stills Variety. Now, these are just a repeat of a lot of the footage that's already in the general media folder, but I wanted to point out a couple of very interesting things when importing this media. Before we actually go about importing it, I want to jump over to the preferences and show you a couple of key things that will help you out in the long run. Now, the preferences can be found under the File menu if you're on a Windows machine, and on a Macintosh, it's under Premiere Pro. We're going to go to the General Preferences, and I want to point out the third preference down from the top, which is Still Image Default Duration. And by default, when you bring a still image into Premiere Pro, it's 150 frames long. So basically at 30 frames a second, all your stills will be 5 seconds. Now don't panic, because you can always stretch them to make them longer, or you can pull them back to make them shorter. This is just a starting point, and the default is a good number. But if you know, for instance, that you'll want all your images up for 10 seconds, then you may want to change this to 300 so you don't have to do the work twice. The other thing I want to point out is a button here called Default Scale to Frame Size. Now, we're going to talk about this through the next several videos and how it affects your editing. But by default, it's turned off. And in almost all cases, you want to leave that off, because if you turn it on, Premiere is going to actually take what could be a very nice large image that gives you a lot of flexibility and will scale it down to match the size of your sequence's frame. And then if you want to blow it up, you're going to actually lose resolution. With that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and press OK, and we're going to start importing some images. Now, the list view is really a nice way to look at your images if you know their name and they're alphabetized and you want to find something very quickly, but it doesn't allow you that flexibility of seeing exactly what the image looks like. So for the most part, I generally use the icon view when looking at any of my still pictures. And when importing images, Premiere can import almost anything. It can import JPEGs and PICT files and TIFF files, bitmaps and PNGs and Photoshop documents. Pretty much anything that can be read can be brought in. The only exception is camera raw files. These are very large files that are shot by professional DSLRs, and you don't want to work with these because unless they've been run through any kind of a processor, they're very flat and very large. I personally find for still images, JPEGs are great, TIFFs are great, and Photoshop documents work really, really well. We can see the different images that we're working with. And if I wanted to refine this, because it's a mix of TIFF files and Photoshop documents and JPEGs, I could go up to this little filter drop-down area and say, you know something? I just want to look at my JPEGs. And I can filter it and show just my JPEG files. And that is great if instead of having maybe a dozen images like we have here, versus the hundreds of images you might have inside a folder. I can select the clips I want just like we learned before, and I'm going to go ahead and just select them all, right-click, and I'm going to import them. They're already in my project file, but I do want to point out one last thing. I did sort by only JPEGs, but you can check several boxes here if you want to refine it, but not refine it down to one type of media. So if in my folder I had video and audio and images, I may say, show me the JPEGs, show me Photoshop documents, and perhaps show me TIFFs. Now I see all my still images, and I don't have to worry about dragging in movies if I don't need them. Let's just quickly step over to the project area. You can see all the clips that I dragged in. We're looking at it in a list form, but if you switch over to icon view, here are all the images that you have to work with. Once you have your still images in your project, it's time to start bringing them into your timeline. And you can simply grab and drag and drop them in, but there is one potential gotcha, and that is when you drop a still image into your sequence, it won't ask you if you want to adjust the sequence to match that still image, which is a good thing. But if by accident you made the sequence the wrong aspect ratio or the wrong frame size or even the wrong frame rate for all your video footage, then there could be a problem. I'm going to quickly click on my timeline and go up to the sequence drop-down menu and look at the sequence settings for this project. And I see right here that I accidentally made this 1920 by 1080, and I know all of my footage is 1280 by 720. I'm going to go ahead and close this knowing that my sequence settings are wrong, but I'm going to show you a trick that you should follow just to make sure everything is right. I've already imported one video clip, and what I like to do is before I drop any still images into my timeline is grab a representative video clip and drag that in first. And when I say representative, an example of a video clip that is like most of the footage that I will be using. So I'll drop that in. Now I will get the dialog box that says keep existing settings or change it, and I do want to change it to make sure it matches my video. I can even delete it at this point, and if we go back up to the sequence settings, you can see that it's now 1280 by 720. I'll hit OK, and we're ready to work with our still pictures. We have still pictures that are both landscape mode or horizontal, as well as portrait mode, such as these magazines, which are vertical. Now, of course, your sequence is horizontal, so to deal with this, you may need to be a little more creative. I'll drop the barbecue pizza shot in first, and when I let go, you'll notice that it's pretty short, but if I zoom in so you can see it better, and now double-click to load it into my source monitor, I can see that its duration was 5 seconds. Well, if I needed it to be longer or shorter, I can simply grab the edge and stretch it out either way to make it longer or shorter. As a matter of fact, all of the basic editing techniques that we learned can be applied directly to still images. If you look in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, I only see part of the image. And that's because most video images you're going to get are much larger than the resolution of your timeline. Even the highest of high-def televisions are only 1920 by 1080 pixels. Well, that's like a 2-megapixel camera. These images, which were taken with a higher megapixel camera, are actually coming in at a 1-to-1 aspect ratio, which is great because if I did want to do a pan or a zoom, I won't lose any resolution. Let me drop down on fit to 10%. Now, if I double-click on the image, I can see that the image is actually way larger than what I'm seeing in my 720 timeline. So a quick fix for this, if I'm not going to be doing any moves on the image, is simply to right-click on it and choose the option of Scale to Frame Size. Now, if I go back to Fit, you'll see that it fits perfectly within my frame, and I can use it without worry. Now, you may ask, why did I not do this when I imported the clips by using that checkbox that we learned about in the previous video? I want the flexibility that if I want to quickly scale it, I can do it within the program, but there's definitely times I may bring a clip in, such as maybe one of the magazine covers, where I want to do a tilt or a pan across the magazine cover to show the viewer information. Now, speaking of magazine covers, let's go ahead and bring in one of the magazine covers into the timeline and see how that's going to be a slightly different challenge. I'll go ahead and grab the pancake shot and drop it in right next to the barbecue pizza. When I click on it, you can once again see that we're looking at a very large image and I need to shrink it down. Using the same technique, I'm going to right-click and I'm going to Scale to Frame Size. This is a different aspect ratio, and what Premiere likes to do is make sure that you don't cut off any part of your picture, so whatever the largest side is, that's going to hit the edge of the frame. So in this case, we had to shrink it down so we don't cut off the top and the bottom. And a lot of times this is fine. Sometimes you may even make it smaller and put it over a background. But I do want to point out what looks to be black on the left and the right side of this image is actually transparent. So if I had put this image on top of, say, Vanessa and myself speaking, you would actually see us behind it and not necessarily see this by itself. Let me show you exactly how that might work. I'm going to just go ahead and drag it up to the third track and grab that piece of video that we worked with earlier and just throw in a small chunk. I'm going to just grab an arbitrary in and out point and grab just the video and put it onto track 1. You'll notice that it isn't black here, so if I cut away to the cover that we were talking about, I would have a problem. So the solution when working with still images, and if you have something on track 1, such as a narrator or your talent, is you're probably going to need to put something in between as a background. And you can import any image you want as a background. You might have a preset background made, or you can simply create one under the New button at the bottom of the project window, and here you go. You can create either a color matte or even black video, which is just solid black and no sound. So I could go ahead and grab that, put it underneath, and I'm good to go. So it's easy to change the duration of an image by simply dragging the edge to make it longer or shorter and using Scale to Frame Size to make it fit perfectly within your frame. Now let's take a look at animating a still image. And what I mean by that is you have a picture and you want to zoom into one area and maybe pan over to another area. The picture that I'm going to work with is in my stills folder, and it's a shot of myself and Vanessa holding up the clapboard. If I double-click, I can load it into the source monitor, and once again we see that it is a default of 5 seconds. I'm going to simply drag it into my timeline, stretch it out to 10 seconds, so I have a decent amount of time to work with. And as you can see, I have a nice little pop-up window. I could also numerically enter 10 seconds, but this is good to work with. Because we did not scale to frame size originally, I have a lot of pixels to work with, and that's great because the image is going to stay as sharp as it was originally. The first thing I want to do is position my playhead at the very beginning of the timeline in this case, and make sure that it's loaded into the source monitor and switch over to the effects control panel. If you don't see anything in your effects control panel, just go back and click on the clip again. We're going to go to the motion disclosure tab, which we worked on in an earlier video, and the first thing I want to do is just adjust the scale. And I don't want to do this with scale to frame because remember, I would lose resolution. I think if I type in about 24, I'll be right on the spot where I want to be. And I want to lock it into place for position and scale. I don't anticipate doing any rotation with this, so I'm not even going to play with any of these elements. Now that I've established my keyframes for my wide shot, I can go ahead a little bit later into my timeline, and maybe I'll go about 2 or 3 seconds in. And I'm going to put in another set of keyframes. So now from the 0 point to 2.5 seconds, there's no movement at all. Then I'm going to move the timeline again and position the image where I want it to be. So for instance, we're going to zoom into the clapboard and then we're going to pan up to Vanessa. So to do this, I'm in the right spot of my timeline. I'm just going to scale it up. And if I want, I can double click on the image to get the wireframe and position it so that it's dead center. I want to hold on that. I don't want to jump to the next location in the image. We want to look at that a second or two before we move to Vanessa. So I move the playhead, and without moving the image, I add a couple of more keyframes. So from 0 to 1, no movement, 1 to 2, movement, 2 to 3, no movement, and now I'm going to slide all the way over to the right. At this point, I want to take the camera and pan up to Vanessa. So I can simply grab the image and drag it till we see her face. Now, if I think this is a little too big or positioned a little bit off, I could move it over, and I'm going to scale it down and reposition, and you'll notice that Premiere has already created the keyframes for me because I adjusted both of these parameters. So let's go ahead and stretch the end out a little bit, play it back, and see how it looks. That's pretty good. I like the move. The way that I might finesse this is I feel it does happen a little quickly. I'm going to stretch out the clip, and if I wanted to move any of these, I can grab them individually, or I can lasso a couple of them and move them over and very easily change the timing so events happen exactly when I want them to, maybe based upon narration or music, and nothing happens too quickly. One last area that I want to show you is that if you right-click on any of your keyframes, you have the option to affect how your picture goes from point A to point B. Is it linear? Do you want a little bit of a curve? Do you want to ease in or ease out? Play with these. In the case of some of them, such as the Bezier, you'll notice the icon changes, and if you want to modify that curve, simply click on the disclosure triangle and you'll actually see the curve for how it moves and the little handles that you can adjust. The best way to get good at doing moves within a picture is just doing it over and over again until it becomes second nature. We learned that we can bring Photoshop documents in either flattened or with their layers as a sequence. Now, that's exactly what I've done here. I brought in the logo, And if I click on the folder that was created when I imported, I can see all the elements that I have to work with. It's actually 5 layers, the 4 parts of the logo, and the artist actually gave me a complete logo. If I want to work with this, Premiere created a sequence with all of these layers properly positioned. All I have to do is grab that sequence and drop it into my existing sequence. And I don't want to change the sequence settings because I want it to match the sequence of the rest of my video clips. So I'm going to say keep existing settings. And if I put my cursor over it, I can see it says Delight Gluten-Free Magazine. But I want to animate this. So the trick is to step inside of the graphic. And I can do that simply by double-clicking on the graphic, and now I have a second tab open with all the contents. Let me go ahead and bring this down to the bottom because I want you to be able to see all of these elements. I'm going to hit the backslash key, and there we go. We have our big background with it combined, which I don't want to use, so I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. And now I have the 4 different layers that I might want to animate. And if I turn these off and turn them on one at a time, you can see what I have. So the top one is the magazine. And the artist should have labeled this magazine, but we can work with it anyway, or we could change it if we wanted to. The next one is delightful food, delightful fun, gluten-free, and of course the logo of the magazine. So I can take these images and animate them. For instance, I want delight to be the primary thing the viewer sees, so I'm just going to go ahead and grab the other elements and slide them over so they don't even appear in my timeline until I'm ready for them. Now I want the word delight to animate in. I want it to be in by about 1 second, so I'm going to place my cursor at 1 second, load this layer into my source window, go to Effects Control, and under Motion, I'm going to lock in the position and the scale. Now I can simply go back to the beginning. If I want to work with this, the easiest way to do that is to click on the motion wireframe, and now I can grab the word delight and drag it off screen to the position where I want it to start entering my frame. Once I have that done, I can decide how I want these elements to come in. I think I'm going to take the magazine element, which was our top layer, and again, I want to go to where I want it to settle. I have it loaded in, go to the Effects Control, click on Motion, Position, and Scale are perfect, and then I go back to the beginning of that clip where it's off screen, and in this case, I just want it to float up straight from the bottom. So I'm going to just drag it straight down. Now, if you can't grab it because it's a layer that's behind the top layer, just again, go ahead, click on that little box, grab magazine, and we will bring it down so it's directly off screen. So one's going to fly in, the other's going to fly in, and then the last 2 areas, the words gluten-free and their little catchphrase at the bottom, I think we'll just have those fade on. So let me right-click. I'll apply the default cross dissolve. If I feel it's a little bit long at 30 frames, which I think it will be, I can notch this down to 15. And we've learned many ways to do this in an earlier video. And let's take a look at the final animation. Well, it happens a little fast for my taste, but that's okay because I can always readjust my timing as we learned in an earlier video. What's really nice about this is if I go back to the timeline, this appears as a giant clip, and I can put it over anything I want and still have that animation. So as you see, animating a layered Photoshop document is very quick and easy and can raise your video to new heights. In this video, we're going to look at using actual moving video and create a higher-end picture-in-picture than we learned in the Working with Stills and Graphics chapter. So the first thing I want to do is bring in my video to make sure my sequence matches my clips. Now, in an earlier chapter, we learned how to create multiple transitions over a bunch of clips, and it looked like this when we created it. We're going to reuse that sequence, and what I want to do is I want to drop it down, and I want to put it inside a graphic called GF Pizza Recipe. And if I double-click to load that into our source monitor, I say I have the whole recipe, and I have this nice empty space where I can put this video. So the first thing I want to do is go back to my empty sequence, and I'm going to actually grab the multiple transition sequence and drop that into this blank sequence. So take note, you can actually drop complete sequences into other sequences. And an advantage of doing this is now this sequence is treated as a clip. So I can go ahead and apply filters and motion to it, and it's applied to all the clips inside of that sequence. For example, if I wanted to go and do the first step of creating a picture-in-picture, I would select this sequence, go to the Effects Control tab, go to Motion, and scale it down. Now, I do want to point out something you might do that could get you into trouble. If you double-click on a sequence that's already inside another sequence, it just opens that sequence up so you can access it. That's actually a good thing because you can still modify the contents of the embedded sequence. So I've now made it smaller. I'm going to move it up a track because I want to be able to put this graphic behind it, the gluten-free pizza recipe. And I can drag that directly to the timeline and stretch it out so it fills the duration of the narration. Now that I have my graphic in place, I'll go back to multiple transitions, double-click on it to get the wireframe, and position it exactly where I want it to be. Now, I want to make sure that it's big enough for me to see, but obviously it covers over the recipe. So that's where we're going to be using some of the filters that we learned to use earlier. If you go into the Effects tab, we want to use the Crop filter, and I can drop that directly onto multiple transitions. And now, when I select it and load it into the Effects Control tab, I have my crop. I can click on that so I can visually just grab the edge and bring it right over to make a perfect square. If I want to resize it at this point, I can go ahead and go back to the Scale or click on the Motion tab and do it physically in the interface. So this is a good start. I have my animated graphic. I've cropped it right. I just want to bring up the quality a little bit, give it a little bit more oomph. So to do that, I'm going to add two more effects. I really don't like this crisp, hard edges. I want to give it a little bit of style. And so now, in addition to the crop, I want to add a filter called Roughen Edges. And if I drop that onto the clip, you'll start seeing they're a little bit rough over there. But once I step into the Effects tab with Roughen Edges, I have a lot of different types I can choose, but I'll stick with the default Roughen. And what I want to do is just bring up how rough and edgy it is. And I can work with these sliders. And there we go. The border slider is giving me what I want. And so that has a different kind of look and feel to it. I kind of like that. And I just want to add one more element to this to give it a little bit of depth, and that would be a drop shadow. I drag the drop shadow on, add a little bit more to the distance, and instead of being this gray, I'm going to go ahead, grab the eyedropper, match pizza, and go ahead and make it 100% opaque, but nice and soft. And there we go. Let's go ahead and play this and see how our new title looks.
Yoga flour, the cheese, the eggs, the oil, and the...
I like that. I can hear the description. I see something that's very interesting, and it's very easy to create. It's just a matter of 3 different filters and a little bit of motion. Now, if you really like this, you could go ahead, select multiple transitions. When it's loaded into the Effects Control panel, simply select everything, right-click, and you can save that as a preset and drop it onto any clip you want, and it will be positioned in that exact location and look exactly like you see it. Now we're going to look at animating video clips over time, moving them from one location to another. I'm going to use the finished product from the previous video, which gave us this great picture-in-picture, and I really want to start full screen and have it drop back into this position. So one way of doing this is to build the final landing spot, position, and look, and then bring it back to neutral. So I've created a marker here at the point where I want the picture-in-picture to be in its final position. I can move my playhead over by hitting the keyboard shortcut, or if I just jump over to markers, I can click on that and it will position this in the perfect location. I'm going to now load the multiple transitions into my source monitor. I'm just going to click it once, and I see I have all of my final positions, but I have to lock them in with keyframes. So we're just going to go down the list, and we're going to lock in a keyframe on position and scale and on the filters that we used at their final numerical value. So it's really, we just cropped on the right side. That's the only place we need to worry about. And then we did a lot with rough and edges, so I want to make sure that we keyframe the border size, the edge sharpness, the fractal influence, and scale. Finally, we'll go down to drop shadow. We don't have to worry about the color. We could look at opacity. Don't worry about direction because we're going to keyframe distance, and don't worry about softness. We know when it lands at this point, it's going to be locked in exactly as we expected. Now comes the fun part. We simply move the playhead back to where we want to be full screen. For the convenience of this video, I'm going to move it just all the way to the very head of the clip. And as we see, there is our playhead. Now I need to just change the numerical values back to their original locations. So in the case of position, I know that to be dead center, it's 640, and because it's a 720 wide, dead center there would be 360, which is half of 720. Bring scale back to 100, and now we need to start removing the crop. So we'll slide down here, we'll simply take that crop back to 0, and continue on down, and now modify our rough and edges. We're going to take the border down to 0, edge sharpness down to 0, fractal influence to 0. That means it will go from a straight side to that kind of cut up side. And our scale will bring to 0 also. And the last step we need to work on is the opacity of the drop shadow. That can come to 0, and the distance can also drop back to 0. At this point, we're actually done, and we're ready to watch the effect in real time.
You're going to add the tapioca flour, the cheese, the eggs, the oil, and the water.
That worked perfectly. I really like the way it developed. If you want to tweak it at some point, maybe you want to see the edges a little bit earlier, you can go back and play with the sliders, but that's a great way to start from a full screen image and have a stylized picture-in-picture. One of the things that you'll use a lot when editing video are transitions. Now, we know a cut is a transition, but a lot of times you want to smooth out the transition, smooth out those cuts, and you'll be putting in transitions such as dissolves or wipes or even some more enhanced transitions. And you may also put in transitions for your audio to smooth out the transition, say, from silence to when people are talking, to smooth out that background noise. Now, to put a transition into your timeline, you'll need to go over to the left side of your screen to where your project panel is, and you'll click on the Effects tab. Now, within the Effects tab are a variety of ways you can affect your video, and that would be filters, as well as looks, and of course, transitions. Now, we could dig down into our video transitions folder and find the dissolves, the first transition that we're going to apply, and simply grab it and drag it where we want it to go. If I let go on the edit point, instead of having an abrupt cut from the opening graphic to the people speaking, we'll have a nice dissolve. I can go ahead and play that back and see how it looks.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Way.
Well, that was perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Now let's take a look how we might put in an audio dissolve to fade up the music at the very beginning of the program. Now, on my screen, I'm going to have to scroll down to where the music is, and that's going to be on track A2 for you. And instead of going to Video Dissolve, I'm going to go into the Audio Transitions folder. And there we have 3 different audio transitions. The default is constant power. That'll be the most natural one. But you can try constant gain or exponential fade to see how they sound to you. But you apply an audio transition the same way that you would apply a video transition by simply dragging it and dropping it either on the beginning or the end of a clip or where 2 clips meet. Putting audio transitions between 2 clips requires a little more diligence. And that's because occasionally when you put a dissolve in versus a cut, you may hear a piece of sound from the previous or the following clip that you didn't anticipate hearing. So a lot of times when you put an audio transition in, you'll need to make that quite short just to smooth it out. Now, if you prefer, you can put a transition on by simply selecting the transition, by clicking on it, and then using a keyboard shortcut. On a Macintosh, the keyboard shortcut for a video transition is Command D, as in dissolve. To apply an audio transition, you would select the audio clip, and that is Shift Command D to put your default audio transition onto a clip. We'll explore how to modify these transitions, making them longer or shorter or repositioning them in a later video. In the previous movie, we learned how to place transitions on our timeline. In this movie, I'm going to show you how to modify those transitions, making them longer or shorter, or repositioning them directly within the timeline or in the Effects Control tab. The first thing I want to point out is that the default durations for both video and audio transitions is 1 second. Now, I can modify that under the Preferences for Premiere Pro. I can find this under the File drop-down menu on a Windows machine or under the word Premiere Pro on a Macintosh. I'm going to select General. You'll notice that next to Video Transition Default Duration, it says 30, because in the US, video plays back at 30 frames per second. So if I wanted this to be a half a second long, I would change 30 to 15. If you're working at another frame rate, such as Film, which is 24, or PAL, which is 25, you may want to change this to 12 frames to get a half-second video dissolve. If I want my audio to also be a half a second in duration, I can go ahead and simply type in 0.5 seconds. I'm going to press OK, and from now on, the default duration of my video transitions will be a half a second, as well as my audio transitions. Now, this preference change does not affect any transitions that are already on your timeline. So it's okay to make this change at any point while editing a project. Now let's go ahead and place a default transition at the end of our video clip. I'm going to simply right-click, apply default transition, and I'm all set. Now let me zoom in so you can see that a little bit closer. I'm going to press the plus key to zoom in and scroll to the very end of my show. So if I hover my mouse over the transition, there'll be a pop-up dialog box that will tell me that its duration is 15 frames. Now, I can change that if I wanted to by grabbing the very edge of that transition and pulling it to make it longer or shorter. And as you can see in this pop-up window, it's telling me how much I'm changing it by and what the new duration is. If I wanted to, I can also right-click on it to set the transition's duration or to even delete it. But I want a little more control on my transitions. Let's go ahead and jump back to the beginning of our show and look at that very first transition that we put on in the previous video. If I select this, I see that the duration of the transition is only 24 frames, not the 30 that I expected. To look at this transition more closely, I'm going to load it back into the Source panel, into the second tab where it says Effects Control. To do this, all I have to do is simply select it and then go over to the Effects Controls tab, select that, and I can see the outgoing clip on the left and the incoming clip on the right. In the upper right-hand corner of that screen, I can see a graphic representation of the outgoing opening clip and the incoming pizza_01_a_ws.movie. And dead center between those two is my transition. Now, what I realized looking at this transition is that I've run out of media at the end of the first clip, so Premiere was doing me a favor. Instead of giving me a 30-frame dissolve, it used all the available media and gave me a 24-frame dissolve. But I feel that's too short, and I want to take control. Well, inside of this window, I can do a lot of things. In addition to stretching it out to make it longer, say, on the left side, I could stretch it out and make it longer on the right side. And I can even grab it in the middle and do a roll edit. We learned about roll edits in a previous video, so I could actually move the cut point left or right. But notice as I move this edit to the right, I'm actually seeing a change in the graphical representation of my transition. And that's these little crosshatches on the right side. Well, what is Premiere doing here? I have no extra media, but somehow it's giving me a transition anyway at the duration and position that I want. Well, whenever you see a crosshatch like this, Premiere is freezing the last frame of your video so you can actually get the duration of the transition that you want. Now, if I play this back, it's going to work just fine because the graphic ends on a white screen. Let's go ahead and play this back and see how it looks.
Welcome to Delight Gluten.
So that works very nicely. As a matter of fact, most of the time your viewer won't see that freeze frame unless you're transitioning between two objects or two elements that are moving quite quickly. So, for instance, if you're cutting a car race together, you might see the cars freeze, whereas if you're cutting, say, from an exterior of a house to the interior, you would never notice a freeze in your transition. So controlling the length of a transition is very easy to do either in the timeline or in the Effects Control tab. But what about if there's other parameters available to you in a transition? I'm going to go ahead and swap out this transition with something a little more complex. For instance, I'm going to swap out a wipe. Now, instead of digging down and trying to find where the wipe transition is, I'm simply going to type in wipe in the dialog box above all of my effects, and I'll see all the available video transitions that involve wipes. So we have video effects, but if I scroll down, there's also video transitions that use wipes. And let's go ahead and select the standard wipe transition, and I'm going to drop it directly on that cross dissolve. Now, what this will show you is that if I drop it directly on the cross dissolve, now click on it, so it loads into my effects control panel. You'll notice that the duration of this wipe is 1 second and 11 frames. That was the exact duration of the previous cross dissolve. So keep in mind, if you drop a new transition on top of an old transition, it'll maintain the same duration as the transition that you've just replaced. If I wanted to cut this back down to 1 second, I can simply click on it, type 100, enter, and now it's a 1 second wipe. Now, I indicated that there's more parameters that you can work with. If we scroll down, we see that we have some choices here with our wipe. Let's watch it as it is in its default setting.
Welcome.
So it's a simple wipe left to right. As a matter of fact, I'm going to park my playhead right dead center in that transition. Now I can modify parameters of the transition and see how they affect my edit. So I want to go ahead and maybe give it a little bit of a border. And I'm going to use a virtual slider and make that about 10 or 11. And what you see here now is a nice solid black line. If I didn't want that line to be black, I could simply either click on this little box here and choose whatever color I want. Maybe I'll choose a nice blue. Or I could even select a color that's available to me, and I might want the transitions border to match the same color as in the word delight on their logo. Now let's make it a little bit wider, and instead of going from left to right, we're going to go from right to left. We'll play back our transition and see how we like it.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats.
So in this case, we had a few parameters we can modify, and I'd recommend just trying a bunch of different transitions and taking a look at how you can modify both their duration and their properties. Now, there are times that you may want to apply the same transition across multiple clips, and you can do this very easily in Premiere Pro. For instance, here's a montage of putting together the pizza very quickly.
Tapioca flour, the cheese, the eggs, the oil, and the water. So you're going to mix it up. Then we're going to press it out onto the pizza pan.
So as you can see, I have all the steps, but it's very jarring because there's all these jump cuts. So I think if I put a dissolve in between all of these edit points, it'd be a lot smoother. And to do that, I can select all the clips that I want the transitions to go across, and then I can apply the default transition to the selection. Or I could just use the keyboard shortcut. Now, the default transition here is a dissolve, and its duration is 15 frames. Let's see how that plays back.
The cheese, the eggs, the oil, and the water. So you're going to mix it up.
Now, I like that, but I want the transition to be a little bit shorter, so I'm going to go ahead and press Undo, Command-Z, or Control-Z on a Windows machine, go up to my Preferences, go back to General, change that duration to something a little bit quicker, maybe about 10 frames, hit OK, and once again, select the clips, and this time I'll use the keyboard shortcut to apply the transition to all my clips.
Cheese, the eggs, the oil, and the water.
So transitions are very subjective, and in this case, I like the shorter dissolve, but what if I wanted something else to be my default transition? Let's go ahead and undo this edit with Command-Z again, and go back over to our transitions and select something a little bit different. I'm going to select the page peel. I'm not quite sure if this will work, but I want this to now be my default transition. To do that, I can simply right-click, and I set that as my default transition, and it will still continue to be about 10 frames, which I think might be a little bit quick, but let's go ahead and give it a shot. Select the clips, Shift-D, and look at playback.
The eggs, the oil, and the...
Wow, 10 frames is really, really fast for that. So let's go ahead and undo that. Switch it back, our preferences, to, let's say 20 frames, hit OK, and once again, apply the transition.
The cheese, the eggs, the oil, and the water.
As you can see, slowing this down makes the transition better. And if I wanted to switch this, I could go back over here. Instead of selecting Page Turn, I could choose Page Peel and make that my default. Select the clips one more time, Shift-D.
The cheese, the eggs, the oil,
and now we've replaced the Page Turn with a Page Peel. Applying a transition across multiple clips is as easy as selecting the range of clips you want to put them on, selecting a default transition, and then applying that default transition across all of your selected clips. Now, there's times when you're cutting a show that you'll want to modify the look of your video. Let's explore how you can apply filters and effects to video clips. To find your effects, you'll look in the Project panel over in the Effects tab. If you click on the Effects tab, you'll see a variety of effects as well as the transitions that we explored in a previous video. If you look in the Effects folder, you'll see a variety of effects that you can choose from. Everything from fixing the color of an image, to stylizing an image, to even stabilizing an image. Now, you can dig through the separate folders to find a specific filter that you know is there, or you can just use the dialog box to search for that filter. I'm going to apply a simple black and white filter to this first clip because maybe I want the feel of the show to be kind of like 50s or 60s television cooking shows. So I'm going to simply type in black, and as you see, I get both a video transition as well as my video effects filter. Now, to apply this filter, I can simply click on it and drag it and drop it onto the clip that I want it to affect. As soon as I drop that filter on the clip, it takes effect. If I wanted to see more detail about this filter, once the clip is selected, I can go up to the Effects Control panel and I can see any parameters that I might be able to modify. Now, in the case of a black and white clip, you really have no choice. It's either color or it's black and white. So in this case, there are no properties to adjust. Now let's take a look at the next clip and see what filter we can apply to make that look better. Well, this is one of the tag elements of our show, and the problem is that the pizza doesn't really pop and it doesn't separate itself from the logo. So I'm going to drop another filter on here, and it's called the gamma filter, and it's going to basically make the black levels nice and rich. Now, once again, if I wanted to find that, I would simply type in gamma, and I see that that gamma correction is under image control. Now, another way I could apply this filter is if the clip is selected, I could simply double-click on it, and the filter would now be applied to that clip, which you can see in the upper left-hand corner. Now, by default, it does a gamma correction of 10, and that may be okay, but I may want to modify that. We'll explore modifying filters in a later video. We learned how to place a effect or a filter on a video clip in a previous lesson and learned that they can be modified. But let's explore some ways that you can modify effects that are placed on a clip. For example, I placed a gamma correction on the barbecue pizza JPEG, and I'm going to go ahead and click on that and switch over to the Effects tab and do a little bit of modification. Now, in this case, there's only one parameter that I can work with. And at first blush, it looks like there's just a single number 10, and I can go ahead and either type in a number, or if I float my mouse over it and then click and drag, I can make this a virtual slider. And as you can see, the more I move it to the right, the darker my image gets. And it actually gets to the point where the pizza doesn't look appetizing, it just looks really, really old. So I need to find a nice splitting the difference and just judging where it looks rich and tasty, and I can pick a good number. You could also type in a number, but this is important to note. In the case of the gamma shift, you basically only have a range of like 30, so when you move that virtual slider, you could be pretty precise. But in some filters, you might have a range of several hundred, in which case you can't be that precise. So what you may want to do is click on the disclosure triangle next to a filter's parameter, and you'll see a slider that you'll have much finer control over. So I think we have this pretty good. I'll just work with the slider a little bit. Yeah, too pale. And that's just about perfect. So now this is much better. Now, if I want to see what a clip looks like with or without the filter, I can simply disable it. And to disable a filter, you would go over to the left side and click on the little button that says FX. When that is turned off, the filter is no longer applied, but it's still there, so you don't have to go back and reinvent the wheel. I can quickly turn that back on and see exactly what it looks like. Let's take a look at another filter that might have a few more parameters and how you might want to adjust that. I'm going to apply a filter to the second video track, which is our title Delight Gluten-Free Magazine. That still doesn't punch as much as I want it to. So I'm going to go ahead and select that. I'm going to go to the video effects folder, and I could once again dig and try to find out where the effect I'm looking for is, but I know for a fact a drop shadow will really make this pop. So I'm simply going to type in the word drop, and I can see that there is two things with the word drop in it, the eyedropper fill and drop shadow. Whenever you type in a few keywords to find a filter or a transition or a generator, make sure you select the one that you were anticipating was going to pop up. I'm going to just double click on the drop shadow, and because the clip is already selected, it will be automatically applied to the graphic, and you'll notice that now it pops a little more. There's a little more depth to it because I have a small drop shadow. But take a look in the Effects Control tab. You'll notice that in this case, I have several different parameters that I can modify, whereas in the gamma, I only had one, and earlier on, in black and white, I had none. So what I want to do is maybe create a little more distance between the letters and the background. And to do that, I'm going to increase the distance of my shadow. Instead of using the virtual slider, I'm going to go ahead and click on the disclosure triangle, and as you can see, this one goes up to 120, so it was a wise choice because I'll have a lot more fine control. I'm going to just move it a little bit, and as I move it, you'll see it updating, And I'm going to go crazy here a second. I could really put it far away, but as you see, again, doesn't look right, doesn't feel right. So we're going to bring it back just to give it a little bit of depth. And I want it to pop a little bit, so maybe I'll take the opacity and I'll make it a little bit darker. And I'm pretty happy with the direction, but if you wanted to, you could position where the light is coming from so I can control where the shadow is cast. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's quite a bit better. If I wanted to adjust that a little bit, I like delight, but I think here it needs to be closer under the word gluten. So I'm going to pull back the distance just a little bit and split the difference, and now I'm happy. I can go ahead and show you without and with. So as you see, applying an effect or a filter and then enhancing it with modifications can really improve the look of a clip. It's obviously very easy to put a single effect on a single clip, but you can also put multiple filters or multiple effects on a single clip to get a whole different look or a whole different feel. And you'll find you'll be doing this often. Let's go back to the barbecue pizza still image and tweak that a little bit. The color's nice, but I really want the focus for the viewer not to be on the pizza. I want it to be on the logo. So I'm going to go ahead and select the barbecue pizza, and I want to put a little bit of a blur on that image. So I'm going to use one of my blur filters, and once again, I'll type in the word blur, and I'll see all of the different effects or blur filters that are available under the Blur and Sharpen folder. Now, I really like the Gaussian blur. It works very quickly. It does exactly what I want. So I'm going to go ahead, and this time I'm going to just drag it and drop it directly on the barbecue pizza clip, and it appears as if nothing has happened. Well, by default, there is no blur in the blur filter until I bring it in. And if you look over in the Effects Control tab, we can see that there is a blurriness slider. And once again, I'm going to hit the disclosure triangle to show you that in this case, I have about 50 choices. And I can be really pretty subtle or go kind of crazy on how blurry this is going to become. Now, initially, I'm going to make this kind of crazy because I want to point out a really useful checkbox. If you look at the edges of this blur, it actually starts to get darker, a vignette. And that's because it's not just blurring the image of the pizza, but the black outside the frame. And this could be problematic in many cases, but in the case of Premiere Pro, all I have to do is go down to the blur filter, and there's a little checkbox that says repeat the edge pixels. And as soon as I click on that, you'll notice I have a nice, clean edge. Something to keep in mind when using any filter that blurs or feathers, if you're going to an edge, take a look and see if it has this option. Not all filters will have it, but if it does, it's something you might want to try out. So let's pull back the blurriness a little bit. Just enough so that we can tell it's a pizza, but our eyes are naturally drawn to the sharpest part of the image, and that's our logo. So as you see, there I can work with two filters at once. Now, it's not such a perfect world because in the case of these two filters, it doesn't matter what order I put the filters on the clip because the blur and the gamma don't directly affect each other. Let's hop back to the earlier clip, to the first clip in our timeline, put a few filters on this clip, and I'm going to show you how drastically different the outcome could be depending on the order that you place the filters on the clip. Now, let's remove the black and white element, and we learned we could turn this off. Now, if I click on the clip, it's going to load that clip into the Effects Control panel, and there's my black and white element. If I wanted not to see it, I could turn it off, but I really want to remove it. So I could select it and press the Delete key, or right-click, cut the filter out of that clip. So now we're back to our original clip, and we're going to go ahead and put 3 filters on here. We're going to blur the image. Maybe I'll age it a little bit with a color look, and I want to put some sort of a border around it. I have a bevel available to me. Not my favorite filter, but very effective in teaching. So let's go ahead and put that bevel on first. And what the bevel's going to do, it's going to put kind of like a 3-dimensional look to our image. Make sure you grab bevel edges and not the bevel alpha, because that works very differently and you won't see any change if you play with the sliders. So I'm going to drop bevel edges on this clip, and there's the default. Make sure that it's loaded back into your Effects Control tab, and I can modify many aspects of this. The edge thickness is the big one. Just want to bring this down a little bit. I don't want it to be that pronounced. I can move the angle of where the light's coming from the bottom or the top, so it's going to have some areas that are lighter and darker. I could change the color. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and change the color. I could pick a color here. That's a nice blue edge. Let's make it a little bit lighter. Press OK. So now I have a nice blue edge, kind of matches her dress. If I wanted to match her dress exactly, I could go grab the eyedropper, select one of the blue areas of the dress, and now it's a pretty close match in hue to the dress that she's wearing. And I could, if I wanted to, focus how much light is hitting this, brighter or darker. So that becomes more of a flattened looking image because there's not a lot of light, but let's make it pretty pronounced. So I have this lovely bevel, and I want to age this image and I want to soften it a little bit. So let me go ahead and throw a sepia look on it. Now there's a sepia filter, but I actually like the filters in the Lumetri looks a lot more. So let's examine those for a moment. I'm going to open those up and press the tilde key so we can see it full screen. Now, as you see, there's nothing on my screen. I did this intentionally because this happens to me a lot, and I'm guaranteeing it's going to happen to you. You'll open up a folder looking for something, and it will be empty, and you'll panic. Don't panic. Two things you should realize. One, you might have started typing in some letters from a previous filter you were looking for. Now, if I click that and I open up the looks, I'm in much better shape. The other thing is you might have pressed one of these buttons and turned off a filter, so make sure those are all activated. So there's a variety of looks here, and these are all one-trick ponies. You can't modify any parameters, but there are some that I like, and one that I really like is Under Style, and that's called Back in the Day. To me, that's a nicer sepia than the default sepia tone that I can work with. Let's press the tilde key and apply this to our clip. So I can go and double click on it or drag it. I will double click to apply it. And as you see, we now have our sepia. So it looks a little bit older. And I want it to be a little bit softer. So finally, we're going to go ahead and put the Gaussian blur on. So I'll simply type blur, scroll down, find my Gaussian blur, drop it on. It appears over here in the left-hand side. And I'm going to up the blurriness and repeat my edge pixels. So I have the perfect image, right? Absolutely not. I've destroyed my intent by putting these filters in the wrong order. Now, if you've done this, don't panic. You can rearrange these very easily by simply grabbing them by their name and moving them up and down. You can do this either with the filter open, or if it's easier to see things, you can close each of the filters so you can just see their precise order. Well, I think I want the Back in the Day, my sepia, to happen before my beveled edges because I lost the blue that was around the edge of the screen. So that's getting better, and I know I overshot on the blur, and I'll pull that back no matter what. But if I put that blur on last, I'm losing that sharpness of the bevel effect. So that also has to happen before we put the bevel edges on. Now, it doesn't matter in this case whether I put it after Back in the Day or before, because these effects really don't interfere with each other because one's dealing with color and one's dealing with focus. And I'm going to go down here and open up the Gaussian blur and pull it back a little bit, just so that the image looks a little bit sharper, a little bit less high def than it was originally shot. So putting multiple filters on a single clip is easy to do. Just make sure that you order them in the proper way to get the look that you want. By now, you should be comfortable with placing multiple effects onto clips in your timeline. But what about if you want the effect to change over time? For instance, I think what would be really nice is instead of starting off with the pizza out of focus, maybe we'll start with the pizza in focus and have it slowly get soft, which will really make the title pop. So I want to be able to change that Gaussian blur over time. To do that, I want to make sure I load the right clip. I'll click the barbecuepizza.jpg, jump over to the Effects Control tab, and there's my Gaussian blur. And anytime I want to add a keyframe, I simply hit this stopwatch. Now, we've learned about keyframes in earlier videos, so it acts pretty much the same. I'm going to go ahead and choose when I want the effect to come in my timeline. And as I move the playhead in either the Effects Control tab or in the timeline, it updates in the other one. So we'll go about a second or two of fully in focus. So what I want to do here is bring my focus. Now be careful when you do this because the gamma is on top. So you want to go down here to your Gaussian blur. And I want to make sure that it's a blurriness of 0. It's perfectly sharp when we start. So from the beginning of the clip, which is over here, to where our playhead is parked, it's going to stay sharp. And at this point, I want to add a keyframe. I'm going to click on the stopwatch, and I'm going to click on the stopwatch next to the parameter that I want to lock into place. And in many of these filters, there may be options for freezing other parameters. And in this case, those I just want to stay the same. So at this point, it's a blurriness of 0. And I'll move it ahead just a few seconds and go ahead and change the amount of blurriness. Now, I recall that it was about 15 that I liked. So I'll slide it over here. I could type in the number 15. Oh, that's close enough. 14.9 will round up. And that's a good level of fuzziness or blurriness. Now I'm going to go back and play this and see how it feels. Well, that's pretty good. I really like the feel. It was very slow and subtle. If I needed to change it, there's a couple of parameters I can modify. First of all, I can go ahead and grab the keyframe and move it up and down. Or if I wanted to, I could also grab elements here and get a Bezier handle, which allows me to get a curve. How quickly or how abruptly do I want to change from one type of image to another type of image? You'll notice that as I did this, my keyframe changed. And this was the original keyframe. And now that I've modified it, it looks different. As a matter of fact, if you right-click on that, you can choose a variety of types of transitions between keyframes, whether it's going to be a linear transition or whether there's going to be a Bezier handle, or maybe you want to have Premiere figure it out for you with an auto Bezier or continuous Bezier. Or you could even do a hold function where it will jump from sharp to fuzzy at that point. I think we'll go with an auto Bezier, and I'm pretty happy with how it looks. Let's cue it up and play it again. That's pretty smooth and pretty much exactly what I wanted. You'll notice that when I switch to the auto Bezier, instead of getting the sharp-edged icon, I have this nice little circle. And that tells me that I'm in the Auto Bezier. Now, being able to work in the Effects Control tab with such precision is really nice, but there are times that you'll want to be able to modify a parameter of a filter in your timeline because other things are happening and you want to make sure the filter does what it does exactly when you want it to happen. So if you go over to the left side and use your scroll wheel, you can actually make this taller or shorter. And now I'm able to see the keyframe elements inside of my timeline. If I go over here, you'll notice there's a button that says FX, and if there was no filter on the clip, this would have been gray. Now, if I hover my mouse over this, I can see that I'm actually looking at the opacity in my timeline. But if I right-click on that, I have a choice of what parameter I want to look at. So I'm going to look specifically at the Gaussian blur and select blurriness. Now you'll notice in the timeline, I can actually see the two keyframes that I was working with for blurriness. If I wanted to, I could grab this and make this even higher, which gives me a little more latitude to work with, and I could hit the plus key to zoom in. Now what's nice here is if I wanted to change the timing, if I wanted it to get blurrier faster, or take longer to get blurrier, I could move it left or right. Let's take a look if we cut down by about 1/3 the time it takes to get blurry. I'm going to simply slide this down. Now watch, when I let go, look at what happens in the Effects Control tab. It actually moved and changed the timing of this transition. Now, I also did something else, and you need to be careful here. What happened to my pizza? It got very, very blurry. Because of the level of detail here, not only did I move it to the left, but I moved it up. So when moving keyframes in your timeline, be careful that you move them left or right or up and down where you want them. It's no harm and no foul. I could simply jump back to exactly that keyframe, which would line it up here, and dial this back down to 15, or simply select it, type in the number, and hit enter, and we're exactly where we want to be. Modifying keyframes or modifying effects over time is easy once you know the secrets. The next step after you've actually keyframed over time an effect is timing effects so they happen when you want them to happen in relationship to each other. Now, what I'm looking to create is a situation where we start off with the pizza in focus and very sharp, and as we play the clip, that will go out of focus, and the title will not only fade on using the opacity control, but will also come from being blurry to being sharp. Let's take a look at what I've built already. If we select the barbecue pizza and move over to the Effects Control panel, this is what we did in an earlier video where the timing is perfect with the pizza coming in and then going out of focus, and the title comes in. Now, what I've done to the title, and I'm going to select that in my timeline, it starts an opacity level of 0 at this point, and using our little go to the next frame triangles, I see that I bring the opacity up to 100%. At the same time, if I look down here, the blurriness goes to 0, but it starts at 150. Now, this is the blurriness not of the pizza slice, but the actual logo of the magazine. Now, here's the challenge. My timing is off. If I play this clip and we just look at what happens here, ignoring the pizza underneath. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and click on the eyeball to turn the pizza part off. If I go ahead and hit the space bar to play it, it fades up, but it's not really timed perfectly with the blur. So I either need to move the blur later or bring the fade up sooner. Now, this is very easy to do in the Effects Control panel. I can simply grab any keyframe and move it left or right, or what's even better, if I love the timing I have between keyframes and I want to move the whole group, I can simply lasso them by drawing a box around them, and now they'll keep their relative distance to each other, or their relative timing, and I can move them both so they line up. Now, this is pretty close, and probably the viewer would not see any difference if this came fully to 100% opaque right after this became perfectly sharp. But let's go ahead and pretend that it does matter, and I want one to snap to the other one. Now, I can simply move it over, and when it lines up with another keyframe in that panel, I can snap to it, and my timing is perfect. And that's great. Now I want to take the pizza and time the pizza fading from fuzzy to sharp to match my title. Let's go ahead, turn the pizza track back on by pressing the eyeball, select the pizza effect, and I can't really see both effects at once. It's really kind of hard to work with, and this is a really cool little trick. I could go ahead and make this taller, and I'm using my scroll wheel to do it. There's also keyboard shortcuts where you can make your tracks taller or thinner. And here I can very easily see my opacity, and unfortunately, I'm also seeing opacity there. And I don't want to. I want to see the blurriness. So I can go over to this little FX, right-click on it, choose Gaussian Blur, Blurriness, and now, instead of seeing where the keyframes are for my opacity, I can see where it goes from sharp to blurry, and it happens a little bit too late. Now, I could right-click here and look at the Gaussian Blur filter on the logo, and again choose Blurriness. And now I can once more see the start and finish timing. So I could try to lasso these and grab them. That doesn't quite work. I could grab this one and move it over. That could be very cumbersome, especially if you go to move something to the left and you accidentally move it up a little bit. You could change a lot more parameters than you intend to. Let me go ahead and press undo and show you a really efficient way to line up these keyframes so my timing is perfect. I'm going to position my playhead right on that keyframe. Now, I could try to eyeball it. If I wanted to, I could just scroll up a little bit, and you see there are keyframe buttons here to go to the previous or the next keyframe. If you go over here and you notice that you can't jump between keyframes because it's not highlighted, even though you actually have keyframes there, make sure that the clip is selected. If the clip is not selected, you won't have that option. Once it is selected, you can simply click on the arrow and jump directly and lock on a keyframe. And you'll notice that's up here and also down here. Now here's the cool part. I've lined it up so the timing is perfect. And instead of grabbing it over here, I can simply select the barbecue pizza, grab the elements, and snap them directly to where the playhead is parked. Now my timing is perfect. As one fades in, the other fades out. As one gets sharper, the other one gets blurrier. Let's play it back and see how our timing is. Pretty much what I want. I may speed it up a little bit, but that's how you can actually line up keyframes and reposition them with ease in Premiere Pro. Now, of course, you can put filters on a clip, one clip at a time, but that's not necessarily very efficient. If you want to put a filter on several clips all at once, there's a couple of different ways to attack it. I could go ahead and select a variety of clips. In this case, I'll select the first group and leave the last one empty, and jump over to my Effects tab, switch over to my Video Effects, and I want to drop on the name of the clip, and I'm not sure where that is. I'm going to type in the word clip, and I see there is an option for clip name. And if I drag this or even just double click it, it now has applied this filter to all of these elements. So that if I handed this off to a producer, they'd be able to identify where the shot came from very easily. Let me go ahead and undo that because I'm going to show you another way you can select multiple clips, and they don't necessarily have to be connected or contiguous. I'm going to hit undo and go back and deselect everything by just clicking in the gray area. And now if I hold down the Shift key, I can select the specific clips that I want to apply a filter to. So this might be good if I'm color correcting and cutting back and forth between two shots, and maybe I want to brighten one to match the other. For now, I think I'm going to use another element that's in the video drop-down folder, and that would be not clip name, but that would be time code. I can either hit the X key and type in the word time, or jump down to Video Effects, the video folder, and there you see both clip name as well as time code. I can either, again, drag it, much easier to just double-click. You'll notice I have these little red bars. That's one indication that I've put a filter on these clips. You may not see red if you have a fast video card. It may be a real-time effect for you. But in my case, I'm working without a video card. But I do want to point out that if I zoom into this area here, and let me drop it down a little bit so you can see, you'll notice that this is purple and that's gray. That's another visual indicator that you've put a filter or modified a clip in a certain way, and that way you can look at your timeline and see, ah, yes, that is a modified element. So putting a filter on multiple clips is as easy as selecting the clips you want and then simply double-clicking on the filter. Now, a lot of times you've built an effect or a stack of effects that you want to put on another clip or another series of clips. Now, this beveled sepia, lightly out of focus effect that I created is something that I hold dear to my heart, and I think I want to put it on other parts of my program. But I also want to be able to take it to the next level. As a matter of fact, I'm going to use this as video running in the upper right-hand corner with the logo, which I've placed below this track, for the magazine. So if I go ahead and turn the track off, you'll see I have a logo in the lower left-hand corner. So as nice as this beveled effect is, I think I'm going to use a couple of the other effects that we've learned about, such as scaling and repositioning it, and maybe pulling back the opacity just a hair. So let me select the first clip, and this is the only clip that has the effect applied to it. And I'm going to open up the Motion tab very quickly, click on it, so I now have my wireframe. I'm going to shrink it down by grabbing the edge. And I can see the logo underneath. I'm going to position it up here on the right, give it a little more shrinkage. There we go. So I've changed its scale, I've changed its position, and just for grins, let's go ahead and make it a little bit translucent, maybe about 90%. Almost impossible to see, but you and I know it's there. So I have this great effect, and I want to put it on another clip. Well, all I have to do is select the clip and press Copy. I can use the keyboard shortcut, or I can just go right up here under Edit, select Copy. And then if I wanted to place it on, say, one clip, I have this clip selected, I can do something called pasting attributes. Now I can get to it back from the Edit menu, Paste Attributes. As you can see, there is a keyboard shortcut. Or sometimes what's easier, since my hand is already on the mouse, is right-clicking, and in the drop-down menu, I do have the option to paste my attributes right here at the top. Select Paste Attributes, and I get this dialog box. And I really like this dialog box because it allows me not to only paste specific video attributes such as the motion, means the position, how opaque or transparent it is, if I've done any time remapping. But when I get down to the level of effects, I can actually choose which effects I may want to place on this clip. So for instance, I like everything, but I don't really think I need to blur it at all, especially if I'm going to make it smaller. So I can simply uncheck that. And of course, if I had done any changes in the audio, I could paste those too. Now, just in case I did work with the volume or did any keyframing, I'm going to go ahead and turn those off because I really only want to paste the video part of this. Now, of course, if I only selected video, wouldn't be a problem, but I can press OK. And now, as you can see, this lines up perfectly with the previous setup.
I did that.
There you go. You totally did this.
This pizza.
So I don't have to worry about lining up my picture-in-picture. The colors will match perfectly. It's a really nice technique, and you can do it to more than one clip. Just like you can apply an effect to multiple clips in your timeline, you can, of course, select multiple clips, and we'll select all of them. If I only wanted to select specific ones, I could hold down the Shift key. And I will go over here, and since I've already copied it, I don't need to do it again. If you haven't copied it, go ahead and you can right-click, and you can actually copy that way. And select these and right-click, paste attributes. Once again, don't worry about time remapping. We didn't do any. It remembered that I did not want to copy and paste the Gaussian blur, and my audio is turned off. I simply hit OK, and if I quickly scrub through this, you'll see everything is perfectly positioned and perfectly colored. So, copying and pasting different attributes, whether it's motion, opacity, time remapping, or even specific effects within my copy, I can do it very easily with just a few clicks. Now, the ability to copy and paste attributes is excellent, but there are times when an effect is so good that you know you're going to use it over and over and over again. And instead of having to reinvent the wheel, you can actually create custom presets out of a single effect, or multiple effects, or even multiple effects and motion, opacity, and timing presets. Now, I've determined that this sepia bevel is going to be my signature device in all of my shows. To make a preset of this, I can select any one of these clips that have it on it. And as a matter of fact, before I go ahead and create the preset, I'm going to clear the presets from all of these. I'm going to simply select them, right-click, and there's a great little option here that allows me to remove effects. I select that. Depending on what's on your clip, some of these may be grayed out. For instance, there's nothing on audio. But I can choose to remove all the filters. And if I wanted to, I can remove volume. I think I'll leave that the same. I could remove the opacity, which I do have some slight opacity on here, about 90%. And I want to remove the fact that I've moved it and boxed it. Press OK. And as you can see, my red turned to yellow, and I'm back to where I should be. But I did save it here for your delight. Now, I'm going to select this and load this into the Effects Control tab. And I have all my elements here. As a matter of fact, let me close these so we can see everything we've worked on. And I'm going to save presets a couple of different ways. Let me quickly scrub through this to see how it works. This is good. I do notice that there is an element here. There's a little button, and I have a keyframe where it's there, but it's not really changing between anything. So if you notice you might have an extra keyframe and you want to get rid of it, you can simply jump your playhead onto it and click this button, or you can even just right-click on the keyframe and cut it. No reason to save anything extra that you don't need. Now, if I wanted to save just one single element, for instance, I like this motion for the picture-in-picture, and I may use it other times. I can select any element, any single element, right-click on it, and save that as a preset. Now, if I save that as a preset, it's going to name it after the original element. So I like the idea of motion. I know it's a preset, so I'm going to just call this motion upper right pip. And then I have a choice here, which in this case doesn't matter, but if this had been designed that it went from full screen up into the upper right-hand corner, I could choose how I want the effect to be saved in reference to that timing. If I built this on a 5-second clip and I pasted it on a 10-second clip, it's going to take the full 10 seconds to do the move if I choose scale. If I choose anchor to endpoint and I take it from a 5-second clip and paste it onto a 10-second clip, it'll start at the beginning and still only take 5 seconds and remain in that position for the remainder of the time the clip is up. And of course, if I say anchor to outpoint, this would be great if I created an effect where something goes off screen or fades out and I want to back time it. And it still keeps the same original duration. In this case, it would have been 5 seconds. So that's very useful to know when building an effect, because a lot of times you don't want the effect to be scaled over the duration of the clip. You just want it to happen at the same speed. So if you have motion, this is important. And I'm going to go ahead and press OK. Now, where does this preset land? In the lower left-hand corner under your Effects tab, there is a folder called Presets, and it's just going to be put there kind of in a floating location. If you want to really keep things organized, you can right-click and create a new presets bin. I'm going to call this ABBA Favorites. And now I can simply drop that in, and it's always nice, clean, and organized. So if I wanted to apply this to one clip or multiple clips, I can select them and simply double-click. It's going to bring up this dialog box. If I wanted to change it, I could. Now, there's a difference between double-clicking and dropping it on. If I double-click it, I get the dialog box back. And if I had saved it as a scale timing versus anchoring to the head or anchoring to the tail, I can change it at this point. I'm going to hit Cancel. If I just simply grab it, drag it, and drop it, it's going to use the default of how I created that preset. And of course, in this case, it doesn't matter, but I have positioned it exactly where I want it to be. In this case, without the bevel, because that producer did not feel it was the art that I did. So that was just a single element. But what if I wanted to create a preset that combined multiple elements from that original clip? Let's jump back to the original clip, select it, load it into the Effects Control tab, and now I can select all of the elements or individual ones. I'm holding down the Command key on a Mac, and if I wanted to, I could choose all of the elements that I want to include in my preset, and I can either then right-click and do Save Preset here, or go to the drop-down menu and choose Save Preset there. Once I choose Save Preset, it's going to name it after one of my elements. I'm going to change this to bevel upper right pip. We'll again leave it on the default. I could write a description. And as we see, there's our bevel upper right pip, and our pop-up window actually describes it. I'm going to move that into Abba's favorites, and let's go over here and apply it and see how it looks. So here are the clips without the effect. I'm going to grab it, drag it, drop it on all 4 of those, and I'm good to go. So creating presets can really save time, and it allows you to easily use effects you create in one project in all your future projects. Placing an audio effect on a clip is pretty much the same workflow as placing a video effect on a clip. You have quite a number of audio effects to choose from in Premiere Pro, and you can find and look through those under the Audio Effects folder in the Effects tab. And be careful with audio. What I've discovered is most of the time, the more people play with audio when they're not experienced, the worse the audio sounds. I'm going to go ahead and press the tilde key just to show you the variety of options that you have. And some of these are really, really robust and pretty high-end repair tools, and others just allow you to easily drop something on and click a preset and hopefully fix a problem. For instance, there's a de-esser that actually pulls out the sibilances of S's in your voiceover, and the de-hummer would actually allow you to remove that low-frequency hum that sometimes sneaks in to your audio. The best suggestion is play around with them, read about the different audio filters at Adobe and on audiobooks, and realize that with audio, often less is more. Now let's go ahead and shrink this back down and actually place one of these audio effects on top of our first clip. So the first clip is Vanessa introducing me.
And I'm so excited to welcome you to our test.
I want to improve the quality or the tone of her voice just a little bit. Not that her voice is bad, but sometimes you can, really boost it up a little bit. So I'm going to type in vocal because I know the name of the effect that I'm looking for is the vocal enhancer. And I can go ahead and bring that onto my clip the exact same way that I would have with a video filter. I can double click it, or I can grab and drop it. I'm going to be very quick here, drag it and drop it, click on it to make sure that it's loaded into my effects control tab, and there we are, vocal enhancer. Now, what's nice is I can choose female, male, or music. Now, the difference is I'm going to open up this dialog box and click on mode. So here we are choosing male. And if I click on male, nothing will happen. But if I click on female, it actually jumps over to the middle of the spectrum because a female voice is higher and it's working with those frequencies. So really what you're doing when you're switching between male and female and music is you're choosing which part of the spectrum that you're going to be enriching and enhancing. So you can also do this with the slider. And the nice thing about audio is I can do it on the fly while it's playing.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delight Gluten.
So I can finesse it until I think she sounds her best. And then I can go ahead and copy and paste this onto all of the clips that you recorded on this camera, or even save it as a preset. As you see, you can really control things with a lot of detail, and some of the audio effects go into much greater detail than even this effect does. On the flip side, often there's a one-button fix or a one-button change that you can use. I'm going to go ahead to this clip, which is me talking about the way the eggs were stored.
I like buying my eggs in martini glasses instead of in egg cartons.
Makes them much more beautiful.
Yeah.
So, obviously, I don't want the sarcasm lost to the viewer. So I'm going to go ahead and pick another one of my favorite effects, not necessarily for this reason, but there's an effect that I use a lot called the pitch shifter, which is really nice if you slow down or speed up a clip, you can automatically have it applied. But there are times where you just want to bring the tone up or down or the pitch up or down without actually speeding up the clip. And I can go ahead and drop that on the clip. Once again, we see there's an update. I can go to individual parameters, which can get very, very confusing. I can go into a custom setup, Or there are some presets under this little icon here, and if I click the drop-down menu, I can actually, have some fun here. I could choose talking a lot, so I have a sore throat, but I think just for the heck of it, we're going to go with breathless and see how it makes me sound.
I like buying my eggs in martini glasses instead of in egg cartons.
Makes them much more beautiful.
Yeah.
I just want to say I think the effect is great, and I'm really glad that I did not apply it to this training. But go ahead and try the different audio effects. Don't worry if you make a mistake. You can always delete them. And another nice thing about these is there's often a bypass option here, and you can bypass the effect and hear how it sounded originally. There's a lot of filters that I really like in Premiere Pro. And one of the filters that rises to the top for me is the warp stabilizer. It allows me to take shaky footage, clean shaky footage, and make it usable. And let me show you an example of how to use the warp stabilizer in Premiere Pro. Take a look at this sequence. We have the wide shot of me about to cut the pizza, the close-up, and the wide shot. Now, the problem is,
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, we don't want me to burn myself. And you can entertain children with this.
Completely.
Okay, so
this shot's kind of shaky. It was handheld,
we can try this.
and I really wanted to have a more stable look because we're going from a stable shot to a shaky shot to a stable shot. So I'm simply going to select this clip, go over to my Effects tab, type in Warp. It brings up a couple of filters, and the one that we're going to look at right now is the Warp Stabilizer, and I'll simply drop that on the clip. Now, let me click on this. If you're not seeing it in your Effects Control Panel, go ahead and select it in your timeline and make sure the Effects Control Panel is available. And you'll notice that you get this Analyzing in Background bar across the image. And if you look closely at the Warp Stabilizer filter, you see that it's counting through the frames and analyzing the footage. So it's a two-step process. Right now, it's analyzing every single pixel and then determining where those pixels are moving. Once it's done analyzing it, it will then determine how it can position the video so that pizza stays relatively stable and central. Now, I'm going to go ahead and play this back, and then we'll make some modifications so you can have a better idea of how it works.
And you can entertain children with this.
Completely.
Okay,
So that's dramatically different. Literally, it feels as if the camera's floating. So what warp stabilization has done, it's created smooth motion, and you can control how smooth that is. I could use this virtual slider to move it to the left to stabilize it a little bit less, or move it to the right to stabilize it even more. Now, it doesn't have to reanalyze, but it will have to go through the stabilizing steps again. If I go ahead and replay this clip, it seems to be floating a little bit less. It's almost a lockdown. And that's great. I could literally take this to 100%, or if I wanted to, switch over to no motion at all. Once again, it's going to need to re-stabilize it. The analysis is done, and now if I play it, it will seem as if the camera is locked down on the tripod.
And you can entertain children with this.
Completely.
Okay,
Now, a lot of math is happening behind the scenes, and if you noticed, it was, I would say, about 95% perfect. At one point, the pizza gets a little bit elongated, but when you think about what's really happening, what was the original shot like? Well, I can show you because one of the things you can do is in the borders property, I am choosing the default, which is stabilize it, crop it, and then scale it up so I don't have any black in my image. If I choose one of the options, I can show you exactly what's happening behind the scenes. If I choose stabilize only, what you will see is this shot moving around to keep the pizza central.
And you can entertain children with this.
Completely.
Okay,
Now notice the edges of the screen. If I turned off the background, you would really see it, but it's literally moving the shot around so it stays in the center. Now, if I switch to stabilize and crop, you'll actually see how much of the sides of the image it has to cut off so you don't see it floating around.
Okay, so.
But the pizza's staying perfectly central. So ultimately, when I switch to the default, which is stabilize, crop, and auto scale, it needs to blow the image up to fill the frame. And if you notice over here to the left, it's auto scaling by 137% to make sure that I don't have anything strange popping out of the sides. Now, Premiere Pro does a pretty good job of blowing things up without them getting soft, and I'm pretty impressed with what I can do to stabilize this shot. Now, remember, if your original shot isn't clear because of all the motion, the warp stabilizer isn't going to fix that. It works really well with very clean footage, and you'd be surprised at how you can turn a lemon into lemonade. In this video, we're going to look at how to use the keyer, or the chroma keyer, as you might know it, in Premiere Pro. Now, we're really only going to look at that one filter. If you really want to learn about serious green screening in both the shooting as well as in the post-processing, you can go ahead and look at another course on lynda.com called Green Screen Techniques for Video and Photography by Richard Harrington and myself. But now let's take a look how you can green screen very quickly with a well-shot image. So if you look at your timeline, you'll see on the left side a before, and I've created an after just so you can see what you can do with chroma keying and reverse engineer a more complex composite. And what we've done is just put Vanessa over her magazine cover. We have a nice green background, and we have a credit scroll. So if you're a premium subscriber with the exercise files, feel free to dig deep into this area and see how we built this composite. Jumping back over here, we just want to green screen and remove the background from Vanessa so we can see through it to the magazine cover. The filter that you want to use is called the Ultra Keyer. And if you type in Ultra, you'll see that there's only one keyer there, and simply drop it on top of the upper clip, which is the footage of Vanessa. And in our Effects Control tab, we'll see a bunch of choices, and the first thing you need to do is tell it what color you want to remove from your image, or key out. So you can grab the eyedropper, and we're going to click on this green background, and very quickly we can see it's a very clean key, and we can see right through the green background to the magazine that we put behind. There might be a couple of little problems here. For instance, it was successful in keying out the green, but we have the edge of the background and the wall in the left corner of the image, which is on your right. If I switch over from composite to alpha channel, what I'm seeing is a grayscale version of what's transparent and what's solid. Anything that's white is solid, anything that's black is transparent, and if it's gray, it's translucent, and it could look kind of muddy. So what I want to do is be a little bit more aggressive on my key. And Premiere by default lets you switch from its default settings to a relaxed setting if, for instance, your key is removing too much of the person, or in my case, I want to switch to an aggressive setting and it really starts removing almost all of the black material. It hasn't fixed the problem I had over here when we shot beyond the green screen area, but I'm pretty good if I switch back from alpha channel to composite, and I can see the magazine really nicely. The other controls that you see below the swatch are all the little sliders that you can learn about in the other course to really fine-tune to make sure that you have solid blacks and solid whites. But for now, the one-button solution works really, really well. The next thing I want to show you is how I can remove this edge problem, and that's using something called a garbage mat. Now, a garbage mat basically is a mask that allows you to remove the garbage from the side of the screen, and if I type the word garbage into my search box, I can see there's a 4, 8, and 16-point garbage mat. The larger the number of points, the more complex the shape you can draw. In this case, 4 will do the trick. I simply throw that on top of the same clip that I have the Ultra Keyer on. I can scroll down and see it right here in my Effects Control tab, and I'm going to click on the wireframe icon so I can actually see those 4 points to adjust them. I grab the little circles, and if you notice, when I move this above, it's actually cutting off part of Vanessa, so I want to just move it over right to the edge here, because now it removes that background and some of the translucent or grayscale material. And I'll slide this over here. If I turned off the actual Ultra keyer, you'll see what the garbage mat does is it just gives me a much more robust crop of my image. But with it turned on, and I can hit play,
and we're so excited to let you know that
I have a wonderful key in just a couple of steps. Now, there are times when you're cutting together a video where you have one of a few problems. The color balance could be off, and if you look at the scene that I have open, the camera was set for the wrong color temperature, so it's actually everything's a little bit blue, and we don't want that. We want to actually make that nice and white. Other times you may want to use the color correctors is to brighten a scene or to darken a scene or to make 2 scenes match. Let's take a look at 3 different filters that can help you quickly fix your color challenges. Now, there are several courses on lynda.com that go much deeper into color correction or color grading, and if you want to know more, I'd advise you to check those courses out. Now, on to fixing our color. I can see right now that the image is a little bit blue-purple, and underneath the Effects tab, if I type the word color, I actually will see all of my different color correction choices. I'm going to choose Auto Color, which you'll find in the Adjust bin, and simply drop it on top of this clip. It's going to make a best guess as to how the color should be, and you can see it has improved dramatically, but it still is not quite the control that I want. There are some options that you can work with, such as snapping neutral midtones and so forth, but I think I want a little more control on this shot. So I'm going to go ahead and right-click on it and cut it out and move down to a simple yet powerful color corrector called the Fast Color Corrector. I'm going to drop that onto the clip, and you'll notice there's no change at all at this point. And there's several controls that you can work with, but what I really want to work with is the fact that it's a little bit too blue. I can simply go over here to the white balance eyedropper, select it, and choose what should be white in my image. Now, don't pick something that's really bright because it's going to be so blown out there won't be a lot of color. So I'm going to choose the wall first, and when I click on it, I do see a subtle improvement. But the challenge is we were getting a lot of daylight that was reflecting on the stove and onto us as the talent. So instead of choosing the wall, I'm going to try other areas, and I'm going to just choose the microwave. And as you can see, with one click, it removed most of the blue and purple from the shot, and our skin tone has been dramatically improved. I want to turn that on and off so you can see how dramatic the difference is. If you want to see the before and after at the same time, just click on Show Split View, and you can look at that horizontally or vertically. And you can see right here how much bluer that image is and how much nicer it is on the left side. There are additional controls down on the bottom to work with luminance values and really working with some of the areas. I think a little more saturation would be nice, but I'm going to explore those in a little more detail with the next filter, which is the 3-way color corrector. Now, the 3-way color corrector is even more powerful than this fast color corrector. Let me show you the 2 shots that I want to work with. There's a wide shot of me tasting the pizza.
Well, that's great. Thank you. Vanessa, you've opened up another new world for me. It was delicious.
And then we go to this close-up. Now, the colors are almost the same, but if I jump back and forth, I see that the wide shot's a little darker and has a richer feel to it. So I'm going to go ahead and select the middle shot right here, and scroll down and choose the 3-way color corrector, and simply drop that onto this clip. It looks very similar to the fast color corrector, but it allows me to work with just color in my shadows, my mid-range, and my highlights. I have 3 eyedroppers instead of 1, so I can go and very quickly say, well, what should be white? So I'll look maybe at this area right here. What should be kind of a neutral gray? And finally, what should be a nice rich black? And this should get me to a point where the colors would match better. And I can manually drag some of these elements to refine it so it looks good to my eye. But I think this is a good place to start. I really just want to get something out quickly to my audience. The bigger problem I have is that the black levels and the white levels don't match. So I'm going to slide down a little further and use this area here, input and output levels. If I look at this image and I grab the right side of my input level, it actually will make my image brighter. If I grab the left side, it will make the blacks richer. So adding a little more will help these 2 shots match better. Now, if I drop down to output level and I grab the area on the right side, I can actually bring down some of my luminance, or that really blown out white area. And I think that's going to be a lot closer to the previous and the following shot. If I had grabbed the left side, it can actually make my image less contrasty, and that's not going to look good. But let's take a quick look at the before and the after, and I think we're pretty good. Maybe pull down the saturation just a hair, and I can get these 2 shots to match pretty well. We'll split the difference, and we're good to go. Now, once I've been able to match these 2 shots, I have other shots in my timeline that also need this grade or need this correction. I can very easily select the clip and right-click, go ahead and copy that one filter, select the other filters where I want to paste it onto, hit Command-V on a Macintosh or Control-V on Windows. You see that now these turned red. The 2 additional clips have been color corrected, and they match not only the other cutaway, but of course the wide shot that we used. Color correction can be really fast and easy using these 3 basic color correction filters. Of course, you can go a lot deeper, and you can explore that in some of the color correction or color grading courses on lynda.com. A lot of times, once you're finished with a program, you want to give it a look or a feel. You could even just do this with a section of a program. One of the areas under the Effects tab that I like to use to bring my video to the next level is the bottom bin, which is the Lumetri Looks. If I open this up and press the tilde key, you can better see what you have to work with. As I click on each one of these, I actually bring up a visual representation of how this filter will change the entire color palette of a clip. So if I want to give a shot a specific look, I could step through these and get a feel of what would happen if I dropped this filter on my existing video. And there's a variety of looks that you can work with, cinematic looks, as well as black and white looks that I could work with. There are some stylized looks, such as Back in the Day, which we used earlier on in this course, as well as some dreamy looks and some looks that really kind of push the envelope, that really scream out, I am changing the look of your video. As well as some ones I really like at the very bottom under temperature, which allow me to warm up the feel of the image, such as the warm gamma mix and the warm midtones, as well as the warm overall. Let me go ahead and shrink this window by hitting the tilde key and throw a couple of looks on a clip so you can see exactly how they work. For instance, I could go ahead, and I really like this black and white using a blue filter. It basically uses one element of the color palette as a predominant color to make my black and white. And this is a nice, clean black and white. As a matter of fact, I like it a lot better than if I just desaturated the colors. Now, one thing to keep in mind about these looks, if I double-click to load this clip into the viewer, and I look at the Effects Control tab, you'll notice there are no modifications I can make to this. So it's set and forget. I can't tweak any aspects of this. All I can do is choose to use it or not to use it. Now you can create your own looks in SpeedGrade, or you can find different looks that you can import on the internet. Now, even though we're stuck with one set of parameters per look, you can mix your looks. So for instance, I like this black and white, but I want to give it my own unique feel. I'm going to go ahead and scroll through this and find something that is a little bit more aggressive. If I click on Dreams, that's that green that I didn't like. It's a little bit over the top for me, but I'm going to go ahead and drop it on the clip because I like the way it blows out the image. So now I want to flip-flop this. And we learned earlier in the course when working with filters that filter order is critical. So if I put Dreams on first, followed by the black and white filter, I can get a black and white look and get that blown out soft effect from the Dreams. So as you see, this is kind of an interesting feel to my show. Not sure if I would use it on a cooking program, but I do like what I can do by mixing and reordering the various looks effects. And just like our other filters, I can select, copy, select the other clips, and right-click and paste attributes, and go ahead and throw both of the effects onto all my other clips. So take a look at the Lumetri looks in your effects control panel, and you can once again bring your program to a different level. Let's take a look at adjustment layers. Now, the adjustment layer is very powerful if you want to apply a filter across multiple clips without having to put that filter on each and every clip. Now, the reason you don't want to do that is, what if you need to make a change or modify that filter? The producer says a little brighter, a little darker. You don't want to have to go back to each one and make that change. So what we're going to do is create an adjustment layer. You can do it many places within the interface. I'm going to go down to New Item and create Adjustment Layer. It perfectly matches the sequence settings. I'm going to press OK, and I see that it appears in my project pane. Now I'm going to grab the adjustment layer, and I'm going to drag it over here and put it onto V2, and I'm doing that for a specific reason. I only want the adjustment layer to modify the clips below it. In this case, the basic video, not the lower thirds. It's because I'm going to take and give this a look. I'm going to give this that back in the day sepia look that I really liked, and I don't want to take the risk of putting it on each individual clip. So think of an adjustment layer as a container that affects everything below it. If I jump to my Effects tab and switch over to Lumetri Looks, I can scroll down and choose that back in the day filter. By dropping it on the adjustment layer, all the clips below are now sepia. What I really like is the flexibility, because I can easily go in and turn this on and off to show the producer what it would look like with and without. I can also throw multiple looks or multiple filters, which I can toggle on and off on my adjustment layer to show a variety of looks for my program. Maybe I want one of the Dreams look. And let's choose one more just so we can toggle between them. Well, we might as well go back to the 70s, and I'll drop that on. Now, of course, I wouldn't want to look at all of these at the same time, but I can turn them on and off individually or combine them into small groups to show my producer a variety of different looks. So let me turn off back in the day, and as you can see, I now have that dream glow, or if I wanted to, I could even turn off that Dreams because it's a little soft for my taste, and now I get that 70s look feel. So in this case, I used the looks, but you can use any filter you want to modify all the clips below it. So just let me quickly turn that off and throw in a clip that you can modify, such as a Gaussian blur. And as you see, it applies the blur to the entire program. Now, I may not necessarily want to do this for my entire show, but let's say I want to run some credits over part of my show. This will allow me to blur a chunk without risking changing all the individual clips. I want to show you one last trick when it comes to adjustment layers, and that's the ability to change the size of all the clips below it. We're going to go back to the project file and grab the original adjustment layer, because you can use this over and over again because it's simply an empty container. And now I want to change the look of the show. Let me first go back and turn off the Gaussian blur. And now I want to change the size of my image. You don't use this using the motion parameter here. You'll always have to use filters. So I'm going to make sure that the top adjustment layer is set. And I'm going to jump to my Effects tab and scroll down. And one of the options under Effects is Perspective. And I'm going to grab Basic 3D. And I can use this filter to modify the size and the tilt of my image. So for instance, I can grab Distance and make it a little bit smaller. And I'm going to grab Swivel and kind of just tilt it a little bit. If I wanted to, I could turn on a specular highlight. And all that's going to do is, if there's a light source, it will catch that light source on the front of the image, giving it more of a 3D feel if I animate it. So if you want to change the size of an image, remember, if you can find a filter to do the job, you can get the job done. Adjustment layers are incredibly powerful. It just takes a little bit of practice and knowing how to use them to get the job done. There's a lot of reasons that you may want to speed up or slow down your video. You may need to fit something into a certain space and you don't have enough media, or you have too much. Or you may want to do it stylistically to give that slow motion effect, to draw out and allow the viewer to see more of what's happening. Conversely, if the viewer isn't going to be patient to watch things in real time, a lot of times you'll speed things up, almost doing a time lapse. Now, Premiere Pro is excellent at modifying speed, and there are many ways to slow down and speed up and even reverse a clip depending on the environment you're in and exactly what you need to do. One of the most popular ones is Fit to Fill. And this is a situation where you might have less media than you have time in your timeline. So in this case, I've already marked an in and an out point. And I can see that this in and out point, if I look over here to the right side of the screen, is almost 7 seconds long. And let's go ahead and play it and hear what Vanessa is saying. And then we're going to open up a piece of video and place it in, but it's not going to be long enough to do what we need to do.
So I have a very simple recipe.
Okay.
We're going to start with some tapioca flour, which is a really wonderful textured gluten-free flour. It makes this really great crust.
So she's talking about using the tapioca flour, and we're going to cut to a close-up. And I could take the entire close-up. So there's a clip labeled flour. I'm going to double-click to load this into the viewer. I've already marked an in and an out point for its duration. If we go ahead and we play this.
Flour, it makes this really great.
So what's happening here is I want the viewer to be able to see a close-up of the flour. And after about 2 seconds, I start moving it around and shaking it, and her hand comes into the shot. So instead of putting in a freeze frame, I'm just going to put the clip in and slow it down. So you'll notice that I've marked an in point and an out point in my source, and I have an in point and an out point in my destination. And the source's duration is only 2 seconds, where my target duration is almost 7 seconds. So something has to give, and what gives is slowing it down. Now, the beauty is I don't have to know any math to do this. I can simply select the clip and do an overwrite edit. Now be careful here because I want to replace the video but leave the existing voiceover, and that comes over here to the track targeting. I can just turn off the target there, make sure that it's an inactive track, so the only thing that should be affected is my targeted video layer. Now I can simply request an overwrite edit because I want to replace the video. I don't want to do an insert edit. And I'm presented with a dialog box. Now, there are 5 options here. 2 of them are grayed out. And we're ultimately going to use the top one. But the reason 2 and 3 are grayed out is because I can't throw away the in or the out point of the source because it's shorter. It's only 2 seconds long than my target destination. Now, if I wanted to, and I didn't want to change the speed, I could say, oh, you know something? Ignore the out point, ignore the in point, and we're just going to end up putting in a 2-second clip, and we'll have this huge gap still for the other 4 seconds. So I'm going to select Change Clip Speed, and this is called the Fit to Fill, and when I press OK, take a look at what happens on video track 1. The clip gets placed in. It was a 2-second clip, and if I didn't do a Fit to Fill, there'd be a huge gap here. And because I turned off this targeting track, we still hear Vanessa's voice. But let's take a closer look at what happened to the video.
Difficult. So I have a very simple recipe.
Okay.
We're going to start with some tapioca flour, which is a really wonderful textured gluten-free flour. It makes this really great crust.
So I get to see it in detail. The viewer knows that I've slowed it down. As a matter of fact, if I wanted to, I could go ahead and select this area and hit the plus key to zoom in, and I can see precisely how much I needed to slow it down to fill that space. Now, one thing I often do when I slow a clip down on Fit to Fill, sometimes I need to tweak it so I see the best in and out point. And this is another perfect example where you would be using the Slip Edit tool that we learned about in an earlier video. So if I wanted to refine exactly where it was when we saw this clip and where the out point was, maybe I wanted a little less shaking of the clip, I could switch over to the tool by going over here and choosing the Slip tool or Y, or I could even go back to the source monitor with the in and out and just slide it back and forth that way. So I have a couple of choices here. I'm going to go down here and use the Y key, select it, and as you can see, I can choose the out point, and I'm just moving it before I start shaking it. That's a lot nicer. I let go. The speed has not changed, but the timing is much better.
Okay.
We're going to start with some tapioca flour, which is a really wonderful textured gluten-free flour. It makes this really great crust.
So that worked much better for me. It was a little less shaky. And ultimately, when I render this, it's going to be a lot cleaner and a lot more fluid on that slow motion. I'll just make one more aside when talking about speed changes, and that is, as excellent as Premiere is in slowing things down, if you slow something down dramatically, and I'm saying maybe like 8 or 10% of its original length, you may want to step into After Effects with that footage, and that has a more powerful engine and algorithm to slow things down. It will take a lot longer to render because it's actually going to be creating new pixels to get the job done. The Fit to Fill edit is a resource that I use all the time in my toolbox. Often when cutting news, I often will have a 10-second soundbite, yet 2 minutes of footage of the guy leaving, say, the courthouse, and Fit to Fill will automatically slow it down and make sure that I have enough video footage to cover my audio soundbite. Now, Fit to Fill that we learned about in an earlier video is a very effective tool, but there's times that you need to stretch out the duration of a clip, and here's a perfect example. Vanessa's kind of describing all the ingredients. I wanted to make a cut down of everything that goes into it. Instead of taking 10 minutes to go through it, I wanted to do it really quickly. So as you can see, the video and the audio have been spaced out. And if I played this at normal speed,
some Parmesan cheese, the egg, this is the oil, and
so let's play it back. And as you see, the audio is a lot more balanced. The audio actually, there's breathing. And if you recall back when we did transitions, it was fast, 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 fast. But I don't have enough good media to cover this, and I didn't want to sit there and do a lot of math to stretch it out. So the trick is, let's cut it together with some of that video footage, even if it's not long enough, but make sure that the audio is balanced. Make sure we're actually hearing what we need to hear, and then worry about the video. So we're pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and hit the backslash key so that you can see everything. We do have a missing piece of audio here. So when she says put in the water, but we're going to just kind of skip this right now. And I want to show you a really useful tool called the rate stretch tool, which is a great way to slow things down or speed things up directly in the timeline. And I don't have to worry about marking in and out points on the source and in and out in my destination. I simply go over here, and if you click on this little icon, keyboard shortcut is the letter R, easy to remember because of rate stretch. The tool actually changes. It looks like a trimming tool, but it actually has an arrow through it, and that indicates rate stretch. And I can actually just click on the edge of a clip and pull it and make it longer. Now, it's doing something very different than when we used the trim tool. When we had the trim tool, it actually added any available media, so the shot got longer. It didn't slow down. In this case, I don't have enough media because I'm either talking over it or we're not doing the action anymore, and I just want to slow it down. So take a look at what the egg shot would look like.
The egg. This is the oil and...
So it slows it down, just kind of like we did in the previous video, and I can go through and fill these gaps by simply grabbing and stretching them, and they're going to be different speed changes depending on my timing. Now, I kind of eyeballed it when I put it down, so ironically it's about 50%, but let me go ahead and zoom in onto the dough ball by pressing the plus key, and if we go ahead and we play this...
The water. You're going to mix it up. Then we're going to press it out onto the pizza paper.
You can see it actually gives us enough time to kind of digest what we're doing. And the rate tool is very, very useful for this. Now, I've been stretching a clip out, and I would probably do that for all of the clips in this sequence, but I also want to show that I can use the rate tool to speed things up.
Super easy.
Here we have a situation of the toppings and the parsley, and so I'm actually taking much more care in doing this, and now it's too long. So using the rate stretch tool, instead of pulling something out to the right, I can actually squeeze it in, and it's going to speed it up. I'm going to zoom in so you can see that it went up to 271% in this case. And I'll just hit play, and I'll be putting these pieces of parsley on pretty darn quick.
Super easy.
See, if I worked this fast, I could actually get a job in a pizzeria. So the rate stretch tool is very useful. You switch over to it, the letter R. You can make things shorter and speed them up. You can make things longer, and it will slow them down. And once they've been sped up or slowed down, you can trim them or do slip and slide edits as needed. Now, using Fit to Fill and the rate stretch tool are excellent ways to make a clip go faster or shorter. But there's often times when you want to be very precise about how much you want to speed something up, or precise on how much time you have for the event to happen. And that's where the speed duration dialog box comes into play. One of the places that you can find it is directly on the clip itself. So this pizza shot here is wonderfully engaging at 1 minute and 43 seconds. Let me just play 3 seconds of it, and you can actually see how it draws you in. I think you've seen enough of this. Now, what I want to point out is that this becomes much more interesting to watch the pizza cook if we speed it up. Instead of it taking its default duration of 1 minute and 43 seconds, I want to see it cook a little bit faster. And that's a convention I can get away with in a cooking show. Now, I do want to point out that I've modified this clip a little bit. If I go up under the Effects Control tab, I put on a gamma correction to make the blacks a little bit deeper so it looks more tasty. And I've also adjusted the rotation so it's even in the stove. If you've imported this media directly from the exercise files without using the one that I've already put in the timeline, you'll notice your pizza's a little lopsided and it's a little washed out. But I want to make this faster. So I'm going to right-click on the clip, and there is a choice here called Speed and Duration. When I click on that, I have this option here of changing either the speed or the duration. And these are directly linked together. Now, you can break this link if you need to, but most of the time you'll leave these connected to each other. For instance, if I make this clip, say, 50% of its normal speed, which means it's going at half speed, you'll notice that the time will double. And conversely, if I say make this 500% or 5 times faster, it drops from 1 minute 43 down to 20 seconds. But I have a specific amount of time. I want this to just take 10 seconds to cook. So instead of clicking on speed, I can click on the duration and say, just make this clip 10 seconds and 0 frames. and then when I click off it, it will do the math that's necessary. So in about 10 seconds, this pizza is going to cook. I also have some other options down here, and we'll explore the ripple edit and shifting trailing clips in the next few clips on our timeline. But for right now, this is good. If I click reverse speed, this is a great way if you want something to play backwards, so it starts at the end and goes to the beginning. But for now, we don't want to uncook the pizza, so we'll just leave it at 10 times normal speed, and I'm going to press OK. Now, when I press OK, you'll notice that in the timeline, the clip will get shorter. And if I go ahead and play the clip at this point, it truly is an engaging shot because we actually see the pizza bubbling. So whether I tell my viewer that I've sped it up or not is unimportant. As long as it looks interesting to the viewer, I'm in good shape. Now I could go ahead and right-click and do a ripple delete to bring these other clips down the timeline to fill in that space. Now let me undo this because I want to show you what one of the other options does, and then I'm going to show you in process how you can really speed up your editing using this dialog box. So we'll go back to speed and duration, and in this case I will select ripple edit and shift trailing clips. Now when I make it speed faster, I'm going to go the other route. I know from our previous example that 1,000 will work because that'll make it about 10 seconds long. And this time I do have ripple edit and shifting trailing clips selected. I'm going to press OK and take a look at my timeline. It shortens the clip, but it closes the gap. So the clip is now 1/10 the duration, but I don't have to worry about retiming anything further down the timeline. So that's what that checkbox will achieve. It will actually close the space. And conversely, if I had made it really long, it won't hit that wall. So I'm going to very quickly do this one more time and making it longer with ripple checked and unchecked. Hit undo, right-click, speed and duration, and now instead of making it 1,000%, I'm going to simply make it 50%. If ripple is checked when I hit OK, the clip gets longer, and I'm going to hit the backslash key, and it pushes everything down the timeline. Again, it works exactly how I expected. Undo it one last time. This time I will right-click, speed and duration, uncheck the ripple, once again make it 50%, so it's not going to ripple anything. Now watch what happens when I press OK. It will make it 50%, but it won't allow it to automatically overwrite these clips, which is a good thing. So what really happened behind the scenes? Well, it slowed the clip down to 50%, but if I load this clip into the viewer, it trimmed the very end. So I have the right speed, but because I didn't have enough room, it just took advantage of the space that was available. I could go ahead and either do a trim edit or hold down the command key and do a trim ripple and make it as long as I need it to be. Let's explore a couple of speed tricks relating to the speed dialog box. If I zoom in and use my up and down arrow keys to jump exactly to where this first series of clips start, we can see that I have that same situation we saw in an earlier video where none of the clips were long enough. Let me scroll over so we can see the entire chunk, and I can show you how instead of grabbing the rate stretch tool, I can very quickly close these spaces. So I'm going to select all of these clips by drawing a bounding box around them, and now I'm going to right-click and choose the same speed and duration dialog box. Now I need them to be slower, so I'm going to make them all about 50% of their current duration. So let me type in 50% right here, and if I choose ripple edit shift trailing clips or shifting trailing clips, it's going to slow them down, make them each twice as long, but still leave all of those spaces. I don't want that. I want to close the spaces. So it's okay when it hits the next clip. I don't care if it's 7 seconds or 8 seconds, as long as it's 50%. I'll press OK, and very quickly, I've been able to slow all of these down and fix the problem. This one needed a little more space. I can either go back to the rate stretch tool or just right-click on that one, choose speed and duration, choose 40%, and that's going to make it a little bit longer. We see it goes to 3 seconds and 10 frames. Hit OK, and the space is closed.
Tapioca flour, the cheese, the egg, the oil.
Now, once I do this, I may grab the audio and move it left and right a little bit, depending how I want that timing to be. And if I don't like all the action, I can select any clip and throw it back into my source viewer and do slip edits if the media is available. Now, what would I do in this case? Here, all the clips are really tight together. I made a very quick cut. And we used this earlier on when we learned about transitions, but I want it to breathe a little bit. Let's go ahead and watch the first 3 or 4 clips.
You're going to add the tapioca flour, the cheese, the egg, the oil.
So it's accurate, but it's really fast for the viewer to digest. So we're going to do the same thing we did before, but because these are connected, we're going to take advantage of one of the other options in our box. And that is the ripple edit shift trailing clips. So now I do want it checked. I'm going to knock the speed again down to 50%, but when I go ahead and press OK, it's going to actually make each of these clips longer and spread out the audio to keep everything in alignment. So now I have it slower, and once again, I can start tweaking it so the timing matches the best feel.
The egg, the oil, and the water.
Now, if I feel this is too long, I could go ahead, reselect it, and instead of 50%, make it 70% or 80% and get it exactly how I want it. But the beauty of doing it this way is I can do it to a series of clips, which is faster and more efficient. Now, up until this point, we've been making constant speed changes. That is, something's 200% faster or 50% slower. But there are times where you may want to vary the speed, slowing it down, speeding it up, over time. You see this a lot in sporting events. You may see it in a romantic movie, just as the couple is about to kiss. In my case, I'm going to use it with the art of making pizza. Now, to get your head wrapped around it, we're going to look in a couple of locations within our interface. I'm going to load the pizza assembly clip back into our source monitor and switch to the Effects Control tab. And I want a lot more space on the right side. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this vertical line between my list of my effects and the actual timeline here, and just slide it over to the left. This gives me a lot more real estate to work with. I'm also going to open up the disclosure triangle for time remapping, and then under there, there's a disclosure time for velocity. Once I have this done, I'm going to go back to my timeline and do a couple of things. Now, you don't have to do this, but I want you to get a good sense of what is happening when I make changes in either the effects control panel or in my actual timeline. Now, to simplify things, I'm going to delete the audio. When you do any kind of a constant speed change, audio does slow down and speed up, and you can even, in the speed and dialog box, change the pitch so people's voices more closely resemble what they really should sound like. But when you're slowing down and speeding things up, you really don't want the audio to do that. So Premiere Pro ignores the audio completely when you do any kind of variable speed change. And if I left the audio here, it would be fine. It would play back, but I'd get little warning boxes to say my audio is out of sync. So I'm going to deselect both the video and audio, hold down the Option key, select just the audio, and delete it. Now we can focus specifically on our pizza assembly. I'm going to have to reload that back into our timeline just because it's a slightly different clip. And now I want to reveal more detail in this line. I'm going to use the scroll on my mouse to make the clip taller so I can see more detail. And what it's going to do is reveal the opportunity to get some keyframes. And we've seen this before. Make sure you have the clip selected. Now I want to work specifically with speed. So I want to right-click on the FX button, jump down to time remapping and choose my one option, which is speed. And now when I keyframe something down here, it should reflect in my effects control and vice versa. So how would I do this? Well, I'm going along, I'm watching this at normal speed, and I say, oh yeah, it'd be really nice as I'm pouring the sauce to get a little more detail there, so I want to slow it down. So I need to place a keyframe right here where the playhead is parked. I'm going to simply press the Command key or the Control key on Windows and click right on the timeline. And you'll notice that in my timeline, I now have this little yellow icon, and I have a similar icon up here in my effects control panel. They're directly related to each other. It's just two ways of looking at the same clip. If I stay in the effects control panel and go a little bit later to when I'm done spreading all the sauce, I could create another keyframe by pressing the diamond, and you see I now have that keyframe in my timeline. So right now there's no change, and I'm getting ready to do that. At the very beginning, if I play it back up into that keyframe, it's going to play at normal speed. So I'm talking, and I think instead of slowing it down, I want to jump ahead to where I'm going to put the toppings on. So I can grab this line right here and just pull it up. And you'll notice what's happening is the keyframe that follows it, I'm seeing a little square. It's going to snap to that, and from point 2 to point 3, it's going to play back at over 200%. Let me let go of my mouse. There, it snaps into position. What we did in the Effects Control tab is reflected in the sequence, and I can hit play and watch what happens when we get to that keyframe. It really picks up speed, and we can get through that. And I could go dramatic here. I could simply grab it and bring it way up. There's maybe make it 500%. And that way the viewer won't have to watch all of that sauce pouring. Now, as soon as it slows down, boom, it's dramatic. Well, I want to be a little more creative, and that's where Premiere really excels. I'm going to zoom into this area in the timeline. You'll notice that the keyframes here actually have a split in the middle. And if I grab it in the middle, I can move the keyframe. But if I grab it on just one side and drag, what you'll see is a slanted line. Because now, instead of it jumping from really fast to really slow, it's going to ramp down. So it's not as abrupt. And I can control this. If I right-click on this, you'll notice I now get a little blue handle. And this allows me to create a curve, or a Bezier curve, as some people would know this, where I have a more gradual transition from one speed to the next. If I zoomed in over here, you would see the same effect. I'm just pressing the plus key, and that's our Bezier. And if I extended it there, we're good to go. Once again, the plus key to zoom in, and I can go ahead and modify this as necessary. I'm going to go ahead, hit the backslash key, throw a couple more keyframes on the sequence in my timeline, and just show you how easy it is to ramp up and ramp down the speed of a clip. This is now going faster. This is going slower. We have created a nice gradual flow from slower to faster. And again, I can get that Bezier. So let's take a quick look at what happens. Very quick with the chicken. And we need to slow down to show them the onions are going on. And parsley is very important. And cheese is very important. And we're good to go. So the best way to get your head wrapped around variable speed change is to play with it. It's to get a feel of what you want and to move your keyframes as well as your transitions and your timing. And don't worry that you're going to mess things up, because you can always reset all those keyframes, or actually delete them, by clicking on the little stopwatch next to the speed control in the effects control panel. Creating titles is very easy in Premiere Pro. The first thing you need to do is position your playhead on top of the clip where you want to put the title, and then you can go up to the title drop-down menu, go to New Title, and in this case, we're going to just make a default still and get a sense of the interface and how to quickly make a title. Now, you have all the tools you would expect in a typography tool. You can modify how big the letter is, the colors, where they're located, And you have a toolbar here, and most of the time you'll select either your selection tool, which is the same keyboard shortcut that you use within the application, or the text tool. Let's go ahead and type our title onto our screen. We're going to call this gluten-free pizza. Now, as you see, by default, it's white letters and they're not that pretty, so let's go ahead and make some changes. I do want to point out that if I highlight just a specific letter or a specific group of letters, I can modify all the parameters, size, color, drop shadow, on a letter-by-letter basis. But we're going to work with all these letters as a group. So I'm going to go back and switch over to the selection tool. Now I can actually grab my text and position it exactly where I want it to be. If I wanted to make sure that it's perfectly centered, I do have a centering option over onto the left side. Now let me make this bigger. I can do that by grabbing the corner or simply going over to text size and either scrolling to make it bigger or typing in a number. Now I need to reposition that again, and I think we'll put it in about the lower third area. Now to make the letters more visible, we're going to change it from white to a different color. And you can do that very easily with this drop-down menu for fill type. And there's a variety of ones you can create. You can just have a solid letter. I'm going to ramp it up a little bit and use a linear gradient. If I choose a linear gradient, it's now white on white, but what I really want is something Italian looking, so I'm going to do red over green. So I simply can double-click on that. I'll get a dialog box that allows me to pick a color, green, a nice dark green. I'll say OK. And now that I have green on top, I want to put a nice deep red on the bottom. We'll go over here, pick a nice almost burgundy red, hit OK, and now I have a title that has a little bit more pizzazz if that's what my client wants. Now I want this to stand out even a little bit more, and I can scroll down, and in addition to all the choices I have up top, I can add things such as inner and outer strokes. These are like a line on the outside edge of the letter. And this is nice if things start blending in. So a simple stroke gives me an outline. It allows my text to pop a little bit. And what I think I want for the edge, instead of just a plain line, I'm going to use depth. And it makes my letters look a little bit more three-dimensional. And I could even increase that if I wanted to and change the angle of where that's coming out. And I think right there works for me. Now that I'm done with gluten-free pizza, I'm ready to put it into my timeline. Now, I don't want you to panic that this title has the pizza shot in it. It's just there for reference. I can actually turn it on and off because it's over a transparent background. I'm going to simply close the title tool, and the title will appear in my project file. Now, it's a good thing to name your title so you can quickly find it. So I'll name it. And now to use this title, all I have to do is drag it, position it on top of the image I want to have it. If I wanted to, it could even go over on top of my other video. There you can see it. And I'll pull it back so it ends at the same time. One great thing about the titling tool is if you make a mistake or you need to change something, all you have to do is double-click, load it back in the viewer. I'm going to go ahead, select the text. I don't think that green works. We'll make it just go back to a nice solid color, make it a much lighter green. We'll hit OK, and you can kind of see off to the right, it's already been updated in my timeline. Let me go ahead and close this, and you can see how easy it is to create titles in Premiere Pro. One of the most popular uses of the title tool in an editing program is to create what's called a lower third. These are the identification of who's speaking or what we're looking at that are located in the bottom third part of the screen. Now, I've already started with a graphic on top of Vanessa and myself speaking. This is just a simple Photoshop document. It's a single layer document. In the media folder within the exercises, it's called Blue Delight Corporate Logo, and I've already positioned it into place. Now, I've pre-built the lower third, and I can double-click to open it up to show you what it looks like. It literally is just two properly positioned text boxes, and you can make as many text boxes as you want just by starting to type. I'm going to go ahead and delete that. And I've already picked the typeface and everything, and I'm good to go. and I have the Delight logo. Now remember, if I click this button, all I have here is the text. The background is a separate element. I'm going to go ahead and close this and show you how we would bring it in and then use this to make more lower thirds to ID everybody else in the program. So I'm going to grab the text. I'll simply drop it onto track 3, make it the same length. I'd probably put a dissolve in so it comes in more gradually. But there you go. We're good to go. We have her perfectly positioned over the Delight background. Now, what if I need to ID myself? So I can go over here and wait till she introduces me.
Kitchen. My friend Abba.
So my friend Abba. So all I want to do is I can copy and paste this, or I can even option drag it if it's close enough to make a duplicate. And the duplicate looks perfectly the same, and all I need to do is change these 2 lines of text. I can double click on that. So all I need to do is add my name and change my title to guest chef, and as soon as I close it, you'll see that it's been updated and I don't have to worry about going back and reinventing the wheel. So the trick is to be able to make your lower third once, and then you can simply copy and paste or duplicate. Now, since we did a copy and paste, it's important to go back into your project and rename the new one. In this case, it's no longer Vanessa, it's me. So I'll just type in Abba lower third. And this is great because if I'm doing a 1-hour show, I can just reuse this over and over again. If I built it once and I want to use it in other shows, I can always select any lower third, go up under File, Export, and I can export that title as a document that I can import into other programs if I like that look and feel. Creating credit rolls and crawls are easy in Premiere Pro. I'm going to go under the Title tool, select New Title, and choose Default Roll. Now I get the same titling tool. I want to make sure I label it. I'm going to just call this Moving Text and press OK. Now I can type in anything I want. I'll type in the word roll, R-O-L-L, all caps, and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so it really stands out, and position it. Now, one thing I need to do is I need to determine if I want it to start and stop off screen. And I can click on this little button over here, and it would roll up and stop at this point, or I can have it roll completely through the screen. The pre-roll and post-roll basically says how long you need to wait till it enters the screen and exits the screen. So if you want it to be 2 seconds before it comes on, I can simply type in 60 frames or 2 seconds. Let me go ahead and press OK. We're going to add an outline to it so we can actually see it. Close it, and now I'm going to bring it and drag it right on top of the clip that I want it to roll over. We'll play it back and take a look.
This?
Completely.
Okay.
So perhaps instead of roll, I should have done slice, but I want to show you how easy it is to switch from, say, a rolling credit tool to a crawling credit. So I'm going to double-click to load this back into the Title tool, and all I have to do to switch it from a roll to a crawl is go back to that same options box, open it up, switch to a crawl, and I can choose to crawl from left to right or right to left. Pretty much the standard is crawling from the left because we read left to right, and I do want it to start off screen and end on screen. So I'm going to say OK. This is how easy it is to change the text. Now, if you have a lot of text, I highly recommend not typing it in. In this case, I've already typed it out and spell checked the crawl information. It's in a simple text document. I'll open it up, select it, copy, go back over to my text tool, select the text that I want to replace, and simply do Command-V to paste. Think it's a little big, so we'll go ahead and we'll shrink its size, bring it to the bottom of the screen. Still a little bit big, so we're going to bring it down to something that's really small. As a matter of fact, let me type in a number, 24, and we'll position it dead center where we want it to be. I think 24 is a little bit small. There we go. And all I have to do now is simply close the title tool, stretch this out a little bit because it's going to make more sense if we see this on top of me actually cutting the pizza, and we're good to go.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, we don't want me to burn myself. And you can entertain children with this?
Completely.
Okay, so. We can try this. See that up. Neatness does not count.
Neatness does not count. It's total.
And there's our crawl from the Emergency Pizza Cutting System, the EPCS. Now, there's a lot of situations where you may want to leverage the power of Photoshop to enhance the look of your video. Maybe you don't have a graphics department to build you a fancy lower third, or you want to go in and use some of the text functionality of Photoshop. Well, instead of starting in Photoshop and trying to figure out the right parameters and then needing to bring it into Premiere, you can actually start from within Premiere and create a Photoshop title. You'll go up under File, New, and say Photoshop File, and this is going to create a Photoshop file that's, again, the perfect size for your sequence, and it's going to ask you to give it a name. Now, I'm going to simply make a lower third bar, and I'm saving it in my Chapter 17 folder because that's where I'm saving all my other titles for now. And as you see, we now have Adobe Photoshop is launched. It already brings up our title safe and action safe bars so I can make sure things are positioned right, and I'm ready to start editing. All I want to do is make a simple bar to put the words gluten-free pizza over. I can simply do that by grabbing the selection tool, eyeball to draw a bar that's about the size that I want. I'll go ahead and fill this with a gradient. And let's keep the color, since it's green, we'll do it as a red and white background. There's my red. There's my white. Just pull the gradient line across. There we go. A nice red and white bar. And now maybe to give it a little bit of depth, I'm going to go to Layer, Layer Style, give it a little bit of a bevel and emboss, just to make it kind of nice and pretty. Give it a little bit of texture. So we'll go to Pattern Overlay, select that, and pick something with a little more texture and a little less bubbles, and just scale it down a little bit. I don't want to lose my red and my white, so I'm going to use a little bit of a soft light overlay, hit OK, and now I have a lower third bar that I like. All I have to do is go over to Photoshop, close it, save it, and you'll see lower third bar.psd right in your project file. I can grab that, drop that right above the pizza, make sure it ends at just the right spot, and if I need to reposition it or scale it, I can do it here by simply selecting it, and I'm going to just slide this over a little bit off screen so it's a little more gentle, and position it down right outside Title Safe. Now, if Title Safe is not turned on, you can go over to the flyout menu and activate it by selecting Show Safe Margins. There we go. You can even make it a little bit lower. Now, we did build a title at the very beginning of this chapter, and we learned how to export that. Well, that title now resides in the Chapter 17 folder. There it is, gluten-free pizza. I'm going to simply import that. It's imported. I can grab it, drag it, put it on top of my lower third, stretch it out to the right length, select it, position it exactly where I want. If it's a little big, I could change it, but I think we're perfect now. I'm going to simply go back, play it, and see how it looks. One nice thing about creating a Photoshop document in Premiere Pro is that it works just like any other clip. I could double-click and load it into my source editor and use all my effects controls, or I could right-click on it, and I have the option to edit back in Adobe Photoshop. So here's our original layer. I could go ahead, change the color, change the scale, and as soon as I save it, it's going to update in the timeline. In this chapter, we're going to explore cutting multicam video. That's basically shooting video with 2 or more cameras at the same time, syncing them together, and being able to switch cameras on the fly in Premiere Pro. Now, one of the key things to making this work is your preparation before you start shooting, which will make your editing that much smoother. So in this video, we used 4 cameras. You can see 3 of them in this wide shot. There's another one off screen. Now, you need a way to sync all the cameras together. Traditionally, people have always used timecode, where all the cameras are synced together and they generate the same clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and frames. Well, with the new technology, you can actually just shoot a clapboard with timecode and change the timecode on your clips as long as you can see the clapboard. So at the beginning of your shot, make sure all of your cameras are aimed at the clapboard so you can read the timecode numbers. The other way that people sync up the video is the flash on the clapboard or just using a camera flash. As you see here, all of the clapboards, as you see here, the iPad is totally white, and this is the flash that we can sync to. Another way that you can sync up your cameras is through the audio, but it's important that you have audio on all of your cameras. In this case, we had 4 cameras, and you can see the waveform on each one. Now, the quality of the audio doesn't have to match perfectly, but it does have to be intelligible. As long as you have something to use as a common sync point, it's easy to sync up your cameras in Premiere Pro. You can use timecode, you can mark an in or an out point or a marker based upon that clapboard flash, or if you have good audio, which is one of the best solutions these days, you can sync them together by the waveform. Now, let me go ahead and switch to the multi-camera editing view. And as I play the clip, I can actually swap between images simply by clicking on them or using a keyboard shortcut. Now, it may seem a little complicated at this point, but once you get used to it, it's a really fast way to cut together a show by shooting with multiple cameras. And as a matter of fact, with Premiere Pro, you don't even have to have matching cameras anymore. This show that we're going to work with was actually shot with 4 different types of cameras. Now that you have a good sense of what multi-camera shooting and editing is, let's dig in and show you how you can match your cameras and start cutting. Now that we know how to shoot multicam video, let's go ahead and sync some of this video together. I've already imported the 4 different camera angles into Premiere Pro, and I'm ready to sync them up. Now, I've prepared to sync these up a couple of different ways. One is through timecode. All the clips have matching timecode attached to them, and the other is the flash of the clapboard. As a matter of fact, I've made a marker on each one of the clips that you can jump to where the flash is, just so you can see that they line up. And you can jump back and forth between markers by hitting Shift-M to go forwards and Shift-Command-M on a Mac to go backwards, or Shift-Control-M on a Windows machine. Now, that second marker that you saw, that was the end point. That was just a note to myself where we actually started speaking. So here we are on the flash frame from our clapboard on our first clip. Now, each of the other clips also have a marker on the frame where the clapboard flashes. So now that I know I have both timecode as well as markers, I can go ahead and make my multi-clip. I'm going to select all of the clips. Now, this is important when you select clips. The way Premiere Pro works, the order of your clips are the order that you click on them in your project pane. So if I clicked from the bottom up, camera 4, my close-up, will be my primary angle. So I'm going to go ahead and hold down the Command key and select the clips in the exact order that I want them to appear in my multi-camera preview. A second thing to keep in mind is that usually you want to put your best audio on your primary camera. And that's what we have here on camera 1 is our cleanest, most balanced audio. The audio on the other 3 cameras is okay, but I just wanted to make sure I had it for a reference if I wanted to sync up my cameras using audio. Once you have all of your clips selected, it's time to create the multicam clip. It's as simple as right-clicking on it, going to Create Multicam Source Sequence, selecting it, and you're presented with this dialog box. Now, depending on how you shot it and how you want to sync it up, you have several choices. If you did shoot with timecode or modified the clip so they had timecode, you could choose the timecode option. You can also sync up by in points or by an out point at the end of your clip, as well as by clip markers. And that's what we're going to do here. I'm going to simply select clip markers, and on each of these 4 clips, I put a marker in right when the clapboard flashes. The next option you have is whether you want to take these clips and move them into a processed folder. Now, that's personal preference. I like to keep my clips where I originally put them. An advantage of putting them into a separate folder is once you've processed them, you kind of want them out of the way, and that might be because you have a lot of multi-camera clips that you're going to be organizing. The default setting of all cameras is also valuable. When it comes to audio, you have 4 choices, and it can get pretty confusing. The best choice to start out is choosing camera 1. That means when you start switching cameras, only the video is going to switch, and the audio from camera 1 will remain the same. And that way you have consistency. Another option you may want to use is switch audio, in which case, when you switch the video, it's going to cut to the audio associated with that camera. You can find out more detail about these choices in the Help menu in Premiere Pro. But for right now, the default works perfectly, and I'm simply going to hit OK to sync these up. Once I've hit OK, you'll notice there's now a new item in my project bin. This is your multicam sequence. If I double-click to load this into my source monitor and scrub through it, I can see I have all 4 of my cameras, and if I play it, I can hear and see that they're lined up.
And mix it at low or medium. Start off low so it doesn't...
Start off low so it doesn't all fly out at you, and then you...
So as you see, they've lined up perfectly, even though the cameras may have started and stopped at different points. So as long as you have either timecode, a clapboard, or something you can line up all the cameras by, you're in good shape to let Premiere Pro automatically sync up all your clips. But there may be a situation where you don't have any of that. You only have the sound on each of the cameras to sync them up. And we'll learn how to sync up all of your cameras using audio waveforms in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to sync up our cameras if we don't have the luxury of timecode or a camera flash or a clapboard or any way to identify what goes where other than the sound that's recorded on the media. So what I want to do is select all of my cameras, and as I said in the earlier videos, it's important that you select the cameras in the order that you want them to appear for your angles. Now I want to make sure camera 1, which is my wide shot, and also has my cleanest audio, is my primary camera. So I'm going to hold down the Command key on a Macintosh and simply select them in the order that I want them to be. Once I've done that, I will right-click on them and I will choose to create a multi-camera source sequence. I could go by in point and out point, but I actually don't have any endpoints, so we would just use the beginning of the clip. Since all these cameras started and stopped at different points, using in or out points would only throw them out of sync. I can't use timecode because 3 out of 4 of these cameras actually don't have timecode, and it would again throw the cameras out of sync. And of course, since there's no clip markers, I can't use that either. But what I can use are the audio waveforms as long as each camera has recorded some sound on the media. As a matter of fact, the cameras could have started and stopped throughout the entire process, and I can still line them up by the audio waveform. So for instance, if you were shooting a concert all of your cameras could be stopped or paused between songs or sets. Now I'm ready to sync them by audio. I'm leaving all my other settings at their default, including sequence settings going to camera 1 and all my audio channels to be automatic. I press OK, and Premiere Pro will actually analyze all the waveforms and very quickly create a multicam clip. So if I double-click on this to load it into the viewer, I can scrub through it to look at my footage. Now, the reason we don't have any cameras here is because they haven't started rolling yet. So Premiere Pro simply puts black in when there is no camera rolling. And as you see, if I played this, it will all be in sync just because I had audio on each of my sources.
Okay.
You could use vegetable oil or olive oil as well.
Okay, so a little bit of oil.
And at the very end, the cameras all stopped at different times, and you'll notice that as they get shut off, those individual elements will disappear. So now that we've created a multicam clip with our audio waveforms, we're ready to start editing multicam. Now that we've learned how to create multicam clips, let's go ahead and learn how to edit them. The first thing we need to do is create a sequence for our multicam clip. And the easiest way to do that is to right-click on the actual multicam clip and choose from the drop-down menu, New Sequence from Clip. This way we know that our sequence and our clip are going to match perfectly. Now, the next thing I want to do is add a button. And it's a very useful button. And to do that, I simply go over here to this little plus sign. And when I click on it, it opens up the button editor. As you see, there are additional buttons that you can add below your program monitor. And by the way, you can do the same thing below the source monitor. And some of these are real useful, such as this button here, which allows me to turn on and off title safe or closed captioning. But the button that we're going to work with now is the multicam editing button. It actually toggles a multicam view on and off. Now, if you're not a button person, there is a keyboard shortcut that you can use. Now I'm going to go ahead and drag it in. I could drag it over to the right, but because I have such limited real estate on this screen, I'm going to go ahead and put it into the second layer, into the bottom row. For now, I think that's all I need. I'm going to simply press OK, and I'm ready to roll. When I press that button, my view changes to this multi-camera view. And if I hit play, what I'm going to see is in the left side of that screen, all the different angles. And I'm going to scrub ahead just to make sure all the cameras have been turned on and synced.
About the back again.
Yes.
Okay.
So here we're doing a little bit of prep. We're talking before it starts. But what's important to note is that all the action for multicam editing is going to take place in this window. I'm going to be able to switch between the images in this window and see the results over here. So for the time being, I really don't need my source monitor. So often when I'm doing multicam editing, I'll go ahead and grab the center here and drag it over to the left, and that's going to give me a lot more visual space to deal with. As a matter of fact, if you want, you can go over here to Window, Workspace, and you can even save this as a new workspace, such as Multicam. And now, if we look under Workspaces, I have a choice to switch immediately to multicam editing. So now that we're all set up, let's begin to cut our show. Well, I know at the very beginning, we're doing lots and lots of chit-chat and prep. As a matter of fact, I know that until 2 minutes and 18 seconds in, there's nothing worth cutting. So I'm going to jump ahead to that. And to do that, I can simply click on this little box right here and type in 2 minutes and 18 seconds, and the playhead will jump right there. So I'm going to type in 21800. That's 2 minutes, 18 seconds, 0 frames. I'm going to press the Enter key, and my playhead will jump immediately to that point, and I can see by the expression on our faces that we're about to start to talk. So I want to trim everything off at the head. We learned in an earlier video that you can use the Q and the W key to cut off the heads or the tails of a clip before or after the playhead. So I'm going to simply press the Q key, and that's going to cut all that junk off from the head, and we're ready to listen and switch. So now we're ready to start editing. And as I watch the 4 different camera angles, I simply will click on the angle that I want to cut to at the moment I want to cut. It works pretty much something like this.
Welcome to Delight Gluten-Free Eats. I'm Vanessa Weisberg, Executive Editor of Delight Gluten-Free Magazine, and I'm so excited to welcome you to our test kitchen. My friend Ave is here today to learn how to make an amazing gluten-free main dish. So we're making one of my favorite things right now, and this is a honey barbecue chicken pizza.
Wait a second, pizza?
Pizza, gluten-free pizza.
That's going to be awesome.
Yes, so it's super, super easy. I'm not one of those people who likes to wait for my dough to rise.
Now, as soon as I stop playback, you'll notice in the timeline, I actually have the edits. And I'm going to zoom in so you can see these edits. I'm going to press the plus key a few times. And you'll notice that here it says Master Camera 1, Master Camera 3, back to 1, then I got cut to 2. And it's very precise, and I can go back and skim over and make sure that I did the edit at the exact precise time and pick the shot that I want. The nice thing is if I cut too early or too late or grab the wrong camera, it's very easy to fix, and I can truly refine my multicam edit. And don't worry, we'll explore a little bit how you can very easily do that. But right now I want to show you another way that you can cut. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the minus key just to back up a hair, and we'll jump later on in the program when we start doing some things. For instance, we're going to start actually pouring in some of the ingredients, and I'm going to pick up my cut at this point. But instead of clicking on the actual images, I can use keyboard shortcuts. The keyboard shortcuts in this case, of course, are 1 through 4. And you can actually assign keyboard shortcuts all the way up to 16 angles, and Premiere has no limit to the number of angles that you can work with. Your only limit is going to be how fast your hard drives are to be able to handle all of that data. So let me go ahead and hit the space bar, and I'm going to say the number I'm switching to as I edit. And we're starting off, of course, on angle 1.
It makes this really great crusty crust on it, but
3.
inside it's going to be really soft and cheesy. So
4.
go ahead and put that flour right into the mixer.
Okay.
1.
Oh, look.
4.
That dust
2.
and smoke I created.
And
yeah,
1.
Great job, Abba.
So I counted that. I really wasn't focusing as I was trying to count and click. So I think some of my edits are wrong. So we'll explore in the next lesson how you can fix a mistake and refine your edit. One of the great things about multi-camera editing in Premiere Pro is the ability to easily correct any mistakes you've made. So when I did this switch, sometimes I might have been a little bit early or a little bit late in a cut or even cut to the wrong camera, and I'm not worried about that because I can use all the same editing tools that we learned to do in non-multicam editing to help refine this edit, as well as some additional options. So let's watch the last few edits that I made and see if they were smooth enough or if I made any mistakes.
And cheesy. So go ahead and put that flour right into the mixer.
Okay. Oh, look. That dust
Flew
of
off.
smoke I created.
So I think instead of cutting to me, I should cut back to a wide shot right here because it's much more interesting. As a matter of fact, you can look over here and see in the wide shot, the flour is still going everywhere. So all I need to do is park the playhead above the area where I chose the wrong camera angle and click on the right camera angle, and Premiere will simply swap those two clips out. So here we go to the wide shot. It's as simple as that. And if we look down here at the timeline, and I'll zoom in, we're looking at the wide shot instead. Now, while I'm down here, I'll show you another way that you can swap out one angle for another. If I right-click on any clip, I can simply go up to where it says multi-camera, and I can choose which camera angle I might want to switch to. So maybe we should take a quick look at Vanessa's reaction, which is camera 3 versus the wide shot.
That dust
Flew
of
off.
smoke I created.
Yeah, great job, Abba.
So either way, if I didn't like that, I can go back by hitting undo, And we're back to the wide shot. Now, what if I cut a little bit too early or a little bit too late? Well, you can easily do a roll edit between any two clips. If this isn't working for you, we learned in an earlier video that it's important to switch your preferences for trimming to allow selection tool to choose roll and ripple trims without a modifier key. We go back and hit OK, and that's why I can put my cursor right on any of these edit points and go immediately to the roll tool without having to use a modifier or a keyboard shortcut. So if I wanted to, I could actually do a roll edit, and I can make the cut exactly where it needs to be. Another way I could do this is simply select the edit point, position the playhead where the cut should be, and press the E key for an extend edit. So refining exactly where an edit happens, very easy with multi-camera in Premiere Pro. What about situations where you missed switching camera angles? I, for instance, want to make a cut here instead of swapping this out. Well, I don't have to go to the cutting tool. I don't have to hit C to go to the blade tool, and I don't need to use any keyboard shortcuts. All I need to do is choose where I want the cut to be, hold down a modifier, the command key in this case, and click on the shot right where I want the cut to be. So the first click creates the cut, and the second click actually switches the angle. So it's a simple command, click, click, and we have added an edit and switched our angle. I'll do that one more time just so you can see it. I want the edit to be here, hold down the command key, and go click, release it, click again to do the switch, and as you see, we've now switched from the wide shot to the close-up. If you mess up while you're editing on the fly, you can always go back and refine it using a lot of the same tools and techniques that you already know. Once you've completed your project and you're ready to output it, there's one more step that you should take the time to do, and that's a finishing step. Now, you can spend a few minutes or you can spend a day on finishing a project, depending on the length and how critical you want everything to match. We're going to just spend a few minutes just to show you some of the highlights of things that you might want to do. I'm going to go ahead and make my sequence full screen so that we can see it better. It's relatively clean. I'm going to go ahead and hit the backslash key so we can see a little bit more. But I see things on different tracks. And it really should be that audio should have all the voices on one or two tracks, and then the music would be on a separate track. And if I had sound effects, they would be on a separate track. It makes cleaning things up and exporting things a lot easier. But in the mad rush to edit, a lot of times your track targeting is off and you make mistakes. So this is that step you go through to clean up those mistakes. Well, the first thing that's jumping out at me is I have this audio here twice, and it was probably just that I went to move it, held down the Option key to separate it, and forgot to let go of it, and I ended up duplicating the track. Now, the problem with duplicating an audio track is it makes that section twice as loud. Audio is additive. So I want to make sure I delete that extra track. So I'm going to select it. I see it's not connected to anything. It's all by itself. Simply press the delete key, and I should be in good shape. Now, the bigger problem is I have audio from both my speakers and my music on the same track, and I want to move these up and down. So here we have an audio clip, and I can select it, and I can drag it up, but that's time consuming. What I want to do is use a keyboard shortcut. Now let's select this one by example. I'm going to hold the Option and the up arrow key, and you notice as I move the audio up, it moves the video up, and eventually it might even hit the ceiling and I won't be able to move things up or down. So I want to separate these. Well, we learned earlier you could do that by holding down the Option key and isolating a piece of audio from the video, or vice versa. Now when I hold down the Option key, I can move just the audio up, but that's very time consuming to continually have to select, hold the Option key, move up, move down. So there's a great little feature up here. It's a linking option that allows me to turn the linking between all the audio clips in my timeline and all the video clips in my timeline. When I uncheck that and we see the button looks raised for a moment, I can select a variety of clips, and because they're no longer linked, I can select the audio, but the video isn't selected, and now I can use that keyboard shortcut of Option up arrow to move those into place. Let me do the same thing with this piece of music. Hold down the Option key, tap it a couple times, and you see everything is nicely lined up. Now, I'm not going to worry about my B-roll because if I need to go back, it's nice to have that on a second level and it's not causing me any problems. So I want to go back and make sure I turn linking back on so that now when I select my clips, it selects both the video and the audio. The next step is looking for what's called flash frames or gaps. And this happens sometimes when you're editing and literally you've been moving things around and there's one frame that there's no video. It's called a flash frame. It goes by in a 30th of a second, and often when watching playback, you can miss it. One of the things I like to do is simply jump to every edit point. And I can do that with the up and down arrow. The down arrow is going to jump me forward, and the up arrow is going to jump me back. Now, it is stopping at every single edit point for me, but you might be experiencing something a little bit different. It might be missing these, and that could happen if, for instance, I have that track deactivated. I can still see it, but it's not targeted anymore. And watch what happens when I hit the down key to go forward. It completely misses everything on tracks 2 and 3 because they're not turned on. So make sure that all of your video and all of your audio tracks are active and targeted, and you'll be able to do this very quickly. I'm just going to use the down key and just keep tapping it. Now, I need to see my video again, so I'm going to hit the tilde key so we can see the video. And as I jump to each edit, and I can do this very quickly, I can make sure that I don't have any anomalies. There we go. Right there is an anomaly. It's a black frame. Let me go ahead and zoom in. When I was editing, I left a little bit of a gap there. So I'm going to go ahead and right-click on that. I'll do a ripple delete. I'll close that. So now we don't have to worry about that little frame of black. And once again, I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see my whole timeline and continue on all the way until the end. Luckily, I only had one gap, but that's important to see if you have any flash frames or maybe even a bonus frame. Sometimes I've cut something and I've left literally 1/30th of a second. The viewer may not register that consciously, but it is disturbing if something like that happens. The next thing I want to do is look at my audio levels. And I'm going to go ahead and bring this full screen again just so you can see things easier. And I want to open up all of these tracks so I can work with it. Now, the scroll key works on a single track, but shift scroll allows me to actually open up all of my tracks. And I can see my clip keyframing right here. But seeing is different than hearing. So once I've opened this up, and just for fun, I'm going to open up my video a little bit so we can see the picture icons. We'll jump back here, and I'm going to go ahead and play my video, and I'm going to look at my audio meters to see if they're spiking the way that they should.
So we're making one of my favorite things right now, and this is a honey barbecue chicken pizza.
Now, I would normally go through this painstakingly and listen to the whole show. For this video, I'm going to jump to where I may see some problems.
You can smell the food. It's
because I see my audio levels were higher. Now, this could have been because the microphones were further away and my voice was softer, but sometimes you just accidentally will grab an audio level meter and suddenly you'll have this booming sound coming into your show.
Feels really good.
That at first blush might be nice, but one of the reasons I turn on my waveforms, because I can see where the audio does get louder, I look at the meter on the right to make sure it's not dramatically different than the earlier audio in my program.
Neat if we take a look at the bottom of that.
And it is. It actually peaks at a little bit above -6, and I can easily move that down by pulling it, but it's easier to use a keyboard shortcut. The left and right brackets will move the audio up and down on any clips that may be selected, and you can select multiple clips, and if no clips are selected, it'll move the audio up and down where the playhead is parked. So literally by hitting the bracket key once, it brings it down 1 decibel level. I'm going to go ahead and play it back, and I can actually do this on the fly.
Neatness does not count.
Neatness does not count. It's totally fun.
Okay.
So I can see my levels, hear my levels, and adjust them on the fly while I'm editing. If you hold the Shift key down, you'll actually jump 3 decibels at a time, and that's great if you know audio is really, really loud. Let me just go ahead and manually pull this down here. And if I know it all came from the same source, I could possibly use copy and paste attributes and bring my audio levels to a consistent level. But again, you should always listen. Now, there's a lot more detail you can go through when finishing. The key thing is to watch it over and over again, and often watch it with somebody else in your edit suite just to catch any mistakes that might be there. But for now, I think we finished this program enough and we're ready to output. Of course, you'll be exporting your show once it's completely done and fully finished, but you may want to export versions also in the process of the edit just to have people review it. Well, either way, it's the same basic steps. You need to select the timeline or the sequence that you want to export. Now, you can do that either by selecting the actual timeline in the bottom right-hand quadrant of the screen, or if you have multiple timelines, you can also select them in the project pane. Now, if nothing is selected, if you don't actually have a project pane selected, you'll go up under File, Export, and exporting your media could be grayed out. So if you see it grayed out, make sure you have something selected, and then when you go back, you'll be good to export. I usually try to remember this keyboard shortcut, Command M, because it's something that I use a lot. When you start the export process, you're greeted with this dialog box, and this is basically Adobe Media Encoder. And there's lots of changes you can make to things, but unless you really have a good reason to start tweaking and monkeying around with your export settings, usually the defaults that Adobe provides are much better. The most important thing that you need to take a look at is in the lower left-hand quadrant of this screen. And this is this area right here. You have 4 choices to choose from when you export. This is at sequence in to out. If I had marked in and out points in my timeline before I hit export, I may only export out a small chunk of my show when I'm thinking I'm exporting out the entire program. Now, this is really useful, though, if you either want to send a piece of your show to somebody for a review, or if you're testing a variety of different codecs and export schemes, and you don't want to put out a full 30-minute show when all you need is maybe 10 or 15 seconds to see how it looks. The other 2 options that you will probably encounter are Work Area. Now, the Work Area may be familiar to people who have been working, say, in After Effects or previous versions of Premiere Pro, and it's available in the cloud version of Premiere Pro. However, it is turned off by default. So unless you've turned it on, don't worry about this one. What I usually like to make sure is checked is entire sequence. And if entire sequence is checked, that means I don't have to worry about my in and out points. The entire program will get exported from beginning to end. Now, be careful if you actually threw something down at the very end of your timeline, just to kind of put it there. You might have a 3-minute show, and you might export out a 20-minute sequence because of one little clip that you left dangling at the very end of your show. A good thing to keep in mind is this number right here. That tells me the duration of what's being exported. Now, at the bottom, there was a custom setting, and you don't actually have to pick the custom setting to use it. All you need to do is grab one of these little triangles and scrub to exactly where you want your out point to be. And you can do the same thing for your in point. So if you know you want to export just a small chunk of your video, and you didn't mark the in and out prior to hitting the export button, you can do that by modifying the in and out point in the encoder. And as you see, I'm only putting out about 23 seconds of my clip, and I've automatically switched to custom. This is something you should check no matter what export settings you're using. In this case, I want to just make a master. So I'm going to go back and click on Custom and switch it back to Entire Sequence. Now, if I want to make a master recording, usually I would click on Match Sequence Settings, and it will automatically adjust my settings so that the output matches the clips that I've dropped into my timeline. And I say that because I dropped the clips into the sequences and made the sequences match the clips, and therefore the output will match the original media. At this point, I'm not going to make any other changes to any of these parameters because I want a quick, clean output. The only other checkboxes that I might consider are use maximum render quality, and what that's going to do is actually work a lot harder to make sure you end up with a cleaner, sharper, smaller video, but you'll do that at the expense of time. So if you have the time, not a bad checkbox to use, but for the most part, I find it looks pretty good without that checked, and I'm usually in a rush. The other checkbox that I want to point out is the one that says Import into Project. This is very useful if you have a very effects-heavy chunk of your show, or you have a lot of high-resolution multicam footage. What this does is it renders out whatever you ask it to, creates a movie, and puts a pointer to that final movie back into your project file so you can replace the clips that are there or put it above the clips that are there. And finally, when you have everything set, you're going to press the Export button. Now, when you press the Export button, the encoder takes full control of Premiere and the encoder using all the CPU power, the GPU, the graphics processing unit, and your RAM to export your video out as quickly and efficiently as possible. So you are locked out of continuing to edit in Premiere while it's exporting. If you choose to use the Q button, it actually queues it up in the background, and then you can batch export after the fact and continue to edit. The price you pay is the export's going to take longer because you're sharing CPU power, GPU power, and RAM between these two applications. So exporting out your video actually will take much less time than it took to explain it. So basically, double check when you hit Match Sequence Settings that in the lower left-hand corner you're exporting exactly what you want. Take a quick peek at the summary to make sure that your source and your output are what you expect them to be, and then go ahead and press the Export button. Of course, these days you have to deliver your final projects in a variety of sizes, forms, codecs, and even whether they're designed to be played back on a computer or on some sort of device such as a tablet or a phone, or even back on a television set via streaming. Well, Premiere Pro uses the Adobe Media Encoder engine and can provide all of that with a few clicks. Now, I do want to point out that you do not need to render your timeline before you export. As a matter of fact, most of the time, that would just be a waste of your time because Adobe Media Encoder likes to go back because Premiere Pro likes to use the original raw, unrecompressed footage to create your final video, which is going to give you something that's sharper and clearer. Now, you can use the render files, but actually it probably takes longer to set up than to go back and actually export out from the original media. Now, to export out something for a device or for the web, go to the File menu, Export, and once again, like we did in the previous video, choose Media. Instead of selecting Match Sequence Settings, I'm going to actually choose my format. I'm going to go ahead and click on this, and you can see the variety of output formats. I mean, you can pick, in this case, H.264, which is a flavor of video. I can put out QuickTime movies. I can put out just audio. I can put out image sequences if I have to take it into animation. I can even make MPEGs for regular DVDs, also MPEGs and H.264 to put onto a Blu-ray disc. Now let's start with QuickTime. Once I select QuickTime, my choices down here are going to change. So for instance, I chose QuickTime and my presets are specific for QuickTime. And in addition to having the default presets, you can also create custom presets in Adobe Media Encoder that you can then use from within Premiere. So this is very nice if I need to deliver something with a QuickTime wrapper with some very specific codecs. And I say that because once I choose QuickTime, I can choose the preset, and then I could click down here and choose what codec I want to export it with. Now, most of the time, you're probably using H.264 for web delivery, but sometimes for masters or for your clients, you may need to deliver something more specific. For instance, you can access any of the codecs that are available on your system. And I point that out because depending on the platform you're editing, that is, whether you're editing on a Mac or a PC, some of these settings are not available to you. Most codecs have been licensed by Adobe, but there are some manufacturers that only want the ability to export that codec on their own machines. So if you're on a Windows machine, you won't see ProRes as an export option, even though you can import and playback ProRes files. Now, if I switch from QuickTime to another format, you'll notice that my drop-down choices will change. In this case, I am going to go back and choose H.264, which is a great web and device delivery platform. I have choices under presets that are specific to a lot of the popular devices that are available on the market. If I continue to scroll down, you'll notice that I can also export using codecs, frame rates, and sizes for both YouTube and Vimeo that allows me to upload them directly to their web servers without them having to be re-encoded and having that extra quality loss by the extra compression. Now, in addition to being able to use these presets, you can modify parameters using any of these tabs. So for instance, in the case of video and H.264, there are some elements that I can change and modify. One that I usually do like to work with is bitrate encoding. Now I'm going to click on this and just quickly explain what these three options are. CBR, VBR, and then VBR 2-pass. Well, basically think of it as CBR is faster to encode but larger files. VBR 1-pass are smaller files but may take longer to encode. And VBR 2-pass is even smaller, probably a little sharper, and will take longer than the previous two to encode. So as you go down the list, you're going to be trading off quality and size versus time. The faster your processors, the faster your graphics card, the faster this export will go, and I personally like to use VBR 2-pass whenever possible. It'll also show you the estimated file size, and this is a best guess based upon the size of the original file. But it's not a guarantee because it's going to be a lot harder to compress, say, a car race than a talking head. Once you've played around and made your decisions, you can go ahead and use either the Q or the Export button. By hitting the Q button, it adds it to the Adobe Media Encoder queue, and then you can step back into Premiere and continue to edit. If you hit the Export button, you're completely locked out, but your export's going to be faster. So let me add this to the queue, and you can see there it is, 01 timeline, with all of my requested export settings. Once again, if you want, you can change any of the export settings at this point, or if you need to, you can duplicate the file and choose a different export setting and batch export multiple versions of your program at the same time. Whether you're halfway through a project, beginning a project, or completely done, one of the things you'll often want to do is make a copy of your existing media and a copy of your project files. It's always good to do a backup during the editing process as opposed to at the end. I can't tell you how many times people have come up to me and saying, I lost my video. I say, well, where's your backup? And they say, well, I wasn't done, so I didn't back it up yet. You should back up your media and you should back up your project files on a regular basis because once it's gone, you have to reinvent the wheel from the beginning. So to do that, there's a nice thing within Premiere Pro called the Project Manager. And you can find that under the File menu at the very bottom of the list. Now, if you're on a Windows machine, you also will have your settings at the bottom of this list, as well as your keyboard shortcuts. Now, I'll select that, and I'm presented with this dialog box. And here I get to pick and choose if I'm going to copy and back up everything or if I'm going to refine it. For now, we're going to copy everything because I want a full backup because I'm still editing. I usually use the trim project and refine it for when I'm archiving because I want to save space and only save the stuff that I've used. So working on the copying or the moving strategy, let's take a look at the list from top down. The first thing I can choose is, do I want to export all of my sequences and their associated media? And sometimes I do, especially if it's at the very beginning, and other times I may have done some stuff that I don't need to save or I don't need to hand off to somebody else. For instance, I have this experimenting sequence, which is kind of a sandbox where I played with things, and one of the things I played with was multicam. So I don't need that. And before I make these changes, I do want to point out that right now it's 575 megabytes, or about 575. But if I choose not to copy these sequences, and I'm going to click on Collect Files and Copy to a New Location, if I hit the Recalculate button, you'll notice that both of these numbers change. First of all, if I'm going to be copying everything, I'm copying files that I didn't use within my project, okay? So I have a resulting size that's smaller, 1.4 gigabytes. But I'm still not copying elements that I used in these two sequences. Let me go ahead and turn those back on, and I'm going to go ahead and uncheck that and hit Calculate again, and you'll see that I have the full 1.7. This number never changes till you press the Calculate button. So don't make the mistake of making all the changes and then thinking that didn't make a difference. Make sure you press the Calculate button. So let's go ahead, uncheck these two again. I don't want to create a trimmed project. I really want everything there. And these are some of the key things that we can modify. Now, depending on what we chose above, some will be grayed out and some won't be. And we'll explore those different options momentarily. I can choose if I want my preview files, these are your render files, to be saved. And I generally don't do that because I assume I can always re-render when I open up my timeline. And the same thing is true with audio conform files. These aren't that big, and a lot of times I like to just restart from scratch. This is the dangerous one. If I click on Rename Media Files to match the clip names, if I've changed their names over here, it's going to create new media with new names. This could be a good thing if I'm using, say, P2 cards that don't have any description about what the file looks like. Or it could be a bad thing if somebody else is going to use this media and they only know it by its original name. So be careful because this could make relinking a little more of a challenge. I can then choose where I want the files to go, and I can browse to another part of my hard drive if I want to just make a copy there, or I could browse and export it to another internal drive if it's available on my machine, or to an external drive for me to save as a backup off-site or to send to somewhere else. Once all these decisions are made, I always hit the Calculate button again, and as you see, by cutting out all the preview and audio conform files, I've actually cut it down by 2/3 of the files that I needed to actually save and move to continue working on this project on another machine or just put it on the shelf as a backup. When all this is said and done, I would press OK, and the new project is created. Now, once all the media has been copied, this is what the end result looks like. It has all the clips that I used in my project, and it names the project after the original because basically this is simply a copy. If I double-click to launch this, you'll notice that this is the exact same timeline, but I no longer have that experimental folder. And if I scroll down, there is all of my media organized exactly how I expect it to be. And because I didn't copy my render files, I might have to render a few things for real-time playback if I'm on a slower machine. There's one big difference you need to keep in mind when you make a backup copy of a project. Even though the organizational structure is still maintained inside your project file, when you look at where the media has been moved to, and let me hide Premiere Pro, all of your media has been copied to the top level. So it doesn't put things back inside their original folders or a copy of their original folders. All of your media is put into a giant folder, and the project can find it, but that organization structure is gone. Let me jump back into Premiere Pro and show you one more very useful thing when you're working or collaborating with somebody on a single project. I can use the project manager and change one option, and it becomes very, very valuable. Instead of collecting all my files, I'm going to switch back to creating a new trimmed project, and I'm going to say Make Offline. Watch what happens when I hit Calculate. You'll notice that it has dramatically dropped to 700 kilobytes, which is practically nothing. Now, this is really useful if you're collaborating and you're only working on one of those sequences. So they'll get the project file, everything will be offline, and they simply can relink it to the media that you managed earlier and sent them on a hard drive. It's a great way to collaborate. The other way you could do things is you could just send them a copy of your current project file, but the challenge there is if you only gave them part of the media, they'll only be able to reconnect some of the clips, and it could be a little more frustrating for the person you're collaborating with. I'd recommend playing around with different variations that you can get by checking and unchecking some of these boxes to gain a better understanding of how the project manager can work with and copy your files. When you are truly done with a project, you're ready to archive it. Now, basically archiving means you're going to take it off your current machine and put it on another hard drive and put it on the shelf, or maybe put it onto a server. But the idea is that you want to save just the parts you need, or just the parts you think you will need in the future if you wanted to re-edit the program, and get rid of what you don't need. Now, there's two distinct workflows in doing that. One is inside of Premiere Pro, and one is outside of Premiere Pro. If you have been very, very careful and very, very organized, and all of your media is put in the same location. So I'm going to jump out to my project settings and look at my scratch disks. So for instance, all of this is saved to the same folder, and you're very good at bringing media into that same folder. You can simply, I'm going to cancel this and hide Premiere Pro. I could go in and just copy this folder from one hard drive to another. And the contents of this folder has all my organized media. It might have some autosaves and preview files. Those are the renders, as well as any project files that I might have for that project. I might have multiple ones if I'm putting them into another project. And I could just copy this folder. The downside of doing it this way is, one, there may be extra media that I thought I might use that I ended up not using. And maybe I grabbed something from somewhere else on my hard drive and forgot about it. And then when I open up the project and go to reconnect the media, I won't be able to find it in my backup because maybe it was in my pictures folder. So this may seem like a good idea, but it's very dangerous. If you're going to do this immediately on another machine, not the same machine that you worked on, open up the project file and make sure everything reconnects. Otherwise, you may be out of luck 6 months down the road when you need to work on this project, when you need to go back and do more work on this project. Now, inside of Premiere Pro, we're familiar with the project manager for copying our media from one location to another. Except now we're going to use it specifically to archive just what we want. So for instance, if we don't want all of the sequences, much like last time, we can turn off any sequences that we don't want to use. Now, I want to point out that I really only created two sequences here, a timeline sequence and my experimenting sequence. But in each of those, I did make, in this case, a multicam sequence. And in the first one, I had a Photoshop document that I brought in as a sequence. So be sensitive to the fact that you might have sequences within sequences. Don't be cavalier about just turning things off because you think you don't need them. I'm going to go ahead and turn off these two because really this is the project that I need to archive for my client. And what I want to do is create a new trimmed project. Now, this is going to allow me to throw away any media that I did not use and also trim media that I may have used but only used a small chunk of. Now, I can go ahead and by default, it's a 1 second or 30 frames of handle. So I'm going to drag that up to the highest number, which is 100. So now I have a little over 3 seconds more of each clip that I used in my timeline. So if in the timeline I used a 10-second clip and I'm asking Premiere to trim it, it's going to trim it to a little over 16 seconds with about 3 seconds before and about 3 seconds after. That would be 90 frames. So in case I needed to make a shot longer, though it's trimmed, the media is still available to me. I do want to point out that there are some camera formats that cannot be trimmed, such as the long GOP H.264 format that many cameras shoot. And if they trim it, some of the information won't be there. So in those cases, Premiere literally just moves the whole clip to the new location, and you have everything, not just what you used in the timeline and the handles. You also have this option to rename media files. Again, this is a tricky decision because it's nice that if you rename them in the project file, these new clips will now be renamed and you can look and see exactly what the clips are by their name instead of having to open them up. But you won't be able to link these clips back to any other project that might be referring to them by their original name that the camera might have given them. I can then pick a location, and of course if I'm archiving, I could archive to the same machine, but I don't think that's necessarily the right workflow and what you should be doing. Usually you'll want to archive to a different location, so I'm sending it to another drive on my computer, and I'm choosing that, and I can see exactly how much space is going to be used after I hit the Calculate button. So my original project size of what I was copying was 575 megabytes, and I'm rounding it off here. The new one is 482 megabytes. I'm pretty happy with that. If I wanted to see it get a little bit smaller, I could turn that off. But in my case, 482 is good enough. I press OK. It's now going to put this onto the scratch disk, and when I open it up, I should see a project file and all of my media. So let me go ahead and open up my scratch disk. And there it is, trimmed Project 2001. And if I double click to step inside, I see the project and all the media that I used. And I would recommend taking this folder, putting it on another hard drive, plugging it into another computer, trying to open up the project file and make sure that everything you anticipated you moved really was moved. Once everything is archived, you can simply throw away the media from your original project, but I want to give you a word of warning. If you've used media in 2 different projects, you could throw away media that you're using in another show. So again, err on the side of caution when archiving. Premiere Pro lets you work with a variety of other applications, whether they're inside the Creative Cloud Suite or outside the Creative Cloud Suite. If I need to export information for another application outside the suite to use, I can do that under the File menu, again under Export. For instance, I can support out batch lists, titles which we saw earlier, which can only be used by Premiere Pro. I can export out copies to a tape, and I can export out media to AAF format or an XML that can be used in, say, Final Cut Pro. But a lot of different applications can read a Final Cut Pro XML, and that simply stands for Extensible Markup Language, which is geek speak for I'm going to give you a project file that shows you how everything is organized, but can be imported by a variety of different applications. Now you'll notice that EDL and OMF are grayed out, and that's because I don't have a sequence checked. These are definitely sequence-based, so if you don't have a sequence but your entire project checked, you won't see them as accessible. Now, once the sequence is selected, I can export an EDL, that stands for Edit Decision List, that can be read by most programs, but it's very basic. It's only one line of video, 4 tracks of audio. Probably most of your effects and transitions won't come through, but you may have somebody request it. It's a very old format. And then there's OMF, and that's used a lot these days for audio editing. For instance, if you're going to be handing something off to, say, Pro Tools. A reminder that if you're going to other applications in the Adobe Creative Cloud suite, usually you don't have to go through this level of complexity. You can, for instance, send it to SpeedGrade for color grading. You can create After Effects compositions. We learned about Photoshop documents. You can send to Audition. So the Adobe Suite applications generally talk to each other and talk to each other so well that they fully understand what Premiere Pro is telling them. We've covered a lot in this Premiere Pro Essential Training course, but there's always more to learn and always more to discover. The best place to start is to take a look at some of the other courses at lynda.com, where we have earlier versions of Premiere Pro covered, as well as courses on some of the other applications that complement Premiere Pro. The next place to look is Adobe's Premiere Pro help site. Now, this will have the latest and greatest information about product updates, what's new, and troubleshooting if you need help with Premiere Pro. Another site that I also like is Adobe TV. And when you go to Adobe TV, you could actually go under Products and choose which products you'd like to watch videos about. So go ahead and click on Premiere Pro and explore Adobe TV for even more knowledge. Premiere Pro is part of Adobe's Creative Cloud. So if you want to explore more about the cloud and the other applications that interface with Premiere Pro, this is a great place to start. And finally, another place that I like to look is the Adobe Premiere Pro forum on the Creative Cow. Here you can ask questions and search for answers about the areas that are new or you're not quite sure about. Adobe Premiere Pro is a great video editing application that will allow you to take your projects to the next level. I hope you have enjoyed the training. Now go ahead and make a great video.